My name's Mark Houston. I'm an alcoholic.
I'm Mark.
And my God-given sobriety date is October the 19th of 1982. And I stress God-given. I hear a lot of times in AA meetings, God brought me to AA, and somehow in there, for me, alcohol had a hell of a lot to do with it too. Probably did for a lot of you. I normally try and take 5 or 10 minutes when I do these things to clear the things that I guess are between me and what I hope takes place here. I always find it interesting when I'm asked to do big book workshops and seminars, because I am not an individual who believes in studying the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. I am a person who believes in doing the work out of the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, and there is a big difference in that. There's a little story that I always like about, tells the difference between knowledge and experience, because I suspect that there's some of you that might have came here with the idea of picking up knowledge or perhaps even information. And what I want to submit to you, that if we're willing to do a few things, maybe in fact what we can all have is an experience. But there's a story that sums up for me the difference between knowledge and experience. And there's these two brothers, and about age 14, one day in biology class, the idea of having an orgasm got brought up to them. So, and their twin brothers are identical. They made the decision that they were going to find out everything you could about having an orgasm. So one brother, he took the path of knowledge. He finished up high school, and he went on to college, and he went on to get a PhD, and he went to Harvard, and he was teaching a class on everything he always wanted to know about having an orgasm. And the other brother, he was a little bit smarter. He went around trying to find a little girl for about 2 weeks, and he finally found one, and they had sex, and he had an orgasm. And which one of those two people do you think knows more about having an orgasm? The one with all the knowledge, or the one with the experience? I sat in Alcoholics Anonymous for 2.5 years, and I had a lot of knowledge. And I was dying of that part of the disease that is seldom talked about in Alcoholics Anonymous today. And it's a part that we're certainly going to talk about. I also always laugh about who shows up at these kinds of things. You know, and I'll share some of this as we go along, but just imagine, God forbid, if you took this group of people and you put us all back in the bar and we were drinking alcohol. God forbid, but let's say we did that. And what would happen in there is about a third of this group, they would be pretty much up at the bar just sipping on the drinks and whining in their beer and that type of a thing. That would be about a third of the room. And then about a third of the room would be sitting at the tables, and they'd be a little bit more active because they know they can get a little bit more out of alcohol than the guy or gal just sitting up at the bar sipping. And then there's a third group, and I fit in that group, and I call them the mad dogs. They're knocking the guy's drink over that's up at the bar. They're trying to dance with the wife of the guy sitting at the table. They're out doing dope because they know there's a hell of a lot more in alcohol than what those other two groups of people know. And that's the way I was with alcohol, and that's the way I am with this wonderful thing that I call recovery. And that has been my experience traveling most of this United States. There are 3 groups of people in Alcoholics Anonymous, very similar to the 3 groups of people that I just talked about. Sad but true, we reached a place in Alcoholics Anonymous where it is our individual responsibility to make a decision whether or not to do the work out of the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. I say sad but true because the message in the fellowship is not the message that's contained in the big book. And a lot of you are going to find that out this weekend. If you bought a new big book recently, I want to mention something about, I guess, qualifications. I am not an expert on the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. What I have to share with you is experience. I'm going through the work out of the big book, following the precise, specific, clear-cut directions and meeting the requirements for the 12th time. And so I am up here to share my experience with you with that process, and maybe to give you some practical tools that you can use if you too would choose to have this experience. And I'm going to present you probably with a lot of paradoxes this weekend. Here's one of them. Those of us that choose to go through and do the work out of the big book and follow all the instructions, do everything it says, we do that because we have no choice. The spiritual life is full of paradoxes. I have to admit in the first step that I'm powerless over alcohol, my life's unmanageable in order to be given any power. I believe that the spiritual life is not a theory, that we have to live the spiritual life. And you see, what's always been difficult for me every time back through the work is I'm raised with a mind that wants to compute everything from a logic standpoint. But that won't happen. But if you buy a new big book, and when I go back through the work, I do that, and the reason I do that is because the book I used the last time through the work and all the things that I have highlighted and underlined now becomes a barrier for me learning anything new. So when I bought the last big book, because I started going back through the work in February, on the title of this book was a cover page, and I want to read something. It says the basic text, pages 1 through 164, remains unchanged. This is the AA message, just as it was introduced in the 1939 Alcoholics Anonymous, the book that gave a young fellowship its name. And I can tell you from experience from in the last 6 months being in Kentucky and Louisiana and several other places, that the message that I hear in the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous is not the message in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. And the sad news is that if you're a real alcoholic, you'll die from what I call middle-of-the-road solution. And hopefully we're going to let the experience and what the book talks to us about smash a lot of the middle-of-the-road solutions that we bring into this thing. You know, as we're going to do a couple more things, and then we're going to shut the tape off for a few minutes. We're going to ask you a series of 15 questions. And by the time we get up to the third step, we're going to find out whether or not there's movement in terms of maybe those 15 questions. And we're also going to utilize a prayer for those of you who perhaps came here to have something more than picking up knowledge or information. And like any good alcoholic, what was a simple prayer that my sponsor gave me, because I hooked up with him at 2.5 years dying of untreated alcoholism, told him what I knew of, what I thought I knew of AA and recovery, and he said I had enough information to be dangerous to myself and anyone else that I ever worked with. So he gave me a simple prayer, and that's now been called a set-aside prayer, and it really doesn't matter what it's called, but it's a prayer that I use every single time through the work. Because when I begin to go through this process called a spiritual experience, we call them the steps, they're spiritual exercises. The biggest noose around my neck the day I start that work is everything I think I know about myself, my disease, these steps, and most of all, God. That will be the biggest noose. So I use that prayer as I go back through the work every time. And what I can tell you about that is when I do that, the things that I read in my new big book I have never read before. Example, 2 years ago through the work in the 10th step, there's a phrase, we've entered the world of the Spirit. I've never understood that. I know why. I spiritually understand what it's like to have entered the world of the Spirit today. That happens for me every single time through the work when I utilize a new book. So we're going to do a few things, and then those of you, that prayer is going to be in that packet that you've been given, and we're going to pause for a minute. We're going to go ahead and say that prayer together, and so that maybe you too, between this evening and tomorrow, in your own way, can have an experience, and not just pick up knowledge and not just pick up information. See, because if you walk into a spiritual experience with an answer, i.e., those of us sitting in this room right now that are sitting here saying, I absolutely know I'm an alcoholic. You cannot begin a spiritual exercise with an answer. Let me say that again. You cannot begin a spiritual exercise with an answer. If you want anything to happen, you have to begin with a question. You have to begin with a question. I go through the work every time. A coin has two sides to it. The question that I ask myself, since I have distance between me and a drink, is maybe I'm not an alcoholic, and maybe I don't need God. And when I go through the work and I pose myself with that question, what I find out is what a desperate alcoholic I am and how desperately I need God. There are 3 ways that one can go through the big book and go through these steps, and at one time or another I will be, unfortunately, in all 3. The first is the man of contempt. The man of contempt says, I know I'm an alcoholic. I absolutely know that, and that is the attitude that he or she would take in going back through this work. They have what's called contempt prior to investigation. You have another way of going through the work, and that's the attitude of the pious man. Pious man accepts everything. Pious man loves to read Dr. Attic Alcoholic. The third, and that's the path that I'm going to ask you to consider, is what I call the path of consideration. See, here's what I've learned in my journey through a spiritual experience. When posed with a question, I discovered one day that my alcoholic ego used an answer to shut off learning anything. I discovered that what really happened for me is from the length of time the question was asked me until I answered is when I begin to have movement in there. So, the path that I'm going to ask you to take as we move through this experience is what I call the path of consideration. To be on both sides. Maybe I'm not an alcoholic. Maybe I am. Maybe I don't need God. Maybe I desperately need God. And to take what I call the path of consideration so that I can be open and so that I can maybe have a new experience with what we call the steps out of that book. I want to take about 30 seconds to qualify myself. There's absolutely no emotion in my life about me and alcohol prior to getting here. I discovered something 3 years ago that my alcoholic ego was doing. I would sit in meetings and I'd hear myself say, when I got here, when the topic was brought up, and when I got here. And you know what I realized? When I got here is not where I'm living now, and that when I got here was keeping me from looking at where am I now with this relationship that I have with God today. So when I got here today has no relevance for me, because that prevents me from experiencing the presence of God now in my life. I took my first drink of alcohol when I was 16. I drank till I was 36, and in between there I broke all laws of man and all of God. And I checked myself into treatment in 1982 with brain damage, kidney damage, and liver damage, and everything I owned was in a duffel bag. That's how much fun I had with alcohol. And I'd reached a place several years before I checked into treatment that I couldn't control how much I drank, I couldn't control where I was going to go when I took a drink, and I couldn't quit drinking. And I harmed every human being that ever loved me and ever did anything for me. And when I checked into treatment in 1982, I did not want to live anymore. Or even worse, I did not want to live feeling the way I was feeling that day. And that's really all I want to tell you in terms of qualifying myself around me and alcohol. Because as I said, spending too much time there keeps me out of experiencing the presence of God now. So you won't hear a lot from me anymore of when I got here. Here's the other thing I discovered. I can't defeat my ego, but it's neat to know what the little guy's up to. He has three major objectives, and if you're an alcoholic, a fourth will be accomplished. Here's the first. He wants me separated from God, myself, and you, and if that happens for me long enough, then I will be on a bar stool drinking alcohol again. And there are many, many ways in which my alcoholic ego will begin to do that. And one of them is to have me live in the past as to when I got here, as opposed to being honest with myself about. Those of you who have been around AA for a period of time, here's an interesting question for you to ask yourself. Is it possible that the God of my understanding can take me further in every area of my life than I can even imagine if I am willing to take some action? Is God truly everything in my life? Or, with time between me and a drink of alcohol, has my agnostic belief system come back in? Does your ego tell you if your external world looks a certain way that that's sufficient to keep you drunk and in close personal relationship with God? And we'll consider some of those things. I'd like to take a minute and I would like to shut the tape off, and then we want to ask 15 questions. Okay, my name's Mark and I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Mark.
We went through a series of questions. Before we do this before we do this prayer, I want to share something that's important. I do not share this to brag. I share this because I'm proud of this, and this is my sponsorship lineage. And those of you who either have sponsors or are going to get sponsors, I would strongly suggest you find out your sponsorship lineage. Because if you're a real alcoholic like me, this is a life and death program, and sponsors can only give you what's been given to them. My sponsor is a man named Don P. He has been sober 27 years, got sober in the penitentiary. Just to show you what God does, he's now in charge of the drug and alcohol programs at 16 penitentiaries. You don't get from there to there. It's impossible. His sponsor is a man named Gary B., and he lives in Indianapolis, Indiana. His sponsor is a man named Paul M. Paul M. is 47 years sober, still very active and very involved in Chicago, Illinois. Paul M.'s sponsor was a man named Paul S. He was the first sober member of Alcoholics Anonymous in Chicago. And Paul S. was sponsored by Dr. Bob, and of course Bill Wilson carried the message to him. I share that with you to try and give you an idea that the message that God delivered to me had no middle-of-the-road solution to it whatsoever. And as my sponsor said, you now have a responsibility. And that responsibility is to carry into the fellowship, and when you are working with others, the message out of the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. Real briefly, as I sat in AA for 2.5 years, and I worshipped all the fingers in AA, and here's what the fingers are. Get a sponsor, I did that. Go to a lot of meetings, I did that. Get a home group, I did that. Read the big book, I did that. And study the big book, go to big book studies, I did that. Go to conventions, I did that. Sponsor people, and I did that. And I was real confused because at 2.5 years, I was dying of a part of the disease that we don't talk about in Alcoholics Anonymous. What's really wrong with me? It's that part of the disease that's called the spiritual malady. And I was real confused by that. When I went to these two men who I asked to sponsor me, sponsors give you what's given to them. The first one, we met in Denny's for a few minutes, and he asked that dangerous, lethal question. Are you powerless over alcohol, Mark? Are you an alcoholic? And I said, yes. I was sober 2.5 years telling you I was a drunk, but didn't have the slightest idea what that meant. Let me tell you how important just the first half of the first step is. The big book of Alcoholics Anonymous devotes 53 pages to the first half of the first step. First 43 pages, 10 pages in the doctor's opinion. The chapter into action is 17 pages long and has 7 steps in it. Why do you think the first step is the foundation of this entire program? When I got done with the first step, doing the work with Don, I began to pursue this process with desperation. There's 2 lines in the big book that speak to me about how to go after this thing called recovery. One's on page 28. It says to seek recovery with the desperation of a drowning man. And the other's in chapter 5, how it works. We beg of you to be fearless and thorough from the very start. So I went to see this man, and we sat across from each other. And those of you who have books, if you'll turn to the title page just 1 second. Let's do something. I want to pause for a second, and then I would like us, those of you who would care to join me in this prayer that's in that little handout you have. It just says prayer number 1 on it. And that's the prayer that we use to be open to a new experience and lay aside some prejudice. Those who care to, would you join me in this prayer? God, please help me set aside everything I think I know about myself, my disease, these steps, and especially you, for an open mind and a new experience with myself, my disease, these steps, and especially you. If you've got a big book, if you'll open to the title page, I went to see Don, and he'd asked me to bring my big book, and I went over, and he asked me what I'd done in Alcoholics Anonymous, and I shared all that with him. And at that point in time, he introduced me to this prayer. And the reason he introduced me to the prayer was I had a lot of prejudice about what the message in the big book was all about. And one of the ideas I had prior to sitting down with him was I thought I was in AA. And what I discovered is I wasn't in AA. I was in 1/3 of the program only. I was in the fellowship. But he took this title page and that says Alcoholics Anonymous, the story of how many thousands of men and women have recovered from alcoholism. That's the first promise of the big book. For those of you who answered that you're always going to be recovering, the title page smashes that idea real quick. The big book tells you somewhere between 30 to 50 times that you have recovered from a hopeless state of mind and body. And it starts out telling you that on the title page. I believe if they wanted to use the words recovering, they would have done that. I think some confusion comes in that in the 10th step I am told that I am not cured of alcoholism, and I'm not, but I am a recovered alcoholic. We will see that word in this book over and over and over again. A woman who's a spiritual advisor of mine, 37 years sober in Denver, says that people who introduce themselves as a recovering alcoholic have never made all the amends, so when they introduce themselves as that, it's probably true. So we looked at this little thing called the circle and the triangle. And I'd never looked at this before. And a question was asked of me of what do you think unity is? I said, well, I think that's the fellowship. That's going to meetings. And he said, are you in that part of the fellowship? And I said, absolutely. I said, you know that. I've been going to a lot of meetings. Now, I didn't go to meetings where he went because he came to the treatment center and spoke, and I saw him a few times around AA, and he scared me. So I stayed away from meetings he went to because they talked about this book all the time, and they talked about doing this work. And so I said to him that yes, I was in that part of this circle and the triangle, and he said to me, Mark, what is the only requirement for membership? And I said the only requirement for membership is a desire to quit drinking. And he turned over to the top of page 24, and it says, at a certain point in the drinking of every alcoholic, he passes into a state where the most powerful desire to stop drinking is of absolutely no avail. He said, Mark, you need to understand something. A desire to not drink allows you to occupy a chair in Alcoholics Anonymous, but has absolutely nothing to do with you staying sober. And he smashed one of the many middle-of-the-road solutions that I had heard in this fellowship. And that was that if I went to enough meetings and I had a desire to quit drinking, that I would stay free from alcohol. So we determined that I was in that part of the circle and the triangle. Then he asked me what I thought recovery was, and I'd been around long enough to say, well, that's going through the big book and doing the steps. And he said to me, have you ever done that? And I'm an alcoholic. I cannot answer yes or no questions, so I begin to pontificate about my experience with these two men. And he stopped me and said, from now on, my relationship with you, he said, when I ask you a yes or no question, I would like a yes or no response, so let me try this one more time. Have you ever gone from the title page to page 164 of this book and done this work? And I said, no. Then he said, you are not in recovery and you have never been in recovery. And that made me angry, and that never bothered him very much. He told me one day, he said, Mark, I love you far more as a child of God than I care about your feelings. And most of the time, he said, my experience is every feeling I have ever had is preceded with a thought, and if your thinking's all screwed up like yours is, it's going to produce some real interesting feelings. Don never lied to me, and I won't lie to an alcoholic. I won't tell him middle-of-the-road stuff like take your time, work the steps when you're comfortable. I share with them what this disease is all about and what's in the big book, which is to seek recovery with the desperation of a drowning man. So at 2.5 years, I'm told I'm not in recovery because I've never done the work out of the book. And then he asked me what I thought service was. And I said, well, I think that's going to meetings and emptying ashtrays and doing some of that. And he kind of chuckled again and he said, Mark, if you're willing to do what I did, and he said, I only know one way to sponsor. Start in the title page, go to page 164. Every time the book asks us to do something, we're going to go ahead and do it. He said, that's the only way I know how to sponsor. Because he said, I can't keep myself sober. I cannot keep you sober. But he said, when we go through and do this, when we get to the 10th step, if you've done this work, you will see that the book tells you that you have entered the world of the Spirit. And then you can take your awakened spirit out to be a service to God and your fellow human beings in every area of your life from the time you get up till the time you go to bed. And since you've never done that, never been in recovery, then you've also never been in this part of the program. He said, Mark, that's your dilemma. You felt that way most of your life. He said, this is a circle, and a circle represents wholeness. You have a 3-part disease of body, mind, spirit. You've only been in one part of Alcoholics Anonymous. You've only been taking your body to meetings. You have been missing out on 2/3 of what is wrong with you. And everything he said fit, and everything he said made sense. So out of this crazy little thing called the title page, he also said to me, he said, do you know that there are 36 spiritual principles that you can live your life by? There's a spiritual principle behind each of the 12 steps. There's a spiritual principle behind each of the traditions. And there's a spiritual principle behind each of the concepts. So he took a simple title page that I'd never really looked at and pointed out to me that I'm given the first promise and statement of hope that I can recover, that I can be whole again, that I have a disease of body, mind, spirit, and I can be given 36 spiritual principles to live my life by. And I left his home, and I have never been the same since, because I left there with hope. Because of 2.5 years, and some of you may or may not relate to this, there's a paragraph on page 52 which describes untreated alcoholism. There are 3 words I use interchangeably. One is called the spiritual malady, the second is untreated alcoholism, and the third is unmanageability. And at 2.5 years sober, I was restless, irritable, discontent, under constant fear and tension, and all that stuff on page 52 was full-blown in me. I was having trouble in personal relationships. I could not control my emotional nature. I was a prey to misery and depression. I couldn't make a living. Now, I had a job and was drawing a paycheck, but I didn't like where I worked. I didn't like the people. I'd gotten in 2 fights. They informed me that that was not part of their training program. I was full of fear. I was unhappy. I felt useless, and I could not be of help to others. And at 2.5 years away from alcohol, all that stuff on page 52 was exactly what's going on with me. He said, Mark, you're dying of untreated alcoholism. He said, you know, Mark, that you can die a physical death and a spiritual death? He said, you've been sitting in AA thinking your problem's alcohol, didn't you? And I said, yes. He said, Mark, if your problem was alcohol, given a little distance between you and a drink, don't you think you'd feel a lot better? And I said, well, I never thought about that. He said, Mark, we're going to find in the first step, the first 43 pages, that the disease of the body and mind are just symptoms. That what you suffer from is a spiritual malady, and that only a relationship with God can treat that, Mark. No human power. See, I was confused. I told you the state I was in when I came to AA. And 2.5 years down the road, I'm living in a new home. There are 2 new cars sitting in my garage. There's money in my bank account. I'm making money. I'm married. I even had a dog, for God's sakes. And I'm dying inside, and I don't know why. And I can't figure it out. But my alcoholic ego won't let me come into meetings and say, what's going on? What am I missing? He told me exactly what I was missing. So he and I began that journey. He smashed some other middle-of-the-road stuff. I love these sponsors that say, call me every day. He said to me, I work, I have 2 children, I go to bed early, do not ever call me past 10 o'clock at night. I can't keep myself sober, I can't keep you. If in fact you think you're going to drink alcohol, hit your knees, pray, get in your car, and go to the 24-hour club. He said, my role here is to sit across from you and take you through this work. That man never gave me advice about anything. When I called him, he did 2 things for me, which is the only way I know how to work with people. The first is, he asked me if I prayed. I learned to lie, because if I didn't, he'd hang the phone up. The second is, he would say, get out your big book. And you see the gift he gave me? He made me understand something very quickly. I was going to stay sober and live life based on a relationship with God, and that if I was a real alcoholic, maybe if I did these things, these spiritual exercises we call steps, that maybe I could develop that relationship. Because, see, I knew people that had gone to a lot more meetings than me and drank alcohol. And I knew people who worked with a lot of people and drank alcohol. And I knew people who were of service and drank alcohol. He said, Mark, we just hope that in the midst of you doing all that, somewhere in there, you would develop a relationship with God. See, I see people worshiping in AA the fingers of AA. Meaning, meetings, home group, sponsor, the steps. This is all about a personal relationship with God. If you went to an international convention, went to a meeting of loners, and you heard these men and women talk about AA, you know what you would hear? You know what AA is to them? It is a personal relationship with God. Sometimes I think meetings get in the way of my relationship with God. I don't know. But that's all I want to talk about on the title page. If you'll turn to the table of contents. Don asked me a question. By then I learned to be a little more honest with him. He said, where do you find the first step in the big book? And I said, I don't know. Now, common sense should tell us something. The big book, the first time it tells you you're at a step, it says, being convinced we're at step 3. So obviously everything in the big book, from the title page up to being convinced, must be steps 1 and 2. But I didn't know where to find step 1. So he laid out this big book for me. He said, Mark, in the first step, we're going to take the first step in 2 parts. The first part is, he said, we're going to look at the fact that you have a disease of the body and mind. And the second part of that, we're going to look at unmanageability. We're going to look at the thing called the spiritual malady. And he said everything in the big book from the doctor's opinion to page 23, we're going to look at Mark when he takes a drink of alcohol. What's wrong with Mark physically? And from page 23 to 43, we're going to look at Mark when he has no alcohol in him, so there's no craving taking place. We're going to look at the fact that Mark has no mental defense against the first drink. We call it the obsession of the mind. And we're going to use the big book, and we're not going to look for answers. We're going to take statements out of the big book, and we're going to turn them into questions to find out in my gut and not in my head, does my experience confirm I have the craving of the body and the obsession of the mind? He said we're going to find the second half of the first step on pages 44, 45, and 1 paragraph on page 52. There's one sentence on page 54 that says, when the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. What's really wrong with us? Steps 4 through 9 is where the spiritual malady is overcome. And so that tells me where I'm going to find the first step in the program. And I think that's real important if you're working with a new person. We're going to look at the second step in We Agnostics, right up through the ABCs. And then chapters 5, 6, and 7, we're going to look at steps 3 through 12. And then if you look in your table of contents, chapters 8, 9, 10, and 11, is where we're going to be given instructions on practicing these principles in all of our affairs. So now I know how the table of contents in the book is laid out. Now I know if I need to find out where I'm at with a step, or I have some questions, I know where I can find it. And I'm going to give you the same exercise that he gave me, which is to go through this big book, and particularly the 164 pages, and to take statements out of the book and turn them into questions. And I will take some of those and I will show you how to do that. See, he confused me, because all my life when I went into a book to find answers. He said, no, Mark, you can't do that. He said, we have to go into this book and we have to ask a whole bunch of questions, and we have to answer those questions deep down within ourselves. Are you a real alcoholic? Because, Mark, only you can diagnose yourself. So that laid out the big book in terms of the table of contents. If you turn over to the foreword, or to the preface, and again, we're going to use the title page right up through the doctor's opinion primarily as a means of giving you some general information about the program of AA. And a couple things he pointed out to me in the preface, one's in the second paragraph, was this book has become the basic textbook. He said to me, I know you've gone to college, so you've taken a lot of classes. So he said, a textbook, Mark, he said, is designed to transfer information. This book is different in that it is designed to transmit a spiritual experience. He said, in meetings of AA, we go in and read chapter 5, how it works all the time. He said, that's a grave danger in that. He said, for you to read chapter 5 is like someone who's never even had basic math and you tell them to go do calculus. He said, from the title page up through chapter 5, we're going to learn basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. We're going to learn algebra, geometry. When we get to chapter 5, now we can do the calculus. So we're going to treat this book like it's a basic textbook, and we're going to start at the beginning, and we're going to go through this process. Now, if you'll turn over the forward to the first edition, several of the questions that we ask are going to get answered. This first paragraph has always been, since the time I sat down with him, extremely important and still is today. It says, we of Alcoholics Anonymous are more than 100 men and women who have recovered. That's the second time it's used that word. From a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. To show, and the word show is important, it doesn't say to tell, it says to show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered is the main purpose of this book. He said to me, what does the word precisely mean to you, Mark? I said, Don, I think that means exact. He said, we here in the fellowship all the time, there's a lot of ways to work these steps, don't we? And I said, yes. He said, what'd the book just tell you? I said, well, the book just said they're going to show me precisely. And he said, yeah, and a little bit further on, they're going to show you specifically, and a little bit further on, they're going to say we're going to use clear-cut directions, and a little bit further on, they're going to say be thorough. There is only one way to go through this process, Mark, if you're going to follow the book. He introduced me to the idea of squiggly lines. He said every word in here is important, but when you see a squiggly line, you treat it like it's a neon light. So in that sentence, we were told the book is going to show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered. Third time it tells me I will be recovered, and that's the main purpose of this book. It says, for them, we hope these pages will prove so convincing, no further authentication will be necessary. I sit in meetings sometimes, and I hear a person struggling with whether I'm an alcoholic or not. And I hear elders say, go out and do drinking. The book doesn't suggest we do that till page 31. Anyone who's struggling with the first step, what I point out to them is this sentence. I'm willing to go through the first 31 pages of this book with you, and maybe in those 31 pages, what you see will be so convincing, no further authentication, meaning drinking, is necessary. That's what it's asking me. That's what the book's telling me. Mark, are you willing to go through and take a look at yourself in the pages of this book? Maybe if you are and you're one of us and you tap into this solution, maybe you never need to pick up a drink again. It goes on to say, we think this account of our experiences will help everyone to better understand the alcoholic. Many do not comprehend the alcoholic is a very sick person, and besides, we're sure our way of living has its advantages for all. So in the foreword to the first edition, look what I'm told. That I can recover from a hopeless state of mind and body. I'm getting introduced to what maybe is wrong with me. That this book will show me precisely how to recover, and that's the main purpose. That maybe if I'm willing to go through here, these pages will be so convincing to me that I don't ever have to pick up a drink again. That I'm a sick person, and this book will show me a way of living. Now, I've read this hundreds of times in those first 2.5 years. I've gone to big book studies. Page 18 is going to explain something to me. Basically what it's going to tell us, and it's another paragraph of squiggly lines, it's going to tell me that little or nothing's going to get accomplished in my recovery till I sit down with someone who's had this experience and they take me through this work. And that has been true for me and countless others I've sponsored. I want to comment on that if I may. I've lost track and it's not necessarily important, but here's what I want to share with you all. I probably had an opportunity to do the work with well over 200 people, and in that process of those who have gone through and done this work, there have only been 2 who have relapsed. Only 2. And of all those numbers of people, they've sponsored hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, and there's been virtually no relapse. And those 2 who relapsed, one did not finish all the amends, the other had finished all the amends, but stopped doing some things on a daily basis. The point that I want to make is, nowhere in this big book does it tell me that it is necessary for me to relapse or to ever drink alcohol again, if I'm willing to do what is in this book. But I told you this before, we've reached the point in AA where we must decide if we're going to do this work. For people that have been around Alcoholics Anonymous for a period of time and perhaps haven't done this work, the question I ask them is, and I give them an exercise. I've sponsored people up to 28 years sober. And the reason is because in meetings I would talk about having distance between me and a drink and dying of untreated alcoholism, and that stuff on page 52, and they come up and say, let me talk to you. And I give them a simple exercise. Those of you who got distance between you and a drink, if you're willing to get honest and look at some truth, take those 8 areas on page 52, say a prayer, and really write down and see what you've done with the grace and power of love and God and what you've gotten out of this program. Meaning, first question, how am I doing in personal relationships? Am I having trouble? And if you've got 10 people that you interact with, some consistency, husband, wife, boyfriend, mother, father, employer, get brutally honest about how you're doing in those relationships. Get honest with where you're at with controlling your emotional nature. Are you a prey to misery and depression? Get honest with making a living. Get honest with where you're at with full of fear. Are you unhappy? Can you seem to be a real help to other people? And if you've got distance between you and a drink, you're going to get an idea what you do with the power and grace of love with God. And if you're like me, you know what you're going to see? You're going to see what my alcoholic ego does after about 6 months of operating in 10 and 11. I mentioned to you, I'm going through this work for the 12th time. I do not do that because I am a healthy, well-adjusted individual. I do that because the first time I went through, I developed a relationship with my Creator, and once you taste the honey, you cannot go back. And I do that because I operate today in the world in 10 and 11, and I can't, the way that I operate in 10 and 11 came to me in the truth I saw in steps 1 through 9. I cannot conceive of operating today based on looking at 1 through 9 in 1993. This woman, 37 years sober, said something to me. If 12 months from today, you and I sit down and we talk, and you have not undergone major changes, you are headed for a drink of alcohol, and you are missing out on what it's truly like to live in the presence of God. That is why I continue to go back through the work. I finished all of my amends with the exception of 2 that I have to make at a gravesite in Iowa, which I'll do in the first week in July last year. And when I'm done making amends, I operate in 10 and 11, and I use 10 to move out into the world and 11 for that relationship with God. What I get a chance to see is after about 6 months what my alcoholic ego does with that love and that grace. When I went back through the work this time, I had 57 resentments. Now, some of my friends say if I'd work a program, that wouldn't happen. That hasn't been my experience. Every time through the work, I see truth at a deeper, deeper level. And I get a chance to see what my ego does. Those same 3 things I talked about, separated from God, separated from me, and separated from you. And I get a chance to see what my ego does with information and with knowledge. If you'll turn the page forward to the 2nd edition, you're going to see some general information about the fellowship and how it grew. They're going to also tell you again about recovered alcoholics. Bottom of page XVI, I want to mention something that's important. And there it's going to talk about when Bill and Dr. Bob hooked up. I seem to only sponsor two kinds of people: those that have black belts in relapse, or those who are in Alcoholics Anonymous dying of the spiritual malady that have never found this solution. And my experience with those people who have relapsed is they've never understood the first step. They've heard the solution, and there's some of you sitting in this room. They've heard the solution, but here's what you need to understand that's so critical. Bill Wilson was told by Dr. Silkworth, who treated over 50,000 alcoholics at Towns, what was wrong with him. Bill was given the problem. Dr. Bob, the book's going to tell us, spent years using spiritual means to try and quit drinking, and he couldn't. Bill went out for 6 months, tried to beat up alcoholics with a solution, God. Didn't do too well, didn't get any of them sober, that tells us. Went back to Dr. Silkworth. Dr. Silkworth says, no, Bob, or Bill, you need to talk to the alcoholic about the hopelessness of what's wrong with him. So when he hooked up with Dr. Bob, he told Dr. Bob what was wrong with him, and then Dr. Bob told Bill what the solution was. And when I had both, my foundation, I got to know what's wrong with me, disease of body, mind, spirit, before I'll seek the solution. I've absolutely got to know both. Somehow, prior to that point in time, just seeking God for the alcoholic didn't work, and or just knowing what was wrong didn't work. We must know both. And having worked with literally hundreds of people who relapsed, not a single one has ever understood the first step. They were attempting to go through a set of spiritual exercises based on a lie. Let me explain. When we get done looking at the first step, and we use questions, and you go within yourself to see this is you, and you find out that you have a disease of body, mind, spirit, now I've laid my foundation and I know what's wrong with me, and I'll go through these set of spiritual exercises, and I will develop a relationship with God, and I will be given freedom and power and a sense of direction and happiness. If I think my problem is alcohol, disease of the body and mind, and I go through the steps, I'm going through the steps based on a lie, and that will not last. I was 2.5 years sober, not knowing what was wrong with me, thinking my problem was alcohol. Some of you in the room that I've done some work with. Woman, 10 years sober. Didn't know it. Drinks alcohol. Woman, 5 years sober. Going to meetings. Had sponsors. Very active in AA. Had gone through the work based on a lie, thinking their problem was alcohol. I cannot build, as Big Book says, we're building a spiritual arch through which I walk a free man. I cannot build that spiritual arch based on a lie. I must build it based on truth. And we're going to look at that in this first step. In fact, Mark, do you have a disease of body, mind, spirit? Does your experience? When I talk about truth, understand this. I've done the work with a bunch of people that found out they weren't alcoholics. And those people have as much power and freedom finding out they weren't alcoholics as I did when I found out I was. Wouldn't it be incredible if you truly went through this work and found out you weren't an alcoholic? Wow. My good friend Joe H., the lady he's going to get married to, in AA, 8.5 years, couldn't figure out why. She never felt connected, never sponsored anyone, never felt at peace. Went to his group, found a woman, went through the first 43 pages. She's not an alcoholic. She got as free finding out she wasn't as I got when I found out it was. Wouldn't that be incredible? We're going to find out in the doctor's opinion. When I talk about the truth, we ask the question, alcoholism and drug addiction. We're going to find out the truth. You're going to need to know. Am I both? Maybe not. I am an alcoholic who's powerless over drugs. And when we get to about page 23, I'm going to explain that, and I'm going to give you a series of exercises to show you that alcoholism and drug addiction are not the same. Yeah, alcohol is a drug? True. A drug is a drug? True. Alcoholism and drug addiction are not the same. When I went through the work with my sponsor, who did heroin for 8 years, he's not an addict. I went through the work with him and found out that you give me a sufficient reason, I put down drugs. But you put drugs in my body and I break out in craving. You give me a sufficient reason and I could never lay down alcohol. So what I am is an alcoholic who's powerless over drugs. I went through the work those first 2 times with men thinking I'm an alcoholic and an addict. And I went through the truth based on a lie. Remember, I cannot do spiritual exercises based on a lie. I need to do them based on truth. When we get to page 23, I'll give you a couple of real simple exercises. There's nothing complex about it. I think it is important that you find out your truth. We do this in AA. We take addicts and we tell them, well, if you're an addict, you're powerless over alcohol too. And they come to meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous and they do not get well. They do not get well. We will find some truth in here. And I talk about that because I see a lot of it. I have done work with addicts who found out they weren't addicts, but they were drunks. And I've done work with drunks who found out they weren't drunks and found out they were an addict. So that's what we're going to look for as we go through there. All right. Something else I want to mention on page XX. It gives you some statistics about Alcoholics Anonymous, and they talk about of alcoholics who came to AA and really tried, 50% got sober at once and remained that way. 25% sobered up after some relapses. That's a 75% recovery rate. I shared that the message in the fellowship and the message in the book have gotten so far distance. I've heard various numbers, but I've heard as low as 20% of those who come to the fellowship now are coming here and staying sober. And my experience is, it is because, again, the message in the fellowship is not the message in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. Hopefully, and this is going to make some of you perhaps a little uncomfortable, this book and this weekend is going to smash a whole bunch of middle of the road. Things like, just don't drink and come to meetings. Things like, go to 90 meetings in 90 days. Things like, go to big book studies. Things like, you can't ever make all your amends. Things like, make living amends. Things like, I'm others in the process of amends. Things like, take your time. Things like, use the Hazelton inventory form, or one of the 947 others that are out there. We're going to go through the book and through a process, smash a lot of middle-of-the-road solution. You see, middle-of-the-road solution may work for someone who's not a real alcoholic, but I've never seen it work for a real alcoholic. What is an absolute delight and pleasure to me is that I'm looking at a whole bunch of faces in here of people who were living in middle of the road and kept relapsing, and some had sobriety for a period of time, and they are now engrossed in this work, and some have completed, and they are free, they are recovered, the problem has been removed, it does not exist. That reconfirms to me my responsibility to carry this message, because their lives have changed dramatically. I look at Jason in the back, and I see Shirley and Ed and David, and I see Jeff, and I see Larry, and I could go on, naming some other names of you in here who've been around this fellowship, got middle of the road, drank alcohol in and out, dying of untreated alcoholism, who have now done the work and have gotten free. Dan sitting in the back, JD at 8 years. This thing works, and it's all about a personal relationship with God. And it's from a message that's out of this big book. Let's turn to the doctor's opinion. And again, I'm going to encourage you to take statements out of the big book, and we're going to turn them into questions, and that's something I'm going to have you do on your own because time won't allow us to do that. But I would like you to turn over to page XXIV and understand again in the doctor's opinion that you have a man who, I've been doing some research lately because I like history, and Dr. Silkworth treated over 50,000 alcoholics, so he certainly has some experience with working with the alcoholic. But where it says the physician at our request gave us this letter, he's been kind enough to enlarge upon his views, another statement which follows. It says, in this statement he confirms what we who suffered alcoholic torture must believe. So here's what I do. I take that statement and turn it into a question. Mark, have you suffered alcoholic torture? Goes on to say the body of the alcoholic is quite as abnormal as his mind. Mark, do you think your body is as abnormal as your mind? It says it did not satisfy us to be told we couldn't control our drinking just because we were maladjusted to life, we were in full flight from reality, or were outright mental defectives. I always liked that part. These things were true to some extent, in fact to a considerable extent with some of us, but we're sure that our bodies were sickened as well. Mark, did you ever feel like your body was sickened as well when it came to you and alcohol? In our belief, any picture of the alcoholic which leaves out this physical factor is incomplete. The doctor's theory that we have an allergy to alcohol interests me. As laymen, our opinion as to a soundness may of course mean little, but as an ex-problem drinker, we can say his explanation makes good sense. It explains many things for which we cannot otherwise account. Don had me do an exercise. He said, I want you to understand something in the doctor's opinion. We're looking at one thing. You got a bottle of booze sitting in front of you and you've taken a drink. The book spends very little time, but in the doctor's opinion, that's what we're looking at. I've taken the drink of alcohol, it's in my system. Don said, do you have a dramatic story which demonstrates that you took a drink, you intended to do one thing, and something totally different happened? And I said, yeah, hundreds of them. He said, what's the most dramatic? I'll tell you the most dramatic. And it's important you need to sit and look at that. I'm living with a lady. She has 2 children, young baby. I'm going up to get some milk. I stop at Bennigan's to have one drink. I wake up 8 days later in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, in a strange bed with a strange woman without the slightest idea how I got from Denver, Colorado to Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and I had that happen to me hundreds of times. That just happened to be the most dramatic. So if you want to look at where you're at with this thing called craving, think of the times that your intent was to be here for Christmas, to be here, to be there. You took a drink and never made it. That shows me what happens to me and explains many things for which I could not otherwise account. See, because I don't know about the rest of you, but I had a lot of guilt and shame and remorse. A grandmother that I'm going back to Iowa to make an amend in her grave. I loved her dearly. She died. I'm in Alaska. I have 3 days to get down for the funeral. 6 days later, I wake up in St. Louis, Missouri. That was not my intent when I got on the airplane with no alcohol in me, because I loved her and my intent was to be there for my mother and the rest of the family, and I never made it. And the reason I never made it is because I'm allergic to alcohol, and you put alcohol in me, and I'm going to follow that alcohol wherever it takes me. Now, for those of you who got distance between you and a drink, I'll give you an exercise, because I haven't had alcohol in me in over 11 years. So a man gave me an exercise, and here's what he did. In your meditation, Mark, imagine yourself going into a liquor store, buying booze, and see what would happen. And I did that. It was an interesting exercise. I pull up to the liquor store. I already had a cooler in my car and a glass about 3 times bigger than this full of ice. And I went in the liquor store, and I used to like to drink vodka and grapefruit juice when I felt it necessary. And I said to the man, I want a half gallon of absolute vodka. I didn't say a pint and I didn't say a fifth. I said a half gallon. Didn't blink an eye. Paid for it. I was a little nervous walking out. What would my friends in AA say, right? I get out to my car and I popped that cork and I filled that glass up and took a drink. And you know what I realized? I don't have the slightest idea where I'd be in 1 hour, let alone in 10 days. See, I needed to get in touch with 11 years, 5 months away from a drink of alcohol, Mark, what would happen to you if you put alcohol back in your system again? Those of you who have been sitting there for a while, I want you to think about something else I snapped to one day. My alcoholic ego actually thinks it knows what the day looks like when I'm going to take a drink again. You know what it says? Circumstances are bad, or she left you, or he died, or you lost a job. You know what I've come to understand? You know when I'm in the greatest danger? Probably when it's going fantastic. My ego also wants me to think that because I got a lot of distance between me and a drink, there's a lot of distance between me and my next drink. You know what the work showed me last time? Those of you who got some time between you and alcohol, think about this. What I saw this time through the work is the more distance I have between me and my last drink, the closer I am to my next drink. What my alcoholic ego does around this thing called alcoholism is absolutely incredible. Turn over to the next page, XXVI. This is one of the most important paragraphs in the doctor's opinion. It says, we believe, and so suggest a few years ago, the action of alcohol on these chronic alcoholics is a manifestation of an allergy, that the phenomena of craving is limited to this class and never occurs in an average temperate drinker. Highlight the word never. These allergic types can never safely use the alcohol in any form at all. Give me a volunteer. Ram, I'm going to ask you a question. Did you form the habit of drinking alcohol and found you couldn't break it?
Yes.
Did you lose your self-confidence?
Yes.
Did you lose your reliance upon things human?
Yes.
Did your problems pile up on you?
Yes.
Did they become difficult to solve?
Yes.
That's how I turn statements into questions. He answered yes to every one, just like I do every time. We tested this down in Corpus Christi last week. I was doing this with a bunch of people. We had some people in the room who didn't have our illness. I asked them the same questions. You know what this woman said to all those questions? No, no, no. You know why? Because she's not allergic to alcohol when she puts it in her body. You understand? You see the series of questions we went through? If you're sitting in this room and when you take a drink of alcohol, you answer yes to these questions, you are powerless over alcohol physically when it is in your body. And in the doctor's opinion, we are told that will never, ever go away. Let me read something. And I'm going to mention the name because this is a newspaper clipping, so this is public information. I'm not breaking anyone's anonymity. Actor Don Johnson is being treated for drinking, his publicist said, after making a mess of himself on a Miami radio show while promoting a Planet Hollywood opening last week. Johnson slurred words, and he swore at his hosts, who asked him not to use dirty words. I can do whatever I want, the actor responded. I'm rich, I'm famous, and I'm bigger than you. When he threatened to slam the host, one of them piped up and said, you don't know how fast we'll bleep you, pretty boy, said Johnson's publicist. Don was sober for 10 years. At some point last year, he decided he could handle an occasional glass of wine with dinner. He can't. That is an awesome article that speaks to me of the disease of the body and mind. 10 years away from alcohol. And let's assume he's done the work. If you've done the work, you absolutely know you could never put alcohol in because you'll break out in craving. But we're going to find out having that information doesn't keep us away from a drink either. I want to read one other article, also in the paper. 37-year-old man, married, 2 kids, he's dead now, a little over $3 million a year, famous baseball player. And I'm coming back from doing a workshop and I'm reading this. This sums up this disease to me. Eric Shaw was buried Saturday afternoon in a private service, and the teammates utilized him as a man with courage, etc., etc. A color photograph of Shaw in a San Diego Padres uniform was propped up above his green coffin.
in the Harvest Christian Fellowship Chapel, while ball players and friends spoke of his zest for life, inquisitive intellect, and deep religious beliefs. Show 37, who died Wednesday in a drug treatment center from a drug overdose. This disease is powerful. Given sufficient reason, knowing I have the craving of the body, will that keep me away from alcohol? Given sufficient reasons, do I think I have any choice when it comes to me and alcohol and putting alcohol in my system? The next paragraph in the doctor's opinion: frothy emotional appeal seldom suffices. And does everyone know what that means? That means all your loved ones who came up and says, "Will you please quit drinking?" Or if you're dying of untreated alcoholism, all the husbands and wives who said, "God, will you go to a meeting or get a new sponsor?" It says the message which can interest and hold these alcoholic people must have depth and weight. A man sat across from me, 15, 16 years sober, who drank like I did, and he had been changed, and he told me he didn't do anything about that change. Another great lie in Alcoholics Anonymous. I hear it all the time. Just heard at a meeting the other day. I've got to change everything about myself. I can't change anything about myself, and until I admit that, God can't come in and change everything. We hear it over and over again. You've got to change everything about yourself. We support the self-help book industry, and it's an absolute joke and a lie. Why? Because lack of power is our dilemma. Now, does that mean we can't get power? But Mark can't change. Mark, I know. I gave away reams and boxes of self-help books. This was a great one, Managing Your Anger. Right? I don't have the power to change myself. I'm real clear on that today. I've tried many times. Talks about in nearly all cases, their ideals must be grounded in a power greater than themselves if they are to recreate their lives. Highlight that. That's an awesome promise. And many of us in this room have manifested that. We get to recreate our lives in this fellowship because there's a loving Creator out there who wants absolutely nothing but the best for us. And if we develop a relationship with Him, we recreate our lives. Bottom paragraph. And I'm going to do something here that Don did, and it's an exercise that I want to pass on to you. When you read the book, either use the word I or put your name in there. And the reason is, my alcoholic ego, when it reads the word we, it thinks it's talking about you. It doesn't think it's talking about me. So he had me read this book, putting my name or using the word I, and this book took on a whole new meaning. So, I'm going to read this. Mark drinks essentially because he likes the effect produced by alcohol. The effect is all that stuff on page 52 that I talked about, and when I drank, I didn't have trouble in personal relationships, and I wasn't a prey to misery and depression, and I wasn't full of fear, and I wasn't unhappy, and I could make a living, and I thought I could help everybody. When alcohol worked, that's the effect, and it took away fear and tension, and it took away being restless, irritable, and discontent. It says the sensation, meaning this effect, is so elusive that while Mark admits it's injurious, Mark cannot after a time differentiate the true from the false. To Mark, his alcoholic life seems a normal one. Mark is restless, irritable, and discontented unless Mark can again experience a sense of ease and comfort, which comes at once by taking a few drinks which Mark sees others taking with impunity. After Mark has succumbed to the desire again, as he would so often do, and the phenomenon of craving develops, Mark passes through the well-known stages of a spree, emerging remorseful, with a firm resolution not to drink again. And this is repeated over and over, and unless Mark can experience an entire psychic change, there's very little hope of Mark's recovery. That is a very powerful paragraph that talks to me about why I drink. I love it when an alcoholic says, I love the taste of beer. BS. The best tasting drink in the world is cold, clear spring water, but we do not sit down and drink a case at a time. You and I drank alcohol and did dope for effect. The effect was it treated my spiritual malady. The dilemma we reached is one day it quit working. Now I'm in that helpless place where I can't quit. I can't quit. And it's no longer giving me the effect that it used to give me. That's another reason I go back through the work. What I did last year no longer gives me the effect that it used to give me. So I go back through because I want another new experience with this. I tell people this: if you're in AA and you have not done this work, here's the difference between me and you. You put an alcoholic into untreated alcoholism, the state of being restless, irritable, discontent, and you leave them long enough, and they don't have any tools, and I've got a whole toolbox full, at some point in time, the obsession to drink will come back, and they will pick up a drink. Those who have gone through and done this work have a whole bunch of tools they can pick up in those situations. We all have. How many of you in here think how you feel has something to do with your alcoholism? Raise your hands. Give me a show of hands. Nobody in here thinks how you feel has anything to do with your alcoholism? How many of you think circumstances of your life have something to do with your alcoholism? Good, you guys are sharp. Here's why. I felt great and drank whiskey, and I felt miserable and drank whiskey. It is not a feeling disease. My ducks were all in a row when I drank alcohol, and they weren't in a row when I drank alcohol. Now my ego wants to place my alcoholism out here. Remember I said something? My ego wants to tell me that it knows what the day looks like when I'll take a drink. And the way it does that is it says, on this day your circumstances will get bad, and then you'll take a drink. Or on this day you'll be feeling this. I'm not an alcoholic because of how I feel, and I'm not an alcoholic because of my circumstances. How I was raised, the color of my skin. I mean, a friend of mine, I love this stuff about the dysfunctional family. He says, I came from a dysfunctional family, and the reason it was dysfunctional is because I was in it. And I relate to that. This is an important paragraph because it tells me what happens. If you and I are restless, irritable, discontent, and have distance from alcohol for a period of time, we are going to seek ease and comfort. And if alcohol and or drugs was my only solution, I'm going back to it again. You see, at 2.5 years in this program, I knew I needed something that was far more powerful than the effect I got from alcohol and drugs. And just going to meetings and just reading the book and just not drinking wasn't producing the effect. This disease is internal, recovery is internal. It has nothing to do with the external circumstances or conditions in my life. It has to do with my personal relationship with my loving Creator. And we're going to be given a set of spiritual tools to find out in the first step that we need power, that we've lost choice, that we've lost control, that we suffer from a spiritual malady, and be given a set of tools to develop a relationship so that we are given power, so that we aren't blocked from that power anymore, and we can recreate our lives. Let's turn over again to XXVII, and then I think we're going to we'll take a short break. On this page, they go into the different types of alcoholics, and I know for myself the paragraph I wanted to fit in, but I basically fit in all of them. The psychopaths, they're emotionally unstable, always going on the wagon. Yeah, that was me. Or over-remorseful, make many resolutions but never a decision. The type of man unwilling to admit he can't take a drink. Type of man who believes after being free from alcohol he can take a drink without danger. We just read about him. Manic depressive. I wanted to be in the next paragraph but didn't fit. Types entirely normal in every respect except in the effect alcohol has upon them. They're awful, able, intelligent, friendly people. All these and many others have one symptom in common. They cannot start drinking without developing the phenomenon of craving. This phenomenon, as we have suggested, may be the manifestation of analogy, which differentiates these people and sets them apart as a distinct entity. It has never been, by any treatment with which we are familiar, permanently eradicated. The only relief we have to suggest is entire abstinence. And then the book follows that up with, this precipitates us into a cauldron of debate. And it goes on to say, the general opinion among physicians is that chronic alcoholics are doomed. Here's why. Dr. Silkworth told Bill and 50,000 other people like him, Bill, you're allergic to alcohol, don't take a drink, you won't get drunk. And Bill kept showing up at Towns Hospital almost dead. In the doctor's opinion, Dr. Silkworth has told us what's wrong with us. And then he also says, the sad news is, I can't do anything about it. He told Bill, you have an allergy to alcohol. We look at our own experience with alcohol to see, is this me? Do I have this thing called craving? Are there times I want to have 2 and I have 10 and 12? Are there times I wanted to have 2 and go somewhere and I never made it? And did I reach the place in my drinking where I could not control alcohol? Got to understand something about craving. It says the average temperate drinker has never had craving. Example, I did some work with a school teacher. 9 months out of the year, bone dry. June 1, he'd go buy about 9 cases of beer. By August 15th, he'd be in the hospital almost dying. Says to me, Mark, I'm not an alcoholic. I go 9 months out of the year and don't drink. I said, listen, dummy, the big book does not concern itself with how old you are when looking at craving. It does not concern itself with gender. Doesn't care how smart you are, how many degrees you got. It asks one simple question. When you take a drink, you break out in craving. Does that happen to you? I said, do you think it's normal behavior to go buy 9 cases of beer? So that's all we've looked at in the doctor's opinion. One thing, when I put alcohol in me, do I break out in craving? If the answer to that is yes, then you are powerless over alcohol physically. That will never go away. And then there's a little bit more information. I'm going to give you an exercise to do on Bill's story, and then we're going to take a break. I've read Bill's story plenty of times. Here's the exercise I was given. Read the first 8 pages of Bill's story and write these 3 words in your book. Think, drink, and feel. And whenever, in those first 8 pages, whenever you think like Bill, drink like Bill, or feel like Bill, I want you to highlight that sentence. And what's always interesting, and particularly I enjoy it with women, many times most of their book is entirely marked up. You're going to see why on page 17 we do this exercise. But before we take a break, I want to close with a paragraph on page 8 that described me when I came into AA. And this paragraph is all internal, not external. Here's what it says, and see if you can relate. No words can tell of the loneliness and despair that I found in that bitter morass of self-pity. Quicksand stretched around me in all directions. I had met my match. I had been overwhelmed. Alcohol was my master. That described me when I came into AA, and that also described me 2.5 years sober, dying of untreated alcoholism. That paragraph, I related to every word because that paragraph takes place down in my stomach. That part that wakes you up at 3 o'clock in the morning, but you've been around AA for a period of time, and you don't feel like you can call someone and say, I'm dying and I don't know what's going on. That was me. I came into AA, and that was me 2.5 years away from a drink of alcohol. So go through and do that exercise and highlight whenever you think, drink, and feel. And then in pages 9 through 16, which is where Bill talks about his recovery, go through that and highlight everything that you are unwilling to do that Bill did. And then when you get to page 43, go back through and see if you've gotten a little more willing. I do that every time. I go through pages 9 through 16 and I highlight everything I'm unwilling to do. Let me give you an example. There are 2 amends I've got to make this time. I can tell I'm getting better. I would like to take a rifle scope, 357, and I've gotten better in just sight in on these people. Now I don't want to shoot them, but I'd like to have the round go kind of close and create a little tension in the sphincter muscle. So when I went through and read that, I said, I'm unwilling to go make amends to these 2 people. And then I got up to page 43 and I went back again and said, I will be very happy to go make amends to these 2 people. So that's a good exercise. Go through pages 9 through 16, ask yourself, here it's going to tell you exactly what Bill did, and ask yourself, am I willing to do that? That's where he talks about, I had to make a list of all the people that I felt resentment toward or that I hurt, and I have to go make amends to them all, stuff like that. I must turn in all things to the Father of light. I must ask the Father of light to take away my sins, all of them root and branch, all those kinds of things. Let's stop there, and then we'll take a little break, and we'll come back in, and we'll start on chapter 2, There is a Solution. Mark, and I'm an alcoholic. Page 17, chapter 2, There is a Solution. Says, we of Alcoholics Anonymous know thousands of men and women who were once just as hopeless as Bill. That is where you turn that into a question based on the exercise I told you to do with the first 8 pages. Was I just as hopeless as Bill when I related to think, drink, and feel? And then next sentence says nearly all have recovered. Now I think that's the 4th or 5th time the book's used the word recovered, hasn't it? It's not using the word recovering. It says they've solved the drink problem. Next paragraph is a long paragraph and describes the fellowship. And there's a couple sentences toward the bottom of that paragraph that I want you to highlight. I'm going to give you some information on. Where it says, the feeling of having shared in a common peril is one element in the powerful cement which binds us, but that in itself would never have held us together as we're now joined. Make a note in your book, page 75. I want to explain something. What the book is starting to talk to us about is that you and I share a common peril. What's wrong with us? And it says it's one element in the powerful cement. This idea of cement is important on page 75, because if you go to page 75, you're going to be asked some questions about cement, and if you've never done the work and sat across from a sponsor and had this explained, some of you may have had this experience. When you get done doing your 5th step, part of the 5th step is to go home and spend an hour alone. And it asks you some absolute insane questions if you don't understand this. For example, have you tried to make mortar without sand? What the hell does that mean? Okay? Is the cement in place? What does that mean? So when they're talking about cement here, to make cement you got to have 2 components, mortar and sand. I got to know what's wrong with me, and I got to know the solution. There's also a warning in here. It says, but that in itself would never have held us together as we're now joined, meaning our common peril, what is wrong with us, will not hold us together as a fellowship. Goes on to say, the tremendous fact for every one of us is that we've discovered a common solution. A common solution is one we can all use. Goes on to say, we have a way out on which we can absolutely agree and upon which we can join in brotherly and harmonious action. If I could ever pitch a convention, here's the one I would pitch. In Breckenridge, Colorado, July 28th through the 31st, there's a convention up there called the Fellowship of the Spirit. This will be the 2nd year that it's met. And I went last year, and I've never had this experience. Everyone at that convention, some of you were in here, has gone through and done this work. Over half of them had made all their amends, and we all had a common solution on which we could absolutely agree. It was one of the most powerful experiences I've ever had in Alcoholics Anonymous, and this year there will be 450 of us there. You see, when you go from the title page to page 164 and do what the book says, we all have a common solution on which we can now absolutely agree.
We understand our common peril. We understand the common solution. The sad news in the fellowship today is if you went into a meeting, there's 20 people in there, and here's the question. This is an essay question. Please write down the common solution on which we can absolutely agree. Do you think you would get 20 of the same solution? No, I don't think so. Because of what I mentioned. The message in the big book and the message in the fellowship have gotten so dramatically far apart. All right? If you turn the page, once again, I want to turn statements into questions. It says an illness of this sort, and we'd come to believe it as an illness involves those about us in a way no other human sickness can. If a person has cancer, all are sorry for him and no one's angry or hurt, but not so with the alcoholic illness, for that with it there goes annihilation of all the things worthwhile in life. Next few sentences are also excellent to find out if you're suffering from untreated alcoholism. Example, here's how I would turn this into questions. Mark, when you were drinking, did your drinking engulf all whose lives touched you? Yes. Mark, did your drinking and your actions from drinking bring misunderstanding, fierce resentment, financial insecurity, disgusted friends and employers, warped lives of blameless children, sad wives and parents? Anyone can increase the list? Yes. That's how I take statements and I turn them into questions. Now, I told you about squiggly lines. We're going to see a paragraph on page 18. It says the ex-problem drinker who's found this solution, who's properly armed with facts about himself, can generally win the entire confidence of another alcoholic in a few hours. Until such an understanding is reached, little or nothing can be accomplished. In a few hours with my first real sponsor, I begin to get in recovery and I begin to get hope, and until that time, little or nothing was accomplished in my recovery. Those of you in here that I've done some work with know exactly what I'm talking about. Those of you that have relapsed know what I'm talking about. Somehow it's almost as if I have to sit across from someone else and go through this process so they can explain these words which you would think that we could understand. The next paragraph is an excellent paragraph to tell you what to look for in a sponsor. That the man who's making the approach has had the same difficulty, that he obviously knows what he's talking about, that his whole deportment shouts to the new prospect he's a man with a real answer, that he has no attitude of holier than thou, nothing whatever except a sincere desire to be helpful. There's no fees to pay, no access to grind, no people to please, no lectures to be endured. These are the conditions we have found most effective. Now I get a promise. After such an approach, many take up their beds and walk again. Meaning, find a man like this, who's armed with facts, sit across, go through the work, take up your bed and walk again. Become a part of life, develop a relationship with God. Goes on to say in page 19, highlight this sentence, we feel that elimination of our drinking is but a beginning. Next paragraph, and I add 3 little words because it fits. If I keep on the way I'm going, just not drinking, there's little doubt much good will result because the surface of the problem would hardly be scratched. That was me at 2.5 years. If you'll turn over to page 20. Now again, remember, an exercise that you can do on your own. You can go from the doctor's opinion up through page 43, and every time the big book makes a statement, you can turn it into a question, and you can answer the question based on your own experience. All right? Top of page 20 says, you may already have asked yourself why it is all of us became so very ill from drinking. Doubtless you're curious to discover how and why, in the face of expert opinion to the contrary, we have recovered from a hopeless condition of mind and body. If you're an alcoholic who wants to get over it, you may already be asking, what do I have to do? Trying to get a drunk to do that, ask that question is real tough.
I hear it said in AA, the 3 hardest words for an alcoholic are I love you. The people who say that never drank like I did. You put enough booze in me and those words are real easy to say. The 3 hardest words for me to say are, I don't know. I don't know. Goes on to say it is the purpose of this book to answer such questions specifically. Now the book has told us it will show us precisely how to recover. Now they're going to answer the question, what do I have to do to recover specifically? We shall tell you what we have done. I always tell people this. Don't work with me if you don't want what I have. If you want what I have, you're going to have to do what I did. If you don't do what I did. Now you get a whole paragraph of observations and things that people have said to us many, many times. And at times, we've said to the alcoholic who's relapsed. And behind all those, turn to the paragraph where it says, these are commonplace observation on drinkers we hear all the time. Back of them is a world of ignorance and misunderstanding. These expressions refer to people whose reactions are different from ours. Now keep something in mind. We're looking at one thing. All of us in here got booze in our body. We've taken a drink. We've activated craving. That's all we're looking at. Now we're going to find out very easily and very quickly how many of us in this room are real alcoholics physically. The first thing we're going to look at is we're going to see whether or not I'm a moderate drinker. So I'm going to answer a question. It says, moderate drinkers have little trouble in giving up liquor entirely. If they have good reason for it, they can take it or leave it alone. Is that you, Mark? No, we'll skip past that guy. Now we go to a hard drinker. It says we have a certain kind of hard drinker. I may have the habit badly enough to gradually impair me physically and mentally. That was true in my case. It may cause me to die a few years before my time. That also was true. Here's the kicker. If a sufficiently strong reason, ill health, falling in love, change of environment, or the warning of a doctor becomes operative, this man can stop or moderate. And you can add some other things to these reasons. So, I fit the hard drinker, and it says, Mark, if a sufficiently strong reason. Don said to me, did you have probably a list of sufficiently strong reasons why you should never touch alcohol again? And I said, yes. And he said, did that keep you away from alcohol? And I said, no. Then he said, you're not a hard drinker, are you? And I said, I guess not. He said, could you moderate? And I said, no. He said, could you stop and stay stopped? And I said, no. Then he said, you're not a hard drinker. Well, Mark, if you're not a moderate drinker and you're not a hard drinker, guess what's left, big guy? What about the real alcoholic? Now look at this. I may start off as a moderate drinker. I may or may not become a continuous hard drinker, but at some stage in my drinking career, I begin to lose all control of my liquor consumption once I start to drink. If that is you, you are powerless over alcohol physically when it's in your body, and that will never change. You are a real alcoholic. Have you ever been in a meeting and heard someone introduce themselves as a real alcoholic? Those people who are doing that know what is wrong with them. That's why they say, I'm a real alcoholic. I need to know, am I a moderate drinker, hard drinker, or real alcoholic? Physically, is there anyone in here that doesn't fit in the real alcoholic category? Is there anyone in here that can moderate their drinking? That's kind of a crazy question for this group. Is there anyone in here that could stop and stay stopped? So this room's full of real alcoholics and real addicts then, isn't it? If you're an addict, just take the same criteria. Is there an addict in here? Imagine this, right? Got a pile of Coke laying here. You got a lady sitting here in a nice bottle of Bordeaux, and you say to her, honey, we're just going to do 2 lines tonight. We're going to save the rest over the next week. Right? A lot of you addicts could do that, couldn't you? That means you can't moderate then, right? I don't care whether it's alcohol or your drug of choice that you don't have any choice over, prescription pills, what have you. If you can't moderate, that's one piece. The second question is, can you stop and stay stopped? If the answer to both those no, then you're a real addict and a real alcoholic physically. That's all we're looking at now. What happens to me when I take a drink of alcohol? Or what happens to me when I put dope in me? Okay? Now, let's turn over to bottom of page 22. And there's one paragraph that we're going to look at, and then we're going to no longer look at the body. Here's what it says. We know that while Mark keeps away from drink, as he may do for months or years, he will react much like other men. Now look at that, months or years. Some of you who've been away from alcohol for a long period of time in relapse can really relate to this. It says we're equally positive that once Mark takes any alcohol, whatever, into his system, something happens both in the bodily and mental sense which make it virtually impossible for Mark to stop. Now here's the question. Make a note in your book, top of page 23, looking at the body stops. And here's the question, based on the doctor's opinion, the first 23 pages in the book. Mark, does your experience abundantly confirm that when you take a drink, something happens to you both in the bodily and mental sense which make it virtually impossible for you to stop? Is there anyone in here that wouldn't answer that yes? The big book from page 23 to page 164 will not talk to us anymore about alcohol in our system. It will talk to us about the state we're all in right now. The book is through talking to us about having alcohol in our system. That ought to suggest something. Perhaps putting the alcohol in the system isn't the problem. If it was, I think it would have devoted more time. It's not going to look at it anymore. Page 23, here's what it says. These observations would be academic and pointless if Mark never took the first drink, thereby setting the terrible cycle in motion. Here's what the book's saying. Mark, we've given you 23 pages of information to look at why you're powerless over alcohol once you take a drink. But that information's academic and pointless, Mark, if you never took a drink. Goodbye, have a good day. Guess what? I can't do that. That's why it says, knowing that I'm powerless over alcohol physically because of craving isn't going to do me any good. It goes on to say, therefore, the main problem that Mark has centers in his mind rather than in his body. From page 23 to 43, we're going to look at something. And here's what we're going to look at. Why am I powerless over alcohol mentally before I take the first drink? Before I take the first drink. Those of you who've relapsed, the problem is not the drink. The problem is, why am I powerless over alcohol mentally before I take the first drink? All right? And it's going to go on to say, if you ask him why he started in the last bender, chances are he'll offer you any one of 100 alibis. I want to tell you a little exercise to do that I did at this point in time in the work. I was asked to make a list of the 10 most insane things that I ever did. And I made this list. And the 10 most insane things that I ever did, I did behind alcohol and dope. And I got done and I showed that to my sponsor. And he said to me, Mark, the most insane thing you ever did is not on that list. And he said, and when you did it, you were stone cold sober with no booze or dope in you. I said, what are you talking about? He said, based on what happened to you when you take a drink of alcohol, the most insane thing you could have ever done in your life is to take a drink of alcohol. And I said, my God. And he introduced me to what we're going to look at in the next 20 pages. And when you leave tonight, I suspect you're going to have the same experience I have every single time I go through that work. And that is that I get into a lot of fear and terror. Because in these next 20 pages, you're all going to understand something. We have forever lost power choice, control around whether we will ever take a drink of alcohol or put dope in us. Ever. It's gone. We have lost power, choice, control. And that's what the next 20 pages is going to show us. They're going to use 5 or 6 examples to make us look at our own experience to see if this is true. Okay? Goes on to say that if I start on the last bender, I'll give you any one of 100 alibis. I always ask when we get new people in, I'm doing the big book study, why'd you relapse? He left me. She left me. I got fired from the job. I'm Hispanic. The list goes on and on, right? Any one of 100 alibis. And then I'll say, let's make a list of your reasons why you should never take a drink again. Well, let's see, DWIs, the wife has left, the employer's going to fire you, I'm going to lose my license. We could go on and on with a whole long list, right? I'll say, well, aren't those pretty sufficient reasons to never pick up a drink again? Yeah. But do you keep picking up a drink again? Yeah. Don't you see that you got no power? That you've lost choice, you've lost control? Goes on to say, once in a while, I may tell the truth. The truth, strange to say, is usually I have no more idea why I took the first drink than you have. Some drinkers have excuses of which are satisfied part of the time, but in their hearts they don't know why they do it. Once this malady has a real hold, they are a baffled lot. There's the obsession somehow someday they'll beat the game. Here's what that means. There's the obsession that I can actually go out and have 2 or 3 drinks and get the effect that I used to get probably 20 years ago. That's the obsession. It's a lie. It's an absolute lie. Think about this. I don't know about the rest of you, but when I came into AA, booze had quit working for me years before I came in. Years. What the book is saying is, Mark, having that information won't keep you away from it either. Because I'm obsessed that somehow, someday I can beat the game, meaning I can drink moderately, if such a thing. I love this when drunks say, they get excited, right? They're going to invent something to allow me to drink normal. What the hell good's that going to do us? We never wanted to drink normal. We drank for effect. It took a hell of a lot of booze to get the effect. I wouldn't take, if there was something out there I could take to drink normal, I wouldn't take it. I never wanted to drink normal, and neither did you, because it would not produce the desired effect that we need. I don't think it's unusual that alcohol is called spirits. We suffer from a spirituality. We drank spirits to treat our spirituality. One day it damn near killed us and turned on us. Now we got to go through and find God to treat the spirituality. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? Bottom of the page, it talks about how true this is if you realize, in a vague way, family and friends sense these drinkers are abnormal. Yeah, man. But everybody hopefully awaits the day when Mark will rouse himself from his lethargy and assert his power will. Tragic truth is, if Mark be a real alcoholic, the happy day might not arrive. Mark's lost control. How many of you, give me a show of hands, how many of you sat in meetings, Alcoholics Anonymous, and hear people raise their hands and say, I got up this morning and I chose not to drink alcohol? Raise your hands. Okay. I'm going to read this next paragraph in squiggly lines, and I don't know how you all interpret it, but it's pretty black and white to me, but we'll see. Here's what it says. The fact is that most alcoholics, for reasons yet obscure, have lost the power of choice and drink, period. There's no nifty little subtitles in there that say, because I'm 21 years sober, I've been restored the power of choice. It doesn't say, because I do this steps, I've been given the power of choice, does it? It says, I've lost the power of choice, period. Lost the power of choice, period. Let me tell you the danger in an alcoholic telling himself he's got the power to choose whether he drinks or not. I go through this work because in the first 43 pages, I see I have a disease of the body and mind, no human power can treat me. The minute I start telling myself I got that power to choose whether I drink or not, why do I need to go to meetings? Why do I need you? Why the hell do I need a sponsor? I mean, I love Alcoholics Anonymous. I absolutely love drunks, but I spend a lot of time in this program. If I were an alcoholic, if I had the power to choose, trust me, on a Friday night, I'd probably be somewhere else. So would you. Goes on to say, our so-called willpower becomes practically non-existent. We are unable at certain times to bring into our consciousness with sufficient force the memory of the suffering humiliation of a week or a month ago. We are without defense against the first drink. We are without defense. A defense means it works. See, how many of you, raise your hands again, how many of you been in AA and heard this one? Think through the drink. Okay? We'll see if the book smashes that one too. Goes on to say, the almost certain consequences that follow taking even a glass of beer do not crowd into the mind to deter us. If these thoughts occur, which implies they may not, they're hazy and readily supplemented with the old threadbare idea, this time Mark will handle himself like other people. There's a complete failure of the kind of defense that keeps Mark from putting his hand in the hot stove. And in the next sentence, or perhaps Mark doesn't think at all. Look at the danger in thinking through the drink. That implies that you can think through the drink and look at the consequences. That is a lie. That is an absolute lie. I always loved the thing about defense on the hot stove. How many of you have been burned in childhood on a stove? Almost all of us. I'll give you a little scenario, and this sums me up with alcohol. We all have gas ranges in our home. And one time as a child, the gas range was on, we got a bad burn. Now every time that gas range is on, there ain't no way we're getting close to that puppy, right? Here's what happens with me and alcohol. Pretend booze is that gas range. You know what I did? I put my hand over that gas range, burnt the hell out of me. Not once, but a lot of times. And what happens to me, every time I go in my kitchen, I'm compelled to go over, turn the gas range on. Pretty soon I got stumps here, and I'm trying to get my leg up in the damn thing. We have no defense against the first drink. For God's sakes, look at the consequences we've all suffered drinking alcohol. I have never met a dumb alcoholic. That's one of our problems. We're the smartest, dumbest group of people I've ever met in my life. We all have a long list of massive consequences suffered from drinking alcohol. If that list doesn't show you have no mental defense, I don't know what will. Test that sometime. Take your list, walk up to a normie. Say, listen, when I drink, these things have happened to me, and I'm thinking of maybe picking up a drink again. What do you think? They'll lock your ass up. He'd say, are you crazy? Why would anybody do that if that's what happened to you drinking? I'll tell you why. Because I have no mental defense against the first drink. I must get a relationship with God. I must. I absolutely must. You know why? The reason I keep picking up the drink in spite of significant consequences is because it is the only thing that treats what's wrong with me, my spiritual malady. That's why. And if I don't get a solution that is far more powerful and gives me a more powerful effect than what booze does, I'm going to drink again. I sponsored men who are looking at going to the penitentiary. Sufficient reason, if on a urine test they show up dirty, they're going to the penitentiary, they go to the penitentiary again. That's a fairly sufficient reason. You think you got any defense against the first drink? Look at your experience and find out, do I have a mental defense against the first drink? Bottom of the page, 24. When this sort of thinking, now we're looking at, keep in mind, from page 23 to 43, we're looking at one thing. Why am I powerless over alcohol mentally before I pick up the drink? That's all we're looking at. We don't care if you're 15 or 90, male or female, rich or poor, degreed or not degreed. None of that makes any difference. We're talking about you and booze mentally before the first drink. Bottom of the page says, when this sort of thinking is fully established in an individual with alcoholic tendencies, I probably placed myself beyond human aid. What is the fellowship comprised of? Human beings. There are two powers. There is the power of the fellowship, and there's the power of God. The fellowship was never intended to keep me sober. I'll give you something to think about, and I'll give you the answer to this a little later on. Do you know there's two fellowships within Alcoholics Anonymous? One of them we're experiencing right now. That's called the Spirit of the Fellowship. Do you know there's another one? It's talked about on page 164. It's called the Fellowship of the Spirit. And I know a lot of men and women who I'm bonded with in the Fellowship of the Spirit. Huge difference. For 2.5 years I was involved in the Spirit of the Fellowship. Since then, having done this work many times, now I operate with a whole bunch of people in the Fellowship of the Spirit. That part of your being that doesn't have anything to do with your head. The Fellowship of the Spirit. It goes on to say that unless I'm locked up, I'm going to die or go permanently insane. These stark and ugly facts have been confirmed by legions of alcoholics throughout history. But for the grace of God, there would have been thousands more convincing demonstrations. So many want to stop it, cannot. Now, in the book, in 25 pages, look at what it's told me. It's going to show me precisely how to recover from a hopeless condition of mind and body. They're going to show me. It tells me I've introduced to the idea of I got a disease of mind and body. Doc's opinion introduced me to craving. Does this happen to you? We answered some questions. We see we're real alcoholics physically. Now we've looked at the obsession of the mind. So when it says there's a solution in squiggly lines, I think I will pay attention. Here's what it says. I love this next sentence because it starts out telling me immediately what I'm not going to like. Mark is not going to like the self-searching, the leveling of pride, the confession of shortcomings, which the process requires for its successful consummation. They just outlined the 12 steps, told me it was a process, and told me it's a requirement. But Mark saw it really worked in others, and Mark had come to believe in the hopelessness and futility of life as he had been living it. When, therefore, Mark was approached by those in whom the problem had been solved, there was nothing left for Mark to do but pick up the kit of spiritual tools laid at his feet. I was asked, is there anything left for you but to pick up these kit of tools? And I said, no. There's two surrenders most of us make in AA. The first one happens to us with booze. Here's the second one. We come into AA, we do a little bit of stuff, and then we get involved with the heeing and the sheeing. That'll fix my spiritual malady. Of course, that only intensifies it because we got no power for healthy relationships. Then we try career and become workaholics. Then we get burned out. We go through careers, money, men, women, physical exercise, you name it, self-improvement books. We go through a whole nother gamut. And then lo and behold, we wake up maybe before we pick up the drink, dying of untreated alcoholism once again, and we get taken back to this solution right here, the 12 steps. Is there anything left for you to do, Mark, but pick up these kit of spiritual tools? There was nothing left for me to do. Now the next paragraph I love because it describes to me what has to happen to me in this spiritual experience and lets me know why no human power can help me. The great fact is this and nothing less. We've had a deep and effective spiritual experience which has revolutionized my whole attitude toward life, toward our fellows, and toward God's universe. Imagine going to a psychiatrist and here's what you say to him. I'll pay you $100 a week for a year if you can do some work with me that will revolutionize my whole attitude toward life, toward my fellows, and toward God's universe. I don't think that's going to happen, folks. And then it tells us what has to happen for that to happen. The central fact of our lives today is the absolute certainty our Creator has entered into our hearts and lives in a way which is indeed miraculous. He has commenced to accomplish those things for us which we can never do by ourselves. Another great thing I hear in AA I love. I'm working the steps to the best of my ability. Bullshit. The best of my ability has me drunk on a bar stool. I work these steps with the grace and power and love of God far beyond the best of my ability. I'm an alcoholic. The best of my ability, I am a selfish, self-centered SOB. God allows me through this process to do things far beyond the best of my ability. And I'll smash another one in AA. I love this. I hear this all the time today. There's always, you're around AA long enough, new stuff comes up, right? Here's the new stuff. I'm a people pleaser. Everyone says that till you get to the inventory and you get to the fourth column. Because you know why? Alcoholics, it says, we are brutally selfish and self-seeking people even when our motives are kind. In Al-Anon, they ask you to do something it's impossible for a drunk to do. Do something good for someone and not get found out. Not us. We got to have an airplane flying over Hunt, Texas, saying what a nifty guy we are, right? We are not people pleasers. We are brutally selfish, self-seeking people who, when we do something kind for somebody, we have a motive behind us. We'll find that out when we look at inventory. I always joke with some of the female clients who come in here, because I talk about, oh, you're just one of those nice ladies that drank a little bit too much. Yeah, that's me. Oh, really? We get to inventory, and what we find out is we got a chronic, helpless, hopeless alcoholic, right? Whose ego says, I'm a nice girl who just drank a little bit too much alcohol. All right. It says, if you're seriously alcoholic as we were, we believe there is no middle-of-the-road solution. There is no middle-of-the-road solution. Middle-of-the-road solution is anything that does not spell the necessary, vital, spiritual experience. Example, just don't drink. We just looked at the idea called craving. Just don't drink is the message to my body. But my dilemma is I can't pull that off. Don't tell me just don't drink. That won't work. Or go to 90 meetings in 90 days. Well, I might be safe in that one meeting, but there's 23 hours out there. What the hell do I do the rest of the night? Those are middle-of-the-road solutions. But we hope that in the midst of doing all that, we'll develop a relationship with God. There's a man sitting here tonight who's wanted to recover from alcoholism a long time and did those 5 things that we talk about in AA all the time. He just had never been shown how to do the steps. He's on fire with what he's seen in here because he finally has hope. He finally has a solution. So that's a responsibility that all of us have, to go into meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous and show people what is in this book. Goes on to say, we had passed into the region from which there's no return through human aid. That's the second time it's told us that. Now here's another exercise you need to do. Ask yourself, do I think there's any way that I can keep distance between me and alcohol based on my own power or for any other reason related to a human being? I.e., how many of you have children? A lot of you have kids. Probably one of the greatest loves there is. Can you stay away from alcohol based on loving your children? How many of you in relationships? Raise your hands. You probably love that person. Can you stay away from alcohol based on that love? Okay. You understand what the book's trying to get me to look at here? That I've gone far beyond human aid. I can come up with the deepest, most sincere feelings in the world. That won't keep me away from alcohol. The book is trying to get me in touch with something. Mark, you've lost power, choice, control. You have no mental defense. It's trying to make me go into my own experience and deep down in my gut start to feel this. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm already experiencing that once again because I'm flashing back over my life and thinking of the times, and I tried to pull up everything I could to stay away from alcohol and couldn't do that. Turn the page 26 and 27. I love this story of a great alcoholic named Roland Hazard. Roland spent a year with Dr. Carl Jung, one of the greatest psychiatrists in the world. And about the middle of page 26, I love this. Only an alcoholic thinks like this. It says, above all, Roland believed he had acquired such a profound knowledge of the inner workings of his mind and its hidden springs, relapse was unthinkable. I.e., my ego telling me that I think I know what I'm doing to keep myself sober. It's a lie. God keeps me sober. God keeps me sober. But over a period of time, I watch what my alcoholic ego does. Well, I'm staying sober because I'm working with all these men. Oh, really? I'm going to give you something to think about as we tie into finishing page 43. Going back to the work this time, I got a lot of distance between me and alcohol. I say to God, God, please show me, where am I with no mental defense, no power, no choice, no control, 11 plus years away from a drink? He did. You know what he showed me? He gave me a videotape rerun from the day I got sober in 1982 up to that morning, and he showed me literally months at a time where I was in deep, deep emotional pain, at times in depression. And there was not a single tool I've ever been given in this program that could have kept me away from alcohol based on where I came from. You see what I'm trying to say here? There were so many times in 11 plus years that I should have been absolutely drunk. That every tool I'd ever learned, whether it's calling somebody, praying, you name it, they were gone. I was in so much pain, I should have been drunk, and I was in prayer and meditation that morning sober. He showed me, 11 years away from a drink, that he is the one who has kept me sober. And he showed me that I have no power, no choice, no control, no defense. That's a good exercise if you've been sober for a while. So Roland, middle of page 27. I have to put in terms that I can understand the spiritual experience, because when I came here, and even sometimes today, it's difficult for me to hook onto words. And Dr. Young uses some words here which I think really speak to me simply about what has to happen to me here. And he says this. Roland goes back to the doctor after he'd relapsed and says to him, you have the mind of a chronic alcoholic, Roland. I've never seen one single case recover where that state of mind existed to the extent it does in you. Roland felt as though the gates of hell had closed on with a clang. He says to the doctor, is there no exception? Yeah, replied the doctor, there is. Exceptions to cases such as yours have been occurring since early times. Here and there, once in a while, alcoholics have what are called vital spiritual experiences. To me, these occurrences are phenomena. Now he describes what has to happen to you and I. They appear to be in the nature of huge emotional displacements and rearrangements. Look at the next sentence. Ideas, which is how you think, emotions, which is how you feel, and attitudes, which is your belief systems, which are once the guiding forces of the lives of these men, are suddenly cast to one side, and a whole new set of concepts and motives begins to dominate them. No human power can produce that, folks. Going to meetings can't produce that. Having a sponsor can't produce that. There's also something else that's interesting. They left out emotions when they talk about this change. You know why? Because when I do this work and develop a relationship with God, my thinking changes. When my thinking changes, my feelings change. The other thing that happens, my fit spiritual condition is separated from how I feel. Without doing this work, I used to be trapped by my emotional nature. This time through the work, there was a lot of sadness for me, probably more than any other time, as I've written inventory. This may be hard for some of you to relate, and some of you may relate to it. I had days of extreme sadness, but I was also in extreme joy, because sadness is just a feeling God gave me. That's all. I'm not dominated by my feelings anymore. I believe there's a reason why they talk about this spiritual experience and why they say ideas, emotions, and attitudes, which are once the guiding force, get cast to one side, and I begin to be dominated by a whole different set of concepts and motives. Today, my feelings are just my God-given feelings. They don't control me. They don't own me. Let's go on. Page 28. Here's an instruction to a new person that smashes another middle of the road in AA about take your time. Oh, just work the steps when you're comfortable. My sponsor says to me, Mark, you better get a flamethrower up your butt if you ever expect to get comfortable. Because he knew what was wrong with me. But here's what it says. We in our turn sought the same escape with all the desperation of drowning men. What seemed at first a flimsy reed has proven to be the loving and powerful hand of God. Look at the next promise. A new life has been given us, or if you prefer, a design for living that works. I was a lifeguard, and I have rescued 2 people. Now here's the visualization. AA, we hear take your time, work the steps when you're comfortable, right? Those 2 people I saved, imagine this. One of them was in a swimming pool, about a 14-year-old girl. She's coming up for about the 3rd time before I see her. I'm standing there with the life jacket. What do you think she would have said if, in fact, I'd have pulled her out and saved her? If she's coming up, gasping, dying, I say, I got to go get a cup of coffee. I'll be with you in a minute. What do you think we do? We tell people in Alcoholics Anonymous, take your time. We're killing people with that stuff. I'll never lie to a drunk. If I get a new person and they are interested at all, first meeting, first time, I'll sit down with them with this book and we're going to talk about this. And we're going to get into this work immediately if this is what they want. In working with others, we're going to read. Probably smash a lot of ideas some of you may have about sponsorship. You know what working with others says? On my first visit with the man, if he's at all interested, give him a book. You know what it says? On my second visit, after you've asked him to read it, ask him if he's prepared to go through with the 12 steps of the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. Second visit. And then it says, get going, rock and roll. You know why? Because the men and women who wrote this book, which I believe is by divine inspiration, knew what is wrong with us. One night may be the night where the alcoholic has no mental defense, picks up the drink, and dies. That's why I think it says, seek recovery with the desperation of drowning men. You and I are not suffering from some little flu here. When we go back out and pick up a drink of alcohol, we can die that night. That's why I pay attention and why I carry my book into meetings. Because when I hear someone in a meeting tell a new person, take your time, I pull out this book and I say, AA has many people in it who have a lot of opinions. You just heard one. Let me tell you what this book says. There's another instruction in chapter 5 how it works. We hear it all the time. We beg of you to be fearless and thorough from the very start. We beg of you. They're begging new people to be fearless and thorough from the very start. Not take your time. Take your time can kill some of us. Top of page 29 says, further on, clear-cut directions are given showing how we recovered. What is that, the 8th, 9th, 10th time telling us we recovered? When it says clear-cut directions right in there, chapter 5, now you turn over to page 30, chapter 3, more about alcoholism, says, most of us have been willing to admit we're real alcoholics. Now we know what a real alcoholic is now, don't we? Wow, that's exciting. It's someone who can't stop or moderate. Says no person likes to think he's bodily and mentally different from his fellows. Therefore, it's not surprising that my drinking career was characterized by countless vain attempts to prove I could drink like other people. The idea that somehow, someday, I will control and enjoy my drinking is the great obsession of every abnormal drinker. The persistence of this illusion is astonishing. Many pursue it into the gates of insanity or death. Now, there's something we have to do, actually, I think, before we do the first step, and it's in considering what we've been considering, and it's summarized in the next sentence. I learned I had to fully concede to my innermost self that I was an alcoholic. Till that happens in my gut, not in my head, I will not go through this process and do this work. And the way we're trying to do that is through the path of consideration, taking statements out of the book, looking for the answers down in our gut with our own experience. But I reached the place where I had to concede to my innermost self that I'm an alcoholic. Because along with conceding to my innermost self, I begin to get the desperation of a drowning man. I'm no different today. Nothing will interfere with my recovery. No job, no woman, physical health. I was in a major car wreck in 1985, went through the windshield of a car, traumatized all the muscles in my neck. They wanted to give me all kinds of dope, and I said, no thank you. What do you mean? It isn't worth telling you. I went through a lot of pain. There isn't any pain. Alcohol back in me, and when I put alcohol back in me, I'm separated from God. That is the worst pain for me anymore. That started from a place of desperation, where I admitted to my innermost self that I was a real alcoholic. And I knew, from my experience, no human power could help me, would ever help me. And I have never left that position. I've never lost my willingness. I've never lost my fire in the belly, because I know what's wrong with me. I know what is wrong with me. I don't know what percentage, but there's a lot of people in AA who do not know what is wrong with them. They're the ones who can do perhaps middle of the road and understand something else. Not everyone in AA is an alcoholic. AA has been flooded with hard drinkers. A hard drinker, given sufficient reason, doesn't have to do this work. And they are very vocal. I don't judge anyone in Alcoholics Anonymous as to whether or not they choose to do this work or not. It just, for me, gets down to a real simple deal. I was going to die unless I did, because I was a real alcoholic. Then I went through and did it, and I tasted the honey. And you can't go back. This program and these steps are about levels of freedom, closer relationships with God. It's simple. How close you want to get to Him. We get to the 10th and 11th step. I'm going to share some stuff for you that a lot of you may or may not even relate to. I'm going to share some stuff about taking tools from the world of the Spirit out into this world 24 hours a day. I'm going to share with you what you all call the real world is mostly an illusion to me today. And that most of the time I operate in the world of the Spirit. And I'll share with you how to get totally at peace with yourself 24 hours a day and the world around you. That's why I keep going through this thing. How much freedom do you want? Is it possible that you can actually have an absolute, incredible, healthy relationship with a man or woman in your life? With God? You bet it is. Absolutely. Is it possible that you could work at a job that you absolutely love and be effective? Absolutely. Is it possible that you could be in great physical health? Absolutely. God is everything or God is nothing. Is it possible that I have limited what God can do for me based on my alcoholic ego rebuilding itself? And is it possible, distance between me and a drink, that I'm operating with an old agnostic belief system once again? Those are some things we're going to look at. The delusion I'm like other people or presently may be has to be smashed. I will never be like other people. The delusion that I am like other people or presently may be has to be smashed. We talked about this the other day. I don't know if this will ever change. I'm a sensitive alcoholic. If my feelings get hurt, the first thought is, how can I kill them and not get caught? The second is, I say a prayer. That doesn't happen to my neighbor. He does not do that. Ed and I were talking about this. He went down to Trinidad and made some amends. You guys aren't going to like it. I'm going to use him when I get to amends, for those of you who have never made all your amends. Can't go there. But he was talking about when he went down, he went and made amends to people, and they said, I don't even know what you're talking about. Meaning, people who don't seem to have our disease, someone will do something to injure them a little bit, create some kind of harm, say something to them. Hell, they forgot about the next hour. You and I'll take it to the grave. The delusion I'm like other people or presently maybe has got to be smashed. I'm glad I know what I am today. I found my home. I found the men and women that I absolutely love and I enjoy spending my time with. And they're very much a part of my life today. I found out who I am. Goes on to say that we alcoholics are men and women, we've lost the ability to control our drinking. No real alcoholic ever recovers control. All of us felt at times we were gaining control, but such intervals, usually brief, were inevitably followed by still less control. I love these next words. Which led in time to pitiful and incomprehensible demoralization. Now that's where I was also at 2.5 years away from a drink. Pitiful and incomprehensible demoralization. Page 31, paragraph says, despite all we can say, many who are real alcoholics are not going to believe they're in that class. Goes on and gives us examples of self-deception and experimentation. They're going to try to prove themselves exceptions to the rule. Well, we know what the rule is today. Can I control it once I start? And once I stop, can I stay stopped? That's the rule. And it goes on and it gives us a whole page of different things we try. And look at your own experience and see how many of them you've tried. I get tired of reading that stuff. It's amazing what we go through to try and prove we're not an alcoholic, and people who aren't alcoholics don't have to go through anything. You see what I'm saying? Bottom of the page, we do not want to pronounce any individual as alcoholic, but quickly diagnose yourself. Step over to the nearest bar room, try some controlled drinking. Try to drink and stop abruptly. Try it more than once. I don't know about the rest of you, but as an alcoholic, based on my experience, the idea of taking 2 drinks for 30 days is not a pleasant, does not conjure a pleasant feeling up in me. Now you tell that to a normal person, and they'll probably say, well, that seems a little bit much. You notice something else. The book waited till page 31 to tell me to go back out and try controlled drinking. So if you're working with a new man or woman, before you tell them to go out and let booze bring them back in, do the work in the first 31 pages if they're willing to do that, so that maybe they can find the truth and maybe they don't ever have to go back out there again. Now, there's some other things I like. Page 32, that's talking about there's no way of proving it. We believe early in our drinking careers most of us could have stopped. And now they're going to take an example of a man who at age 30 laid down alcohol. And he stayed away from alcohol for 25 years. And then toward the bottom of it, it says, this man then fell victim to a belief which practically every alcoholic has, that his long period of sobriety and self-discipline had qualified him to drink as other men. Out came his carpet slippers and a bottle. In 2 months he was in a hospital, puzzled and humiliated. And it talks about on the top of page 33, every attempt failed for him to get sober, and he died in 4 years. This case contains a powerful lesson. Most of us have believed that if we remain sober for a long stretch, we could thereafter drink normal. But here's a man who at 55 found he is where he left off at 30. We've seen the truth again and again. Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. Commencing to drink after a period of sobriety, we are in a short time as bad as ever. If we're planning to stop drinking, and highlight this next part of this sentence, there must be no reservation of any kind, nor any lurking notion someday we will be immune to alcohol. That's an easy one for me to test. If someone starts doing the work with me and they're unwilling to finish the work, that tells me they have a reservation or they think they will someday be immune to alcohol. When I was doing this, I gave Don one. You know what I said to him? He said to me, do you have any reservations? I said, well, I don't think I'm ever immune to it. I didn't say it that way. I said, I know I'm not immune, but I said, it's occurred to me, you know, if I was 65 and got cancer and had 3 months to live, maybe I'd drink then, you know, because I was dying of cancer. And he said, oh, really? He said, let me tell you what your alcoholic mind will do with that. You'll take that down to you stubbed your toe when you walked out of my house and you'll be drunk tonight. There must be no reservation of any kind that I'll ever be immune to alcohol. And I begin to understand what the book was trying to say. Now it gets into talking about young people. And then at the bottom of the page it talks about women. In pages 23 to 43, let me explain what the book does. It's so important. It destroys the idea of your age being a reason why you're not a real alcoholic. It destroys the idea of, I'm a woman who didn't drink a long time. It destroys that. It has you look at only one thing. Why am I powerless over alcohol mentally before I pick up the drink? See, the alcoholic ego looks for every reason in the world why it's different. All the time. I'm a housewife, Mark. I just drank at home. You don't understand. Oh, really? Really? The binge drinker. the occasional drinker. The person who stays away from alcohol 2 years, goes back to it in 2 months, is so sick they're almost dead. The alcoholic ego does everything in the world to look at why it's different. But what the book does, if you're doing it with somebody, is still make you look at something real simple. What happened to you? What was the mental state of mind that you went through before you picked up a drink, and have you had sufficient reason to never pick it up again? If you turn over to page 34, middle paragraph, I went to my sponsor one time and I said something to him. I said, it's becoming obvious to me, this is when I was doing some amends and I was not real comfortable. I said, it's become obvious to me that there are people in Alcoholics Anonymous who do not have to do this work. He said, yeah. I said, well, I don't understand. So, he always pointed me to the book, and he pointed me to a paragraph on page 34, and here's what it says. For those who are unable to drink moderately, the question is how to stop altogether. We're assuming, of course, that the reader desires to stop. Next sentence. Whether such a person can quit upon a non-spiritual basis depends upon the extent to which he's already lost the power to choose whether he will drink or not. Let me give you a warning. When I go to a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous, if there are 10 people there, there's one thing I'm real clear on. I cannot do what 8 of them do in order for me to stay sober and stay close to God. I am real clear on that. The book is trying to get me to look at something. Whether I can recover on a non-spiritual basis, meaning there's people in AA who can just go to meetings, study the book, never do these steps, maybe go up through the 3rd step, and they stay sober and they do quite well, thank you, and their life seems pretty good. Book just told me about those people and why they can do that. How far did you lose the power of choice? Well, I told you the state of mind I was in when I came into AA. I am a mad dog. I sought everything I could get out of alcohol. For me, anything that is not a part of the spiritual experience will not ever work for me. I am a mad dog. I must do this thing. And for me, I choose to do it once a year. Now, there's a line in the book to me that's kind of an instruction that tells me that. It says a business which takes no regular inventory usually goes broke. But be real clear when you go into meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous. Be real clear where you're at and what you are. Be real careful when you ask someone to sponsor you. I'm going to give you a series of questions. Those of you who are going to leave here and go look for sponsors, I'm going to give you some questions to ask that sponsor. Because in the 5th step, it tells you it's a life or death matter. I think it's important to find out whether or not your sponsor has a sponsor. And I think it's important to find out whether or not your sponsor works out of this book. And I think it's important to ask that man, have you made all your amends? There's some real important questions. Then you decide based on their answer whether you want to do the work with them or not. But there are some questions that you ought to ask. How free do you want to get? The 10th step says, the problem's been removed. It does not exist for me. I am a recovered alcoholic. You know this issue we're looking at right now? We've lost the power of choice. I want you to think about something. In the 10th step, when the problem's been removed, it does not exist for me. I don't know what kind of God you all chose, but my God loves me enough that if the problem's been removed and I'm in the sunlight of the Spirit, there's no option to drink alcohol. I don't have to worry about choice, do I? If I've done the work in this book. If I have not, I don't know. Let's keep going. Top of page 35. We're going to describe the mental states that precede the relapse into drinking, for this is the crux of the problem. What sort of thinking dominates an alcoholic who repeats time after time the desperate experiment of the first drink? Friends who've reasoned with him after a spree which brought him to the point of divorce or bankruptcy are mystified when he walks directly into a saloon. Why does he? What is he thinking? And the first guy is a guy named Jim. And there's a sentence in there that describes, I think, his spirituality. It says, He's an intelligent man, normal so far as we can see, except for a nervous disposition. And then it says, we told him what we knew of alcoholism, steps 1 and 2, and the answers we found. He made a beginning, step 3. Family is reassembled. He began to work as a salesman for the business he had lost through drinking. Uh-oh, heavy resentment. Now I get a warning. All went well for a time, but he failed to enlarge his spiritual life, steps 4 through 9. He found himself drunk a half a dozen times in rapid succession. See, I love this. In AA, people relapse, and after a while, there's some clubs where other members of AA don't want to work with this guy or gal that's relapsed a lot. They talk about here, this guy got drunk a half a dozen times. It says on each of these occasions, we work with him reviewing carefully what have happened. I'll never turn my back on a drunk. There's a drunk I know that all kinds of people turned their back on this woman. She's now in California coming up on 8 months sober. Probably the most helpless chronic case of alcoholism I've ever seen. I'll never turn my back on a drunk. I don't care how many times they relapse. Why? Because I understand the first step, that's why. So it talks about Jim. They talk with him. He faces a trip to the asylum, losing his family, whatever. Then page 36. And I want you to think about the Don Johnson story. Sober 10 years, could drink a little wine. Jim, in squiggly lines, the thought crosses his mind that if he put an ounce of whiskey in his milk, it wouldn't hurt him on a full stomach. So he ordered a whiskey and he poured it into the milk. I love this next line. I vaguely sensed I wasn't being any too smart, but felt reassured as I was taking the whiskey on a full stomach. 10 years sober, I can drink just a little wine with dinner. What are they talking about? This guy, he's sober, got distance between him and booze. Let me make sure I explain something. Once alcohol is out of your system, you are not dealing with craving. If you're a month away from booze and you're thinking about drinking, you are dealing with the obsession of the mind, not craving. I hear people sit in meetings and say, I'm 6 months over and I'm craving alcohol. No, you're not. You are 6 months sober and you're obsessing about alcohol, probably because the spirituality is continuing to grow in you. Craving only shows up once alcohol is in my body. That's it. So, bottom of the page, squiggly lines, Jim has much knowledge about himself as an alcoholic, yet all reasons for not drinking were easily pushed aside in favor of the foolish idea he could take whiskey if he only mixed it with milk. Whatever the precise definition of the word may be, we call this plain insanity. How can such a lack of proportion and ability to think straight be called anything else? When the second step says, came to believe a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity, they are talking about sanity around alcohol. They are not talking about the fact we are clinically insane, although some of us probably fit that too. When it comes to alcohol, we are insane. We have no mental defense. We have a lot of reasons to never put it in us again, but we put it in us again. Now, it goes on to say, you may think this is an extreme case. To us, it is not far-fetched, for this kind of thinking has been characteristic of every single one of us. Some of you know what I'm talking about. You were sober for a while and relapsed. And you have the experience with this kind of thinking. I know several of your stories, so I know what I'm talking about. Now, what I like is the bottom of the page. Here's another example to look at to see, does it fit your experience? And I'm going to read about this jaywalker, and I'm going to substitute my name and alcohol in there. And you do the same when you read it. Bottom paragraph, page 37. Mark's behavior is absurd and incomprehensible with respect to the first drink is that of an individual with a passion, say, for jaywalking. Mark gets a thrill out of drinking alcohol for a while. Mark enjoys himself for a few years in spite of friendly warnings. Up to this point, you would label Mark as a foolish chap having queer ideas of fun. Luck then deserts Mark, and he has a couple car wrecks or DWI and gets slightly injured. You would expect Mark, if he were normal, to quit drinking. Presently, Mark's drunk again, this time has a major car wreck. Within a week after leaving the hospital, Mark gets drunk again, gets another DWI. Mark tells you he's decided to stop drinking for good, but in a few weeks he gets in another wreck. On through the years, this conduct continues, accompanied by Mark's continual efforts, promises to be careful or to not drink anymore. Finally, Mark can no longer work. His wife gets a divorce. Mark's held up for ridicule. Mark tries every known means to get drinking out of his head. He shuts himself up in treatment centers, hoping to mend his ways, but the day he's released from the treatment center, he goes back to the bar and gets drunk again. Such a man would be crazy, wouldn't he? Says, you may think our illustration is too ridiculous, but is it? We who have been through the ringer have to admit, if we substituted alcoholism for jaywalking, the illustration would fit us exactly. However intelligent I may have been in other respects where alcohol has been involved, I have been strangely insane. It's strong language, but isn't it true? Now look at the next sentence. We're on page 38, right? Some of you are thinking, yeah, what you tell me is true, but it doesn't fully apply. I admit I have some of these symptoms, but I haven't gone to the extreme you fellows did, nor am I likely to, for I understand myself so well after what you've told me, such things can't happen again. I haven't lost everything in life through drinking, and I don't intend to. Thank you for the information. Goes on to say that may be true of non-alcoholic people who, though drinking foolishly and heavily at the time, are able to stop or moderate because their brains and bodies have not been damaged as ours were. Our brains and our bodies are different and have been damaged, and no human power can heal it or treat it. Now, squiggly lines, I will be absolutely unable to stop drinking on the basis of self-knowledge. Now, the next drunk, I really like, he's Fred. He's a high-bottom drunk. You know what I love about Fred? Fred, the day he picks up a drink, his life's perfect. He owns his own business. He's a happily married man. He has kids of promising college age. He's well thought of in the business community. He's a high-bottom drunk. Still has a wristwatch, home, cars, all that kind of stuff, right? He's not like the crazy jaywalker, okay? And they talk about seeing Fred, and he went to a hospital. He had to rest his nerves, right? God forbid he tell him he was in there for alcohol. Fred made up his mind to quit drinking altogether. It never occurred to Fred perhaps he could not do so in spite of his character and understanding. Fred would not believe himself an alcoholic, much less accept a spiritual remedy for his problem. So they told Fred of what they knew of alcoholism. He was interested, conceded he had some of the symptoms, but he was a long way from admitting he could do nothing about it himself. He was positive his experience plus the knowledge he'd acquired would keep him sober the rest of his life. Self-knowledge would fix it. Well, they didn't hear from Fred for a while. Then they got a call. He was laying flat on his back. And he goes down and says, I rather appreciate your ideas about the insanity which precedes the first drink, but he talks about it couldn't happen to him. Page 41, he talks about it was the end of a perfect day, not a cloud in the horizon. Okay? He went to his hotel and leisurely dressed for dinner. As he crossed the threshold of the dining room, the thought came to mind, it'd be nice to have a couple of cocktails with dinner, that's all. So he begins to have cocktails. He gets drunk, goes on a bender. Bottom of page 41. Those of you who've been sober for a while, look at this one. I now remember what my alcoholic friends had told me, how they prophesied, if I had an alcoholic mind, the time and place would come, I would drink again. Two of the members of Alcoholics Anonymous came to see me. They grinned, which I didn't like so much, and asked me if I thought myself an alcoholic if I were really licked this time. I had to concede both propositions. Next paragraph. Then they outlined the spiritual answer and the program of action, which 100 of them had followed successfully. Bottom of the page. Quite as important was the discovery that spiritual principles would solve all of my problems. That's a powerful promise. He says, I've since been brought into a way of living infinitely more satisfying and I hope more useful than the life I lived before. Fred's story speaks for itself. We hope it strikes home to thousands like him. He had felt only the first nip of the ringer. Most alcoholics have to be pretty badly mangled before they commence to solve their problems. Bottom paragraph, page 43, sums up. First 43 pages. Here's how to read it. Once more, Mark at certain times has no effective mental defense against the first drink, except in a few rare cases. Neither Mark nor any other human being can provide such a defense. Mark's defense must come from a higher power. Now, turn to page 44, we agnostics, and we're going to look, we've looked basically at the first half of the first step. I'm powerless over alcohol physically when it's in me, because I have an allergy, I break out in craving, and I'm powerless over alcohol before the drink. I've lost power, choice, control, no mental defense. I have an obsession of the mind. So chapter 4, we agnostics says, in the preceding chapters you've learned something of alcoholism. We hope we made clear the distinction between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic. Now here's the test to see if you got the body and mind. One sentence sums up the first 43 pages. If, when I honestly want to, I find I can't quit entirely, meaning, can I stay stopped? Or if when drinking I have little control over the amount I take, I'm probably an alcoholic. Write these words down in your book. Need, want, choice, right, necessary, and desire. And here's the two questions. If you want to resolve this issue of am I an alcoholic, an addict, or both, or whatever, here's what you do. Here's the first question. Once I take a drink, or once I put dope in my body, once it's in my body, can I stop drinking or doing the dope based on need, want, choice, what's right, what's necessary, and a desire? Now, my answer for both alcohol and dope is no. When I take a drink of alcohol, once it's in my body, can I stop drinking based on a need? No. A want? No. Choice? No. Because it's right? No. Because it's necessary? Right. Because of the desire? No. So I'm physically allergic, craving with both alcohol and dope. Now, second part. Once I'm stopped, no booze, no dope in me, can I stay stopped based on, now this is me and alcohol, need? No. Want? No. Choice? No. What's right? No. What's necessary? No. Desire? No. Now, me and dope. When I don't have dope in my body and I'm stopped, can I stay stopped based on need? Yes. Want? Yes. Choosing? Yes. Right? Yes. Necessary? Desire. I am an alcoholic who's powerless over drugs because I do not have the obsession of the mind around drugs. I want to address that issue. I told you, alcoholism and drug addiction are not the same. You need to look at that. Do I fit both parts for being an alcoholic and drug addict? Another example. Take 30 alcoholics, put them in a cabin. Take 30 people, put them in a cabin, feed them booze for 30 straight days. There's a scientific experiment to prove whether or not there's alcoholics or not. It's real simple. Ask them, any of you would like to leave, leave. 27 of them will run out the door. 3 of them will want a 10-year lease. Because they're an alcoholic, because they got craving of the body. Now, take those 3 and take booze away from them for a couple days, and they're going to go through some withdrawals, aren't they? And now feed them booze again, it's going to activate craving, isn't it? Right? Now, take 30 people, put them in the cabin, feed them heroin for 30 days. At the end of 30 days, they're all going to be hooked on heroin, aren't they? Take heroin away from them for a day, they're going to go through withdrawals, right? Give them heroin, the craving goes away, doesn't it? Wow, that's different. Never thought about that. Never thought about that. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference. Alcoholism and drug addiction are not the same, but use the same criteria. When I take a drink, and it's in my body, or when I put dope, Can I control the amount based on want, need, desire, what's right, what's necessary? If the answer is no to both of those, you have craving of the body around alcohol and dope. Now go to the other side. Once I am sober and clean, can I stay away from alcohol and dope based on need, want, choice, desire, what's necessary and what's right? Now around dope I could, not around alcohol. I am an alcoholic who's powerless over drugs. Now I have my truth, now I can continue on through the work. I do not go to closed meetings of NA because I am not an addict, that's why. I can go to open meetings of NA, but not closed. So, I need to find out. I've helped all kinds of people find their truth in there. I know some addicts who say, I'm an addict who's powerless over alcohol. What does that mean? That means when they drink alcohol, they know they're eventually going to get back to dope again. That's what it means. And I know all kinds of alcoholics who know the same thing about them and dope. But I got to find out my truth. Now, if that's your truth, here's what it says. If that's the case, meaning I have the craving of the body, obsession of the mind, I may be suffering from an illness which only a spiritual experience will conquer. We already went through an exercise of eliminating everything other than the spiritual experience, didn't we? So I'm at a place of the only thing left is the spiritual experience. Goes on to talk about the atheist or agnostic, says such an experience seems impossible, but to continue as he is means disaster, especially if he's an alcoholic of the hopeless variety. This next sentence is interesting. To be doomed to an alcoholic death, step one, or to live on a spiritual basis are not easy alternatives to face. You know why it says that? None of you in here have the power to do either one. You're all alive, so obviously you can't even kill yourself, dying an alcoholic death, can you? You certainly don't have the power to live on a spiritual basis. That's why the book says they are not easy alternatives to face. Goes on to say it's not so difficult. Bottom paragraph. Now I'm going to start to get introduced to the second half of the first step. This thing about unmanageability and the idea of what's really wrong with me. If a mere code of morals or better philosophy of life were sufficient to overcome alcoholism, I would have recovered long ago. But I found such codes and philosophies did not save me no matter how much I tried. I could wish to be moral. I could wish to be philosophically comforted. In fact, I could will these things with all my might, but the needed power wasn't there. My human resources, marshaled by my will, were not sufficient. They failed me utterly. Lack of power, that's my dilemma. I had to find a power greater. I had to find a power by which I could live, and it's got to be a power greater than me. Obviously, where and how are we to find this power? Highlight the word where and how. Well, that's exactly what this book about. Its main object is to enable you to find a power greater in yourself which will solve your problem. And then if you turn to page 52 a minute, that's that middle paragraph. The big book calls them bedevilments. This is the paragraph that speaks to me of unmanageability, untreated alcoholism, and the spiritual malady. And I submit to you that they are all internal, they are not external. Let me give you an example. The alcoholic mind says, Mark, how can you say problems in personal relationships is all internal and has to do with my relationship with God? Because every relationship I have with every other human being depends entirely on my relationship with God. That's why. Your actions have nothing to do with me. Never have, never will. When I am right with God, your actions do not impact my life. The closer I get to God, the less trouble I have in personal relationships. Let me explain something. We are so selfish and so self-centered that we think everyone's actions are always about us. The greatest example is if someone we love dies. We get angry and we get sad. And do you know why? Because I am so selfish and self-centered, I still want them in my life, even though they've just been embraced by the light. Personal relationships are internal, not external. If I'm right with God and I'm right with myself, my personal relationships are fantastic. Think about this. Your emotional nature says I can't control my emotional nature in here, right? Think about this. Let's say your emotional nature. Maybe you got extreme pain because she left me. We'll show you an inventory, you drove her away, but let's say that's going on. We've all done that, right? We've been in a lot of pain. If you had any power, you could say with your mind, I don't like the way I'm feeling, please go away. Can you do that? No. How about this? You're unhappy. Can you will yourself happy with your mind? No. You're full of fear. Can you will the fear to go away? It's all internal, and it's all a manifestation of spiritual malady. I've got to find a power to help me with all that stuff. And to take away restless, irritable, discontent, fear, and tension. Lack of power is my whole dilemma. That's why we drink. I want you to look at something. When booze and dope worked, read this same paragraph on page 52, and you'll understand why we drink. When booze worked, did I have trouble in personal relationships? Not really, because I didn't care. When booze and drug worked, did I have a hard time controlling emotional nature? No, I felt great. Again, keep in mind when it worked. When booze and dope worked, was I a prey to misery and depression? No, I felt great. When booze and dope worked, did I have problems making a living? No, I didn't care. When booze and dope worked, did I have a feeling of useless? Of course not. Was I full of fear? No. Was I unhappy? No. Could I help other people? Yeah, I could help them all. But then the dilemma is booze and dope quit working. It treated what was wrong with me, my spirituality, for a long, long time. This is a manifestation of your spirituality. I'll submit this to you, because I've done it with over 200 people. I'll sit down and start doing the work with some alcoholic who's in a marriage, living in a town, going to this AA group, working at this job, and when we start to work, they hate it all, they want to get out of the marriage, quit the job, and lo and behold, within about 90 days, they love the wife, they love the job, they love the town, food even tastes great. What happened? Nothing happened out there. What happened was ideas, emotions, and attitudes, which were once the guiding force of their life, get cast to one side, and a whole new set of concepts and motives begins to dominate their thinking. Externally, nothing changes. Absolutely nothing. It's all about my personal relationship with God. And booze and dope treated that for years and years and years. And when I come into AA, that's why elimination of alcohol is but a beginning. The elimination of alcohol is not the problem. The disease of the mind and body we've looked at so far are symptoms. This is the problem. This is the problem. And no human power can treat it. This is not in the book, but I want to share it because I think it's interesting. I'm reading a quote the other day from a man. This man has worked with alcoholics for about 40 years. He says his experience working with thousands of them is we suffer from being disconnected from our Creator at a deeper level than any other group of people he's ever seen. And I read that and I thought, my God, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. We are disconnected from our relationship with God. We sought it through alcohol, spirits. It turned on us, it quit working. We come in, which is why the elimination of alcohol won't work. You and I must take some action that gives us that relationship to God. And I read to you about that 37-year-old man who had deep religious beliefs. I'll submit something to you. Deep religious beliefs is insufficient for an alcoholic and an addict to recover. We must gain access to and then come to believe in. It works different. We must gain access to. We read this man. He was known for deep religious beliefs. I've shared this before. I sponsored 4 men of the cloth. I still find it interesting. What I am is a hopeless, helpless, burned out alcoholic, and I have men who are preaching in front of congregations coming to me saying, I'm preaching and I'm doing dope.
and I'm hurting people I love, and I feel like I'm living a lie and a sham. Will you show me how you gain access to this God that you talk about all the time and that I can sense and feel in you? Yeah, I'd be glad to. I do these crazy things called the steps. I admit I have no power and my life's unmanageable to be given more power that I know what to do with, and the only way I can keep it is to give it away. He looks at me and says, what the hell are you talking about? The world of the Spirit is not a theory. We have to live it. It is a paradox. None of it makes sense. Common sense becomes uncommon sense. I think what we're going to do is stop there tonight. We have gone up through all the first step. We have looked at the craving of the body, we've looked at the obsession of the mind, and we've looked at what's really wrong with us. The unmanageability, the spiritual malady, untreated alcoholism. We've looked at the idea that no human power can treat that. We looked at the circle and the triangle. And maybe some of you saw some truth in there about, have you really been in AA or have you not? And we looked at the doctor's opinion, the table of contents. We know where to find the various steps in the work. And I'll have you think about something as we come in tomorrow and move through the rest of the process. One of the reasons I took as much time as I did is just what I told you. The big book spends 53 pages looking at the first half of the first step because that's the foundation on the whole program. I go through the rest of the work based on desperation because my experience shows that I'm a helpless, hopeless alcoholic who has a disease of mind, body, and spirit. No human power can help me. The other thing that happens through the work, when I got done with the first step, it opened the door to the second. I was raised a Methodist, became a Catholic, went to Vietnam, became an atheist. When I saw the helplessness and hopelessness of my first step, I became very excited and open about finding this thing you all call God. If I've never seen the truth in my first step, then I'm in a balk. If you're ever in an AA meeting and hear someone say, I'm struggling with the second step, they just lied to you. They've never looked at the first. We're not stupid people. If through a process of elimination, I have a disease of mind, body, spirit, no human power can help me, I'll run you over with a Mack truck to find God. So will you, if you know what's wrong with you. A God of your understanding, a God that will work for you. So that's what we're going to pick up tomorrow. We're going to go through the second step, look at the third step. I'm going to give you some instructions on inventory. I'm going to make one quick comment about inventory. How many of you in here have used inventory forms other than what's in the big book? Raise your hands. Several of you. The next time somebody approaches you with some inventory other than what is in the big book, there is one question to ask them. Here's the question. If I do the inventory that you are about to give me, which is not in the big book, here's my question. Are there a set of 7 promises that I will be given if I use your inventory that you know have shown up in the lives of millions of people? If they can't answer that, tell them to take it and put it where the sun don't shine. Because when we do the inventory out of the big book, these 3 inventories, there are 7 promises we are absolutely guaranteed, and I can show you thousands of people who those promises have come true. Here's what they are. I can be alone at perfect peace and ease. My fears fall from me. I can look the world in the eye. The drink problem has disappeared. I'll feel I'm on the broad highway walking hand in hand in the universe. I will know God better. Take those other inventories, which I believe have a human thumbprint on them, and ask those people that question. I'm going to show you how to write inventories as this big book shows, a book I think written by divine inspiration, and what I want to submit to you, if you're willing to do that, you can get those same promises in your life. But the next time someone wants to give you another nifty inventory, ask them the question. Can you show me the set of promises that will show up in my life and the lives of millions of others if I do inventory on this form? No, I can't. Well, then give it to... No, matter of fact, don't. Just give it to him in Al-Anon, for God's sakes. I don't know. I'll end on one quick Al-Anon joke. I don't know if there's any of you in here. Al-Anon's out in the golf course one day, and she's golfing, and she hits her ball in the green,
And a little leprechaun comes up and says to her, I'm going to give you 3 wishes. But he said, along with that, he said, you got to understand something. Everything you get, your husband gets too. And she said, oh, that's okay. I'll go along with that. And he says, okay, what's the first wish? She said, well, he said, I want to shoot, I want to shoot, 72 in terms of golf. And he says, okay, but you got to understand, your husband gets 10 times more of that. She said, okay, that's fine. So he said, I'll grant that wish. What's your second wish? She said, I want $1 million. He said, okay, you understand your husband gets 10 million? She said, yeah. What's your third wish? And she says, I want a tiny little heart attack. I love you all. Let's close. An alcoholic. Welcome, Saturday morning, 9 o'clock. Look around the room and you will see we've had some drop-off. That always happens every time I've done one of these, and I want to talk about that a minute. My experience with that is, we've all heard for a lot of years that the truth will set you free, but there's a statement in front of that they don't tell you, and that is that it's going to piss you off first, and it's going to make you uncomfortable. I have reached a point in my relationship with God that I don't care how uncomfortable it gets, and I don't care how angry I get, I'm willing to face that truth, because in so doing, I wind up getting closer to God. But there are some people who are not, and that's why there's drop-off. That's about prejudice. I also learned something else. When I hear truth and I get uncomfortable, and that uncomfortable may manifest in several ways. It may show up as anger, it may show up as pain. Today I thank God for that, and I make sure I'm there the next day, because I want to grow. So, I said before that we reached a place in Alcoholics Anonymous where it's our individual responsibility to choose whether we want to do this work or not. And it just depends on how much truth you want to see and how free that you want to get. So we spent a lot of time looking at the first 3 steps, and I've always had the same experience at the end of that, and that is that I literally have reached a place of desperation, because I looked at my own experience and I saw that I have a disease of body, mind, spirit, and that no human power can help me with that. But that also then opens the door for what we're going to look at today, which is the second step. Due to the amount of material we got to cover, I'm going to pick out selected paragraphs in We Agnostics that I want to talk about. And when you look at the second step, there's really 2 parts to the second step. And then once again, it's in the form of questions. And the first part is going to be, do I now believe, or am I willing to believe there's a power greater than myself? And for those of you that have been sober for a while, and if you got honest about page 52 and see that maybe you need more power, another way for you to ask yourself that question is, do I now believe, or am I willing to believe, there's a power greater than myself that can take me further in every area of my life than I've ever been? Is it possible, for example, if I'm in a marriage, that if I'm willing to go back through this process again, maybe God can remove from me some defects which are preventing me from having the kind of marriage I really want to have? Or maybe, if I'm struggling in my career, God can take away some defects that make me want to love what I do and take a whole different attitude. Maybe if at times where I'm full of fear, God can remove that. So is it possible that He can take me further in every area than I've ever been before? So that's the first half of that step we're going to look at. In the second half, we're posed with another question. And that question is, faced with a self-imposed crisis, we've got to make a choice that either God is everything or God is nothing. So I'm going to throw out some questions, and then we're going to pick up on page 45 in the big book. But here's some questions to think about as we're going to go through this on the first half of this step. First question is, am I willing to face my honest doubt and prejudice and the first of 2 alternatives, to be doomed to an alcoholic death or to face my agnosticism?
Second question is, am I willing to consider that God is nothing? Third question, do I have any power, choice, or control over whether I'll die an alcoholic death? Next question is intention. What has been my intention for God in my life, and has it gone the way I intended? And the fifth question is, lack of power is still my dilemma. Page 45 summed up for me that lack of power is my dilemma in every area of my life. And the big book says it's going to tell me where and how to find the power. In the bottom paragraph, you're going to see where this prejudice prayer came into being in the We Agnostics. And they're going to use the word prejudice 6, 7, 8 times. Prejudice means a preconceived thought or opinion. And today, a prejudice that I have will keep me from growing. And in this chapter, they're going to reach a place where they're literally going to beg you to lay aside prejudice. Bottom of page 45 talks about, we know how he feels. We've shared his honest doubt in prejudice. Doubt meaning God won't work for me, and prejudice is I have these old ideas about God. I read something to you yesterday about the man who died, and the man was known for deep religious beliefs, and shared with you my experience and the experience of a lot of men and women I've done the work with, is a strong belief in God does not spell the necessary ingredients for a spiritual experience. Something different has to happen for me and you. We have to gain access to this power. Goes on to talk about some of us have been violently anti-religious, and to others the word God brought up an idea in him with which someone had tried to impress them during childhood. And one of the things I always do with the clients is we'll go around the room and we'll talk about the different religions that we've all been raised in. And one of the hardest problems for the alcoholic and addict is to lay aside all those ideas. For a lot of us, based on what we did behind alcohol and booze, the idea of a punishing God will not work for us. I remember going to my sponsor one time. Let me share a little something with you about sponsor lingo, those of you who are new. Because it's unlike other language. For example, when your sponsor says, let's talk, he don't mean let's talk. He means we're going to go out and you're going to shut up and listen. All right? I'm just telling you that. The other thing, whenever my sponsor used to say to me, is it possible, I knew I may as well just get under my chair, because he was going to present me with a question which was going to challenge a belief system. And that was another part. But the idea of a punishing God is not going to work for me in the second step. I shared with you I spent some time in Vietnam. I lived in the drug world for a long time and played a very violent part of that. I had done a lot of things, and the idea of a punishing God wasn't going to work, because I had to get some forgiveness in my life for what I'd done. I could not operate from the idea that I was going to burn in hell for the things that I did. If you'll turn over to page 46, the middle paragraph, talks about, yes, we of agnostic temper have had these thoughts and experiences. Let us make haste to reassure you. It says, we found as soon as we're able to lay aside prejudice and express even a willingness to believe in a power greater than ourselves, we commence to get results. And that's a great promise. And it goes on to say, even though it was impossible for any of us to fully define or comprehend that power, and they tell me what that power is, which is God. I love alcoholics who want to define or comprehend God. I don't believe that that'll ever happen. This is my opinion. The day that I get a chance to do that is the day I'm dead. I will never define or comprehend God while I'm down here, nor do I try. It just says, Mark, do you now believe, or you're willing to believe there's a power greater than yourself? I think the next paragraph is important. There's a little exercise I can give you, and that is that I was asked to lay aside prejudice and come up with my own personal concept of God. If you want to do a neat exercise sometimes, go through We Agnostics, and every time you see a word that's in the middle of a sentence in capital letters, write it down. Because it's going to be a word in We Agnostics they use to describe a concept of God. And you're going to find 16, 17, 19, 20 different words that are pretty powerful about developing a concept of God. But I remember it was said to me, Mark, only an alcoholic or addict gets to do this. You get to invent God. What characteristics do you want your God to have? Because obviously, the God that you've been raised with is not working. So it goes on to say,
Much to my relief, I discovered I don't need to consider another's conception of God. My own conception, however inadequate, was sufficient to make the approach and to effect a contact with him. And I was stopped here, and I was asked, what characteristics do you want your God to have? And I said, I want my God to be loving and forgiving. He said, is there anything else? And I said, well, not right now. He said, well, then why don't you start praying to a loving and forgiving God? I've been raised with the Methodist God, became a Catholic to suit a marriage, became an atheist for a period of time, probably came in an agnostic. I always tell friends this, alcoholics and addicts are intelligent people. I think most of them come from the place of being agnostic just to hedge their bets, which means, yeah, I think there's a God out there, but it's just not anything I've ever had anything to do with. And I think we do that so that if in fact we die and we get up there, we can say to him, look, I never said, I didn't believe in you, okay? Now, I know I didn't follow your ways, but I never once said I don't believe in you, all right? So I think most of us are agnostics. So it went on to tell me that if I come up with my own personal approach and I'm willing to believe there's a power greater than myself, I'll get results. Goes on to say, as soon as I admitted the possible existence of a creative intelligence, a spirit of the universe underlying totality of things, I begin to be possessed of a new sense of power and direction. Now that's a promise. Page 46 of the big book, we've looked at the first step. I am willing to believe there's a power greater than myself. I have my own concept, and the promise is I'll be given new power and direction. And then I'm given a little warning, provided I took other simple steps. Goes on to say that God does not make too hard terms with those who seek him. Top of page 47, when therefore we speak to you of God, we mean your own conception of God. And this will apply too to other spiritual expressions which you find in the book. Do not let any prejudice you have against spiritual terms deter you from honestly asking yourself what they mean. And now I get another promise. At the start, this is all I needed to commence spiritual growth, to affect my first conscious relationship with God as I understand him. The spiritual journey through these steps, here's how it goes. In the second step, I commence spiritual growth. When I have completed my fifth step, the book says I've had certain spiritual beliefs, but now I begin to have the spiritual experience, and by the time I get to the 10th step, it says I've entered the world of the Spirit. That's the process, the spiritual journey that we're going to go through here. Now we see the question. I needed to ask myself one short question. Do I now believe, or am I even willing to believe there's a power greater than myself? And I was asked to answer that question. I said, yeah. I believe there's a power out there greater than me. Now you're going to see it, the book in this chapter is going to use the word cornerstone. And you're going to want to highlight the cornerstone, because that's another crazy question on page 75. It says, Mark, after you do this fifth step and you spend this hour in review, the question is, Mark, are all your stones properly in place? Well, if you don't understand that the second step is the cornerstone to this spiritual arch you're building, that question has no meaning to you. Just like you're going to find out that the third step is the keystone. And if you don't have a dictionary, I'll give you the definition of cornerstone. It says it's a stone at one of the corners of a building's foundation, one set in place with a special ceremony. And the second definition of a cornerstone is it is the fundamental basis of something. So now we've been introduced to the first step is my foundation, disease of body, mind, spirit. Second step is now going to be the cornerstone. Do I now believe, or am I willing to believe there's a power greater than me? And for those of you who've been around for a while, add to that, who can take me further in every area of my life than I've ever been before. If you turn over to page 48, there's one sentence I want you to highlight. It's at the bottom of the page, and it talks about it's being constantly revealed as mankind studies the material world that outward appearances are not inward reality at all. Some of this information was important for me, and let me explain why. It was pointed out to me that one of the reasons I struggle with this faith in God is because I'm used to visual proof of things. But the truth is that visual proof is the weakest proof of all. Example, we sit and look at a table. Or they use the example here of a prosaic steel girder, and you look at it and say that's a piece of steel. But scientists have told us, no, it's not. It's a mass of electrons whirling around at high speed. What I begin to realize is that visually, most of what I'd seen in my whole life was an illusion. And I needed to be able to understand that, to be able to start reaching out for a relationship with this power. Because I can't see God. I can only experience and feel God. Now, if you look at page 49, a middle paragraph, 2 years ago was the first time that I saw this sentence. It says, instead of regarding ourselves as intelligent agents, spearhead of God's ever-advancing creation, we agnostics and atheists choose to believe our human intelligence is the last word, the alpha and the omega, the beginning and the end, Brother Bedevilments. What I'd never seen before is the book is asking me to regard myself as an intelligent agent, and the word agent means I've been empowered, a spearhead of God's ever-advancing creation. Take that into meditation and ask God to show you what that means. Intelligent agent, spearhead of God's ever-advancing creation. How many of you in here have prejudice against some kind of organized religion? Just raise your hands. Good, almost all of you. Bottom paragraph, page 49. I got free of that in this paragraph. We who've traveled this dubious path beg you to lay aside prejudice even against organized religion. I have learned that whatever the human frailties of various faiths may be, these faiths have given purpose and direction to millions. People of faith have a logical idea what life's all about. Actually, I used to have no reasonable conception whatever. I used to amuse myself by cynically dissecting spiritual beliefs and practices when I might have observed that many spiritually minded persons of all races, colors, and creeds were demonstrating a degree of stability, happiness, and usefulness which I should have sought myself. My ego was using my prejudice against organized religion to separate me once again from my fellow brothers and sisters, as well as God and as well as myself. I was judging them, when in fact many of these people of different religious faiths were seeking God and had a purpose and direction in their life when I didn't. All I did was drink alcohol, lie, cheat, and steal, and harm everyone I ever loved. But I'm going to sit and condemn religious faiths. I got free of that through that paragraph. Top of page 50, instead I looked at the human defects of these people, and I sometimes use their shortcomings as a basis of wholesale condemnation. I mean, it became clear to me one day the absurdity of me ever judging anybody based on how I've lived my life. Think about that. I mean, any of you who've ever written an inventory, and you get honest, truly honest, and particularly if you've made amends, ask yourself, how in God's name can I ever judge another human being? In my meditation, there's a statement on page 19 that gave me a lot of freedom from the judgmental piece of me, and it says that if Mark's going to be helpful to other people, he needs to have a respect for their shortcomings, opinions, and viewpoints. See, I woke up one day in AA and realized something. That my ego was using the very thing that got me to God as a means of judging people. I.e., I'm sitting in a meeting and I'm here in middle of the road solution, right? You know what my mind says? Don't go talk to him. He don't know what he's talking about. The very thing that got me to God, the work in this program, these steps, as it's told to me in the book, my ego takes and now uses as a means to separate me from you. And I got free of that. Today I come from a place of I'm undefended. Whether someone chooses to do this work or not doesn't make any difference to me. Whether someone disagrees with me doesn't make any difference to me. I have respect for the opinions, viewpoints, and shortcomings of others, because my goal is real simple. I'm here to be helpful to everyone that I can. And anything that I do that separates me from being helpful, and a piece of that is I'll be judgmental, I can't do that. Middle paragraph on page 50 is where I'm introduced to the idea that I must gain access to God and then come to believe in Him. says on one proposition, these men and women are strikingly agreed. Every one of them has gained access to and believes in a power greater than himself. I believe there's a reason the book puts gaining access to in front of believing in. I think the most important word in the second step, it says, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. I think the most important word is that. Somewhere down the road. I had to gain access to God, feel God, experience God, see Him work in my life to come to believe in God. Most of us came to A with incredible belief systems around this idea of a God. I was talking with J.D. one day. He had 3 or 4 churches, included what? The Jesus Saves Tabernacle. He had more information of God that was designed to prevent him from knowing God than almost anybody I ever met. He needed the Prejudice prayer.
Big time.
The bottom paragraph on page 50 in We Agnostics is one of my favorite in the whole book. I'm sitting in a meeting not too long ago. Man, 10 years sober says, the only thing AA promises me is that I could get sober. I want to share this paragraph with you. This paragraph was written by men and women who've gone through and had this experience. And here's what they say. Here are thousands of men and women, worldly indeed. They flatly declare that since they've come to believe in a power greater than themselves, which is step 2, to take a certain attitude toward that power, step 2, and to do certain simple things, the rest of the steps, there's been a revolutionary change in their way of living and thinking. In the face of collapse and despair, in the face of the total failure of their human resources, they found a new power, peace, happiness, and sense of direction flowed into them. Look at the promise. A new power, peace, happiness, and sense of direction will flow into me. Now I'm given a warning. This happens soon after I wholeheartedly met a few simple requirements. There is only one requirement to be a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. There are many requirements that I have to meet if I'm going to go through this work. Now, I don't know a good alcoholic or addict who's not interested in power. I hook a drunk any way I can. One of the ways I hook them is, you interested in power? Well, of course I'm interested in power. Well, good. Let's go through this book. This book is about power. It's about the power of God. I have a relationship with the loving Creator, and we're going to see in the third step, my third step decision is that I'm going to be His child, actor, and agent. And the word agent means I'm empowered. We are empowered by the Creator of the universe. This program is about power. And it's about taking that power inside yourself out into every area of your life and being used by God for 2 reasons and 2 reasons only, I think. Dr. Bob said this. This whole deal is about love and it's about service. That's the whole deal. Goes on to say, and this is important, once confused and baffled by the seeming futility of existence, Mark shows the underlying reasons why Mark was making heavy going of life. Well, look at the next sentence. Leaving aside the drink question, put your alcoholism and your drug addiction to the side. Mark tells the reason why living is so unsatisfactory. All the stuff on page 52 that we've talked about already. Forget your drinking, forget your drug use, Mark. Look at every single area of your life and ask yourself a question. Has living life been unsatisfactory based on your own power, based on everything you know? And then it goes on to say, they show how the change came over him. And the change happened when the consciousness of the presence of God is today the most important fact of their lives. Now you've got a paragraph again talking about the mind of the intellect and the God of reason. Got a couple paragraphs talking about that. If you turn over to page 52. Again, this is the paragraph where I use 3 words interchangeably. The second half of the first step, unmanageability, spirituality, and untreated alcoholism or drug addiction.
And I've asked you this question: if you want to find out whether or not you need power, take these 8 areas, say a prayer, and say, God, help me be honest with myself about where I am with these 8 areas. So here's where they are. Here's what they are. How you doing, Mark, in personal relationships? First area to look at. Where are you at, Mark, with controlling your emotional nature, with being a prey to misery and depression, with making a living, with having a feeling of uselessness, with being full of fear, with being unhappy, with being of help to other people? And I love the word the book uses to describe these things. It uses the word bedevilments. I got to this point in the work with my sponsor, and every time through the work, and when I get honest with myself through a prayer, I see that in every one of these areas, I need power and I need help. Next paragraph says, when Mark saw others solve their problems, these 8 things, by a simple reliance upon the Spirit of the universe, Mark had to stop doubting the power of God. Mark's ideas did not work, but the God idea did. Now I'm going to get over to page 53, and we're going to look at the second half of this step, and I'm going to pose some more questions to look at. Having faced the doubt, which is areas of my life I don't believe God can help me in, my prejudice, which is my past experience with God, and my agnosticism, am I willing to consider that beyond here, that God has more for me? See, I think in Alcoholics Anonymous, this was my experience. My first time through the work, I think I lied to Don when I told him I was willing to make God everything. I think what I gave God was my alcohol and drug use. And I think I reserved the right to run all the other areas of my life. Here's what I do with God, and I'm trying to share something with you so you don't have this experience. God comes to me. He did this with career. He did it with money. He did it with relationships. He comes to me and says, my child, I've got a gift for you that I want to give you because I love you so much. But in order for me to give you that gift, you got to let go of what's in your life right now. And I say to him, get away from me. I'm doing just fine. And he comes back the next day and says, my child, I love you so much that I have a... This is what happened to me when he moved me from Colorado to Texas. I went through this with him. He comes back to me again and says, my child, I love you so much that I got a great gift for you. But in order for me to give it to you, you got to let go of everything you're holding on to. And I said, no, I don't want that. Get away from me. I'm doing just fine, thank you. About the third day, he comes down to me and says, my child, I love you so much, and you're being kind of stupid right now. I'm going to rip it out of your bloody hands. And he does. And about 6 months down the road, and this is what happened to me when I got moved to Texas, because you got to understand that my whole support system, everyone I'd ever gotten sober with, everyone I'd ever knew, all the people I'd ever worked with were all in Colorado. About 6 months later, 6 months to a year, I realized absolutely one of the greatest gifts he'd ever done for me was move me away from all my dependency and all these human people, so I'm at a place where there's me, this book, and God. And the end result of that was my relationship with him reached a level I'd never experienced before. That's the way I am with the gifts that he wants to give me. I let go of things through my bloody paws. That's what happened to me around career, around money, around women, around physical health, every area of my life. I did not walk into AA, and I was not one of these. I'd like to tell you the first time through the work with Don, I said, oh yeah, you got everything. Wrong. I held on to every single piece till I got beaten to the state of, well, I guess the book says, Mark had to be pretty badly mangled. I was talking to a gal tonight, 5 years sober, middle-of-the-road solution, relapsed, dying of untreated alcoholism, doing the work again. She's almost done with her resentment inventory, comes up this morning, stays up all night because she's in here, says, I've reached a place where I'm willing to let go of all that stuff. Because she had many areas of her life where she still thought she could control the situation. Talking to another friend of mine who was doing the work, got real involved in his career. Talking last night, he said the same thing. It amazes me, Mark. I step away from this program, and some of you have done this work, and in 3 months, I'm trying to run the show again.
praying all day, and here's what my prayers are. God, give me, give me, give me, give me, give me. Now once as he said, God, let thy will, not mine, be done. Right? So, that's the question. When I became an alcoholic crushed by a self-imposed crisis I cannot postpone or evade, I had to fearlessly face the proposition, either God's everything or is he nothing? God either is or he isn't. What's my choice to be? Now here's what I did. Here's what my alcoholic ego did the first time of this question. You know what I thought the self-imposed crisis was? I'm going to die drinking. It's not. The self-imposed crisis is lack of power is my dilemma, and I can't do anything about it in every area of my life. See, my first time through the work, here's my first step. I'm powerless over alcohol, and that's why my life's unmanageable. Let me tell you, many times beyond that point, I'm powerless over alcohol, and my life's unmanageable with or without alcohol in every area of my life, and I need power in every area of my life. See, the freedom I'm talking about that happens for me through this process called the work is I get greater freedom and more power in every single area of my life. When I get to steps 10, 11, I'm going to share with you what's been happening to me about the last year, and that is that I'm being moved through life with no effort on my own. The things that are happening in my life absolutely blow my mind. This is hard for the alcoholic mind to understand. You got a problem, and the problem's right out here. Example. I'm struggling with a career, I got a relationship problem. The alcoholic and addict mind wants to attack the problem. AA says, no, the problem's out here, let's go over here. Let's work the steps. What are you talking about, Mark? I'm having problems in relationships. I want to sit down and I want to get closure and I want to do all this and I want to do therapy. And no, let's go over here. Doesn't make any sense. You know what I found the last year? I spend all my time on that right relationship with God, and he moves me through life. Absolutely moves me through life with no effort on my part. So, that's the second part of this step. I've got to answer a question. Don would never let me go on through the work till I answered the question. And he said, is God everything, Mark, or is he nothing? Well, faced with that self-imposed crisis, I had no choice. The God of my understanding, which was going to be a loving and forgiving God, I chose to make that God everything. And now when I go back through the work, my choice, I add something to that. I believe that God can take me further in every area of my life than I've ever been before. I believe that God can remove from me defects which are creating problems in my personal relationships with others. And I believe God can remove from me defects which make me controlling my emotional nature a difficult time. And I believe God can remove from me defects which make me a prey to misery and depression. And I believe God can remove defects from me which create problems in me making a living. When I did my inventory in 93, and I got honest about me and making a living, you know what became apparent to me? They all talk about in a lot of corporations being a team player. You know what my team consisted of? Me. I didn't know that till I did the work. And I said to God, God, that isn't what I'm here for. I'm here to be a service and help everyone and reach a common goal and a common objective. Will you remove the defects from me that are preventing me doing that? Full of fear. Are there defects in me that God can remove so that I don't walk around full of fear? I got more freedom from fear last year than I ever have in my whole life. God is truly everything or nothing. I do not worry anymore about whether I have a job or don't have a job, where I live or where I don't live, whether I have money or not, whether I'm in a relationship or not. I got free of all that last year. Incredible place to be. Absolutely. And you know what it does? I've never been more effective in the work that I do. See, the spiritual life never makes any sense. It's a paradox. Right? If I have a fear that I'm bringing into the workplace about, am I doing a good job? Am I not going to do a job? Do I have a job today? Do I have a job tomorrow? That fear prevents me from God using me and being useful. When that fear is gone, I show up and say, hey, God, let's have fun. How do I help your kids today? How do I help the people I work with? See, it's a paradox. It doesn't make sense. Spiritual life's a theory. I have to live it. I can't think my way through the process. Let's turn over, page 54. This is always interesting. How many of you in here are struggling with the idea of a higher power or God of your understanding? Raise your hands if you're struggling. No one struggling? A few people are? Okay. Don did something here that helped me a lot with that. He said, I'd like you to make a list of the things that you've worshipped. I said, what are you talking about? He said, well, I'll help you with one. You drank alcohol for 20 years. You turned your life and will over to alcohol, didn't you? I said, oh, yeah, I wrote alcohol. He said, I know your drug history. You did drugs for 17 years. You turned your will and life over to them, didn't you? Yeah, right, drugs. You've been married and divorced 3 times, so I think you probably turned your will and life over to a few women, didn't you? Yeah, I wrote women. And I wrote money. And I wrote all kinds of things that I had been turning my will and life over to most of my life and did not know it. Did not know it. And he said, now, based on that, and based on you're faced with a self-imposed crisis, he said, are you truly going to balk at the idea of turning your will and life over to a loving and forgiving God? And I said, no, I don't think so. You see what I'm saying? Look at what we've turned our will and life over to. I've done some work with some men who were married and struggling in the marriage. In the process of that work, you know what we found out? We found out that the marriage was between them and God. What had to go is the marriage had to go here, their relationship with God had to be clean, and now they can bring the marriage and put it right underneath. Wow. Think about that. Could my marriage be between me and God? Yeah, absolutely. Could my career be between me and God? Yeah. I had to reach a place in the process of this work where nothing stands between me and my loving Father, and then you know what happens? Then every single area of my life, taking His power, love, peace, and direction, takes off into dimensions that I never knew existed. It's incredible. So, page 55. We're going to find out something. You remember we were told lack of power is our dilemma, and this book says it's going to show us where and how to find the power? We're going to be given the answer to that. Talks about actually Mark's fooling himself, for deep down in every man, woman, and child is a fundamental idea of God. This idea of God may be obscured by calamity, by pomp, or by worship of other things, but in some form or other it's there. It, again, means this fundamental idea of God. Book's trying to present to me that the idea of God has been with me since the day I'm born, but that I'm blocked from it by pomp, circumstances, and by worship of other things. Goes on to say, for faith in a power greater than myself and miraculous demonstrations of that power in human lives are facts as old as Mark himself. I finally saw faith in some kind of a God was a part of my makeup just as much as the feeling that I had for a friend. Now I'm going to be told how I'm going to find God. Sometimes Mark had to search fearlessly, but he was there. That's how I'm going to find God. And the next sentence is going to tell me where. He, meaning God, was as much a fact as Mark was. Mark found the great reality deep down within Mark. In the last analysis, it is only there that he may be found. That was great news to me. I thought I had to find God either in the Bible, in a church, on a mountaintop doing peyote with Indians, go to Nepal, be a monk. This book says, no, Mark, God's deep down within you. And if you're willing to search fearlessly and get rid of the things that have you blocked, you too will now have a conscious relationship with Him, gain access to Him, be able to feel His presence 24 hours a day. I tell people this. I am in church 24 hours a day because I am experiencing the presence of God 24 hours a day. That was good news to me, sitting in the living room of my home. I did not have to go off to some monastery and seek God. I could find Him deep down within me if I was willing to search fearlessly. The big book of Alcoholics Anonymous uses the word attitude a whole bunch of times. I'll give you an example. When you get to the 11th step, it talks about better men and women than you and I are using prayer and meditation. And then it follows with a sentence. It says, it, meaning prayer and meditation, works if Mark has the proper attitude and works at it. I've asked this of people who've been sober for a while. What do you think the proper attitude is to take into prayer and meditation? Well, I'm not sure. The next paragraph tells me this attitude. It's one of the most powerful in the book. Here's what it says. And this attitude consists of 3 elements. It says we can only clear the ground a bit. Here's the first. If our testimony helps sweep away prejudice, enables you to think honestly, encourages you to search diligently within yourself, then if you wish, you can join us on the broad highway. Look at the next sentence. With this attitude, you cannot fail. Most powerful statement, one of the most powerful in the whole big book. If I take this attitude into every area of my life, into my relationship with God, I cannot fail. And it tells me why. The consciousness of my belief leading my relationship with God. This is an attitude that I take into prayer and meditation every morning. God, I'm willing to lay aside prejudice this morning, think honestly and search deep within myself so that I can know you better. And I take that attitude into workshops and into meetings and into virtually everything that I do. Most of the men and women that I got sober with, this book and this work has been our foundation for our relationship with God. But all of us have gone way off on tangents, all seeking God. Example, I'm going to retreat next weekend in Santa Barbara, California monastery. And the man who's running that retreat is not an alcoholic. He studied with a man named Thomas Merton in a monastery. This man went on to get a PhD, and he's a psychotherapist out in California. He is not in recovery. What he is, though, is a man who's been seeking God with a passion his whole life. We're going to go to this retreat. Imagine this, 30 drunks, and it's a silent retreat. Monks in a monastery believe in what is called contemplative seeking of God, which means they use a lot of silence and solitude. Here's his instructions to us. He will come and speak to us Friday night, and we will spend all the rest of Friday night in prayer and meditation. He will speak to us Saturday morning for an hour, the rest of the morning in prayer and meditation. He will speak to us at noon, the rest of the afternoon in prayer and meditation. He will speak to us at night, the rest of the night in prayer and meditation. He will speak to us in the morning and up till noon in prayer and meditation. I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to go anywhere and do anything to get close to God. That's one of the gifts that I was given in this program. Tom and I talked about this. This book tells me to seek out religious people, to go other places in terms of seeking this relationship with God. But this book for me has always been my foundation, allowing me to gain access to this God by being willing to search fearlessly deep down within myself and to let God clear away the things that have me separated from Him. All right? Now, if you'll turn over to page chapter 5, how it works. Page 58. Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our path. Now here's interesting. We saw in the foreword of the first edition, the book says it'll show us precisely how to recover. A little bit further along, the book said we're going to show you specifically what we have done. A little bit further on, it said we're going to give you clear-cut directions. And now they say, thoroughly followed our path. It says those who do not recover are people who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program. I have never met in my 11 plus years a cannot in this program. I correspond with a man 44 years sober in Minnesota, and in his 44 years of being actively involved in this fellowship, he has only met 2 cannots. And they both happen to be men who had fought in the ring and had some brain damage from that. The only people I meet in Alcoholics Anonymous who don't get this program are will-nots. People who will not completely give themselves to this simple program. Now, my experience with most of them is they've never been able to look at the first step. When you see your truth in the first step, I can't conceive of not being willing to go through and do the rest of the work. Because again, when I got done with the first step, I was coming from a place of desperation. I knew I had a disease of body, mind, spirit. And I knew I needed power. Goes on to say these are usually men and women who are constitutionally incapable of being honest with themselves. They're such unfortunates, they're not at fault, they're born that way. That's a great out for some drunks, isn't it? I'm born that way, Mark, I can't ever get this thing. I'm going to continually keep relapsing. I've worked with some guys that said that to me. They didn't read all this paragraph. Goes on to say that these people are naturally incapable of grasping and developing a manner of living which demands rigorous honesty. Next sentence, their chances are less than average. Well, average is 50%. They still have a chance, don't they? They don't read that little sentence. The hook is, I'm constitutionally incapable of being honest, therefore I'm going to keep drinking. No, I think it's about they're not done drinking. Goes on to say there are those too who suffer from grave emotional and mental disorders, but many of them do recover if they have the capacity to be honest. I have seen God take people who have all kinds of diagnosis and those people be healed. I think there's a reason the book says that there are people who suffer from grave emotional and mental disorders. The interesting thing was, I have read this paragraph before and didn't think I was all those things. What I know today, I'm every one of those things. That I suffered from grave emotional and mental disorders, that I was inconstitutionally capable of being honest with myself. I have been everything in that paragraph. Goes on to say that our stories disclose in a general way what we used to be like, what happened, what we're like now. If you've decided you want what we have and are willing to go to any length to get it, you're ready to take certain steps. My sponsor stopped me here and said, you got to make a decision right now. I said, what's that? He said, we've done the work out of the book, 57 pages. So here's my question. Have you decided you want what I have? And I said, yes. He said, are you willing to go to any length to get what I have? And I said, yes. And if you're going through the work for the first time, you have to make the same decision. And you have to answer the same question. And it starts out in the next sentence, at some of these things we balked, meaning what the book's going to ask me to do. Here's why. Everything this book asks me to do goes against the root of my problem, which is I'm selfish, self-centered, I played God, I've ran my life on my will. This book asks me to do everything that goes against my will. That's why I'm going to balk at some of this stuff. It says, Mark thought he could find an easier, softer way, but we could not. With all the earnestness at our command, we beg of Mark to be fearless and thorough from the very start. Some of us have tried to hold on to our old ideas and the result's nil until we let go absolutely. When I go back through these steps again, my old ideas are everything I think I know about myself, my disease, these steps, and most of all, God. And I've got to ask God to help me set that aside. It says, remember, we deal with alcohol, cunning, baffling, and powerful. Without help, alcohol is too much for us. But there's one who has all power, that one is God. May you find him now. Now I get a warning. Alcoholics hate this sentence. Half measures availed us nothing. Here's why we hate it. We've gotten by half measures in every area of our life, all of our life. There is an alcoholic addict in this room who at many given times at best gave 50% to a relationship or a job or any other area. The warning in the book is, Mark, half measures avail you nothing. I got 100 amends to make, I make 50, and I wonder why I'm not free. It's because half measures avail us nothing. Once again, it says we stand at a turning point. Here's what the book means. I've done 58 pages in the book. Here's the turning point. I'm either going to turn toward that power, which is God, or I'm turning back toward booze. That's why there's a prayer. Next sentence is a prayer. Every time through the work, I pause at this point and I say this prayer. Mark asks God's protection and care with complete abandon. Meaning, I need his protection and care as I go through the rest of the work, and in particular, steps 3 through 7. Because I'm going to go in and look at some stuff that I'm not going to like looking at. I've also learned about running to a sponsor. This is more sponsor lingo. I went to Don one time when I was writing inventory. And I think now before, if a sponsor says to me, you really want to know why, I think before I answer that question now. But I go run into him one time and I said, Don, I need to talk to you. He said, sure, what about? I said, I'm feeling a lot of guilt and shame and I'd like to know why. He said, his eyes, he always get bright. He said, you really want to know why you're feeling a lot of guilt and shame? I said, yeah, Don, I've been wondering about that my whole life. He said, are you sure you want to know why? And I said, yeah. He said, because if somebody did to other people what you did to them, you should feel guilt and shame. Whoa. So when you go to your sponsor and ask him why, think about that before you do that. Okay? So there's a reason I need to ask God's protection and care with complete abandon. Then it says here the steps we took, which are suggested as a program of recovery. Turn over to page 60. I'm not going to bother reading the steps. Many of us exclaim, what an order, I can't go through with it. And what I found out is on my own power I can't. I'm not going to go in and look at the truth of what I'm going to see in here. Don't be discouraged. No one among us has been able to maintain anything like perfect adherence to these principles. We are not saints. The point is, we're willing to grow along spiritual lines. The principle we've set down are guides to progress. We claim spiritual progress rather than spiritual perfection. Here's another old idea I had to give up. I somehow got the idea if I did this work, all my defects would be removed from me. I missed this thing about spiritual progress. I remember taking that idea to Don one time. He said, listen, dummy, if God removed all your defects, there wouldn't be any reason for you to be here to help the new drunk. He said, sometimes your defects God will use to help other people grow spiritually. Here's what I've learned. Sometimes your self-will run riots God's will for me. Think about that one. Is it possible to reach a point where someone in your life who makes you real angry, that you can actually go up and thank them for helping you grow spiritually? My experience is every human being God has put in my life for 1 second or 20 years has been there to help me grow spiritually, period. And some of them do that best who make me real angry, right? Now, it says our description of the alcoholic, and we read that in the doctor's opinion, a couple other paragraphs. The chapter, the agnostic, in our personal adventures before, meaning drinking, and after sober, make clear 3 pertinent ideas. A, I'm an alcoholic and can't manage my own life, step 1. B, probably no human power could have relieved my alcoholism, step 1. C, God could and would if he were sought, step 2. Now here's what the book says. Being convinced, we were at step 3. Being convinced of what? Mark, are you convinced of the ABCs? I love the original manuscript. You know what it said? When you reach this point in the work, here's what it said. It said, Mark, when you reach this point, if you're not convinced of the ABCs, go back and reread the book, and if you're still not convinced, throw it away. See, I can't go any further in this work till I'm convinced of these ABCs. This time through the work, I get to the ABCs, and I once again see, based on looking at steps 1 and 2, that I'm an alcoholic and I can't manage my own life, that no human power could have relieved my alcoholism, and I hoped God could and would if he were sought, and I had to add something, but will he for me? See, I see he does it for others, but I had to add for will he do it for me? Now there was a question we asked in those 15 questions, and that is, how many of you know that there's a requirement that I got to meet before I make the 3rd step decision? The next sentence tells me what that requirement is. The first requirement is that Mark be convinced that his life run on self-will can hardly be a success. So there's an exercise in the next page and a half we're going to do, which are going to make me answer this question. Are you convinced of that? Because I can assure you there's actually, probably, imagine this in this room, some of you who may not be convinced of that. There might be some of you who think that you can still run your life on your self-will. David and I spent a bunch of time last night, and he realized he was back in that mode again, running his life on his self-will. So, when I read this, follow along and read it like I am, which is I'm going to use the I word. Because I told you, my alcoholic ego, if it reads the word we or they, it thinks it's talking about you all. So I'm going to put the I word. So here's how I read this. The first requirement is that I be convinced that my life run on my self-will can hardly be a success. On that basis, meaning running my life on my self-will, I am almost always in collision with something or somebody, even though my motives are good. I try to live by self-propulsion. I'm like an actor who wants to run the whole show, is forever trying to arrange the lights, the ballet, the scenery, and the rest of the players in my own way. If my arrangements would only stay put, if only people would do as I wish, the show would be great. Think about how this feels as I read this. Everybody, including myself, would be pleased. Life would be wonderful. In trying to make these arrangements, I may sometimes be quite virtuous. I may be kind, considerate, patient, generous, even modest and self-sacrificing. How many of you men like to send flowers to the significant other after you've been in a fight? Raise your hand. Several of you. Kind motive, isn't it? What's the real motive? Maybe she'll take me back. So it goes on to say, I may be kind, considerate, patient, generous, even modest and self-sacrificing. On the other hand, I may be mean, egotistical, selfish, and dishonest, but as with most humans, I'm more likely to have varied traits. Well, what usually happens? The show didn't come off very well. I begin to think life doesn't treat me right. Here's how we respond when life doesn't treat us right. I decide to exert myself more. Remember, we've got to hit the problem head on, right? Here's what I do. I become on the next occasion is when you all ain't doing what I want you to do, still more demanding or gracious as the case may be. Here's what we do. We go into our keen mind and say, all right, to get this person to do what I want them to do I have to be kind or do I have to just be a hard ass? That's how we think, folks. So it goes on to say, admitting I may be somewhat at fault, just a tiny little bit, I am sure other people are more to blame. I become angry, indignant, self-pitying. What's my basic trouble? I get to answer some questions here. Am I not a self-seeker even when I'm trying to be kind? Am I not a victim of the delusion that I can wrest satisfaction and happiness out of this world if I only manage well? Is it not evident to the rest of the players these are the things I want, and do not my actions make each of them wish to retaliate, snatching all they can get out of the show? Am I not, even in my best moments, a producer of confusion rather than harmony? Man, that is me to the bone. 11 years sober, me to the bone last time through the work. I was doing an analogy the other day because they work for me. You know, it talks about the actor. Here's how I want you to think about this. Steven Spielberg, probably greatest director ever known. Assume he comes to you and I, and he cuts a contract with us. I'm the actor. He signs me to play this role. He gives me a script. Here's what I do with that. First day, maybe the actress is Meryl Streep, right? Great actress. One of the best. And she reads some of her lines, and I stop her. And I say, you know, if you would just inflectuate your voice a little, and if you would change some of your facial expressions, that would have more impact, right? And then Stephen, a little bit further on, he's telling me to do a couple things, and I go to him and say, Stephen, I got some ideas for directing this movie I want to share with you. And the guys who are doing the makeup and the lighting, I say to them, listen, the lights are a little too intense. Could you back off a little bit? And I looked at my life and I realized that's how I live life. What I was hired to be by Steven Spielberg is I was hired to be an actor, but I want to tell the actress what to do, Stephen what to do, all the stagehands. Everywhere in my life, every part of my life, I want to run the show. I'm self-will run riot. Time and time again, I see that's me. We're going to learn in the book, here's what it says. Mark is in the world to play the role that God assigns, period. So maybe what I need to consider is, God, what is the role you want me to play in this? Example, if you're in a relationship, husband and wife. The role is to be a wife, to not be the husband. Let the husband be the husband. You be the wife. Right? Over and over again, I start to see where I'm hired to be an actor, but I want to be the director. I want to arrange the lights. I want to run the whole show. And I do that at every area of my life. I do it at work. I do it in relationships. I do it in AA. Time and time again, I see that's me. I'm self-will run riot. Goes on to say, I am self-centered, egocentric, as people like to call it nowadays. I'm like the retired businessman who lolls on the fort of sunshine in the winter, complaining of the sad state of the nation. The minister who sighs over the sins of the 20th century. I commented about that the other day. I love it when a minister sighs over the sins of the 20th century. If there were no sins, we would not need him. Right? He sighs over the sins of the 20th century. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm as grateful for my defects today as my assets because they get me to God. I've ceased fighting anything or anyone, including my defects, because they move me toward God. Goes on to say, politicians and reformers who sure all would be utopia if the rest of the world will only behave. The outlaw safecracker thinks society's wronged him, and the alcoholic who's lost all and locked up. Whatever my protestations, am I not concerned with myself, my resentments, or my self-pity? Now the next paragraph is going to tell me what's wrong with me. And we're not talking about me and alcohol anymore. Selfishness, self-centeredness, that we think is the root of Mark's troubles. I like visualizations, and I begin to see how deep my disease goes. You know those huge trees in California that grow to 500 or 1,000 feet? Imagine how deep the root system goes. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet. And at the very root of my existence is a core belief system. I am brutally selfish and self-centered, which is why I try and run the show all the time, and why I'm at conflict with the world, and why I have no power at that point in time. So I got to get rid of that for power to flow into me, so that I can be empowered and start to do things with my life. Goes on to say, driven by 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, self-seeking, self-pity, I step on the toes of my fellows and they retaliate. Once again, a visualization. Here's what happens. In the morning, a stretch limo pulls up in front of my house. I go out and get in the limo. Driver turns around and says, "Hi, Mark. My name is Fear, and I'm going to drive your ass all day today." And he does. Or the next day I get in, and the driver turns his head around and says, "Hi, Mark. I'm self-delusion, and I'm going to drive you everywhere today." And the next day he's self-pity. And the next day he's self-seeking. And on my own, that's what drives me, and it forces me into taking action. Goes on to say that these people retaliate because I step on their toes, right? Sometimes these people hurt me seemingly without provocation, but I will invariably find that sometime in the past I've made decisions based on self, which later placed me in a position to be hurt. I believe in testing this book, and I've tested this many times. Anytime I write a resentment inventory about someone I'm angry at, and I got hurt, I can get to the fourth column and see where I made a selfish, self-seeking decision that placed me in a position to be hurt. I mean, here's what always happens with the alcoholic, right? When we get into this he-she stuff, he left me and she left me. We come whining to meetings, first of all. And the truth is, she left me, I feel terrible, right? And what's always interesting is by the time we get to the fourth column, it becomes very apparent we drove her away with the Mack truck. You see what I'm saying? At some point in time, every single time I've ever been hurt, I get a chance to see where I made decisions based on self, which placed me in a position to be hurt. But I don't want to look at that. I want to blame you. Next paragraph. You might make a note in your book. This is the paragraph that describes what I call my fourth column of the resentment inventory. The next sentence says, so Mark's troubles, we think, are basically of Mark's own making. Now that sentence is also a great statement of hope because my experience of going through this work and developing a relationship with God and gaining power in my life and being able to take that power out in every area of my life is I've stopped making trouble for myself. I actually can make healthy, good decisions today. I can be of service to God and others. All of us sitting in this room know examples of people who came in this program who wound up getting GEDs, going to college, went on to be teachers and professors. The list goes on with people who come into Alcoholics Anonymous and accomplish miraculous things. Why? Because of that relationship with God and because we get empowered by God. This program gives me power and gives me tools to take out into the world. You do not find me sitting around rooms of AA saying, I'm powerless over alcohol, my life's unmanageable. Because that isn't my experience today. Today I have power and my life is manageable, if I remember who the source is. So, let's go on. Mark's troubles arise out of Mark. And Mark's an extreme example of self-will-run riot, though Mark doesn't think so. Remember, I suffer from self-delusion? Look at the next sentence. Above everything, I must be rid of this selfishness. Don said to me, because he knows I have a hard time understanding this book, Mark, what do the words above everything mean to you? And I said, they mean above everything, Don. And it goes on to say, Mark must, meaning I must get rid of this selfishness, or it kills Mark. It kills me. You know why it kills me? Because if this selfishness, self-centeredness does not leave me, I'm blocked from the sunlight of the Spirit, and if I'm blocked from the sunlight of the Spirit, the obsession to drink will come back, and I'll pick up a drink, and I'll die an alcoholic death. That's why. Our name is not in the next sentence. Next sentence says, God makes that possible. Goes on to say, and there often seems no way for Mark to entirely get rid of self without God's aid. As I read this, I begin to get another visualization. I'm chained to Mark and it's going to kill me. And there's nothing I can do about it. Goes on to say, Mark has moral and philosophical convictions galore, but Mark can't live up to them even though Mark would like to. Neither could Mark reduce his self-centeredness much by wishing or trying his own power. Mark had to have God's help. Now, in that handout I gave you, in there I made a photocopy of what I call the third step decision. We've gone through the book and we've looked at some information and we've asked ourselves the question, Mark, are you convinced that your life run on your will won't work? This paragraph is the third step decision. Some of you have been around AA. Have you ever wondered why the promises come before the third step prayer? There's a whole bunch of promises after we make this decision and then we do the prayer. It's because the promises are designed to come after the decision. The prayer is only an affirmation of the decision. So here's my third step decision. We've been told above everything I got to get rid of the selfishness or I'm going to die, and that I need God's help. It says this is the how, meaning how I'm going to get his help, and this is why, meaning why I need his help. First of all, Mark had to quit playing God. That's how I'm going to get his help. And the reason why I'm going to quit playing God is summed up in the next sentence. It didn't work. I got the power to be Mark. God's got the power to be God. So the next thing is Mark decided that hereafter in this drama life, God is going to be Mark's director. Now on this handout, it says on the top of it, third step decision, big book, page 62. Here's the definition of director. It is a person who directs or controls, supervises or manages. So the God of my understanding, my personal concept in the second step, that God is now going to supervise and manage and control my life. The book's already told me I'm supposed to be an actor. Definition of an actor is a player on the stage, one who acts, a doer. So that's the first part of the decision. The second is, God's going to be the principal, I'm going to be his agent. Definition of principal is, first in rank, authority, or importance, it is a person who employs another to act as his agent. So I'm going to allow God, of my understanding, to be my principal. Now look at the definition of agent. It says, a person empowered to act for another. You and I get empowered by the Creator of the universe. We are God's agents. We can do anything. We can have healthy relationships, careers we love, good physical health. We can be at peace. We can accomplish anything. We are an agent of God, the Creator of the universe. I love it. There's a convention I went to last year. I'm not going this year. You know why? They canceled one of the workshops. You know which one they canceled? The one on power. This whole program is about power. The power of God to operate in my life. Next definition. The book goes on to say, God's going to be the Father. We are his children. Definition of Father: to originate, found, create, invent, make, to take the responsibility for. This God that I developed a concept is going to take the responsibility of me. The definition of children, it's the plural child. Child, a son or descendant, a son or daughter, a descendant. God has no grandchildren. We are all descendants of the Spirit of the universe. We were created. We are descendants of the Creator. Now look at my third step decision now. God's going to be director, I'm the actor. God's the principal, I'm the agent. God's the father, I'm the child. As Don and I went through this, I begin to feel the presence of God in such a powerful way. And based on how I'd been living life, I kind of thought this was a neat deal to go for. Now, goes on to say, most good ideas are simple, and this concept was the keystone of the new and triumphant arch through which I passed to freedom. Now, first step's my foundation, second step's the cornerstone, third step is the keystone. Definition of keystone is the central wedge-shaped stone of an arch that will lock all the parts together. My third step locks all the rest of the steps together. Now, top of page 63, a whole bunch of promises, none of which we seldom talk about in AA. These promises show up in our life after doing the work, making this decision. Here's what they are. The manifestation of these promises in our life are also why people quit doing the work and don't continue through, because they're powerful. Let's look at them. When I sincerely took such a position, and I define position for you, the usual or proper place a person's mental attitude toward or opinion on a subject. So when I sincerely took a position, all sorts of remarkable things followed. I have a new employer. Now look at the next sentence. Being all powerful, God will provide what I need if I keep close to him, which is to be his child, and perform his work well, which is to be his actor and agent. Established on this footing, now look what happens. I become less and less interested in myself, my little plans and designs. More and more I become interested in seeing what I can contribute to life. As I felt new power flow into me, new power gaining access flowing into me, as I enjoyed peace of mind, as I discovered I could face life successfully, as I become conscious of God's presence, I begin to lose my fear of today, tomorrow, the hereafter. I'm reborn. I'll have you think about something, then I'm going to talk a minute about this prayer. In the last minute or two, stop and think. I doubt if any of you in here have experienced any fear whatsoever. The reason is because you're living in the presence of God. And in the presence of God, fear doesn't exist. maybe this program gives me tools to live in the presence of God almost all the time and to gain access to that power all the time and to take it out into the world. Now it says we're at step 3. Many of us said to our Maker as we understand Him. And here's the prayer. God, I offer myself to Thee to build with me and do with me as Thou wilt. Now this prayer's got 3 ideas to it. I was asked, what does that mean? I said, I think it means He gets the whole shooting match. He can do anything He wants with me. And He has. The book is going to give us a little warning before we do this prayer. It says, Mark, think carefully, make sure you're ready. You know why? Because when you make this prayer and do this prayer and you mean it, your life will never be the same. I didn't plan on showing up in Kerrville, Texas when I got sober and when I did this prayer. I didn't plan on leaving everybody who I'd ever known in my support system. I didn't plan on working in the field that I'm working in. I didn't plan on having all the people in my life that are in my life right now. I didn't plan on being as involved carrying this message. This is what this prayer means. God, I offer myself to Thee to build with me and do with me as Thou wilt. Second idea in the prayer, relieve me the bondage of self that I may better do Thy will. We read on page 62, Mark's chained to Mark, and the sad news is he can't do anything about it, and he's going to die if he doesn't get rid of it. So I'm asking God, God, remove me from the bondage of self so that I can better do Thy will. Sober, long ways away from a drink, if I'm into self, I can't do God's will. So I have to ask God to remove me from the bondage of self. Here's the third idea in the prayer. Take away my difficulties. We could all in this room right now make a long list of difficulties. I'll submit something to you. You submit to yourself to this process, and I will absolutely guarantee within a period of time, might be a month, might be a year, He will remove every one of them. So here's the idea. God, take away my difficulties. Now, I'm going to be told the reason why He'll do that. So that victory over those difficulties may bear witness to those I would help of Your power, Your love, Your way of life. May I do Thy will always. There's an obligation if He takes away all of our difficulties, isn't there? That I go out and bear witness to those I would help of what happens when I turn my will and life over to God as I understand God. I've seen this happen in AA, and it happened to me. I walked away from this fellowship for 6 months. You know all those difficulties you took away that I was bearing witness to others? They came back 10 times over. I clicked in one day, really what this prayer is saying to me and what my part in this is. Take away my difficulties so that victory over those difficulties may bear witness to those I would help of Your power, Your love, Your way of life. May I do Thy will always. And now we're told something. Mark, think well before taking this step, making sure you're ready. I'm going to read the next paragraph, and then we're going to take a break, and then those who want to, when we come back in, I'd like to hook up hands, and I'd like to say this prayer together. Goes on to say, think well before taking this step, Mark, and making sure you're ready, that you could at last abandon yourself utterly to God. Now I get the instructions for doing the prayer. We found it desirable to take this spiritual step with an understanding person, such as our wife, best friend, or spiritual advisor, but it's better to meet God alone than with someone who might misunderstand. The wording was, of course, quite optional, so long as we expressed the idea. And you and I went over the idea. There's 3 components to it. God, I give myself to You. You get me all, buddy. Do anything You want with me. Build with me. That's the first idea. The second idea is, God, remove from me the bondage of self. The third idea is, God, take away my difficulties, and if that happens, I'll go bear witness to everyone else of Your power, Your love, and Your way of life. If you're not ready to do those things, don't do this prayer. Don was real clear with me. If you're not ready to accept these three ideas, do not do this prayer. Once again, step one, faced with a self-imposed crisis, lack of power, and I'm going to die, or even worse, I may live for a long period of time feeling the way I'm feeling, living the way I'm living, I was willing to go for this deal. Now, I didn't know what it meant. I'm a little further down the road today. So I tell people, before you do this prayer, take a look at what the idea is. And then it says I need to voice it without reservation, meaning I need to say it out loud. Goes on to say that this is only a beginning, though if honestly and humbly made in effect, sometimes a very great one was felt at once. So I want to stop there. We're going to take a break, and then we'll come back in. My name's Mark, and I'm an alcoholic. I want you to notice something, and that is that there is no amen behind the third step prayer. The amen is behind the seventh step prayer. It was explained to me that they are a process. The other thing is it became clear to me that the third step was not turning my will of life over, that it was only a decision. And I said to my sponsor, how do I turn my will of life over? And he gave me that wonderful sponsor response. Can you count? Yes, I can count. Can you count from 4 to 9? Yes. Count from 4 to 9 for me. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. He said the way you turn your will and life over to God is you do steps 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. The book has told us where we're going to find the power deep down within, and it's told us how, search fearlessly. And it is in 4 through 9, and particularly in our inventory, that we begin to search fearlessly. So let's go back to the book and look at the instructions, page 63. Next, I launched out on a course of vigorous action, the first step of which is a personal house cleaning, which I had never attempted. Though my decision, the one we just made, third step decision, was a vital and crucial step, that decision could have little permanent effect unless at once followed by a strenuous effort to face and to be rid of the things in myself which had been blocking me. Our liquor was but a symptom, so we had to get down to causes and conditions. That's a powerful paragraph. It tells me my third step decision, although it's vital and crucial, will not give me permanent effect unless at once followed by an effort to face and be rid of, search fearlessly, the things that have me blocked from this power. If I'm blocked from the power, I'm going to pick up a drink again. And in every area of my life, wind up getting in conflict. Because of the root of my problem, I'm selfish and self-centered. So it says, therefore, we start upon a personal inventory, and this was step 4. And I said this yesterday, but I want to repeat this. I asked for a show of hands of how many people had used different inventories. You can use whatever you want, but I told you there's one simple question when someone wants to give you an inventory other than the one in this book, and here's the question to ask them. If I do your inventory, are there 7 promises that I will be guaranteed that will happen to me and have happened to millions of other people? Of course, their answer to that is going to have to be no. Well, my experience and the experience of millions of people who are sober and Alcoholics Anonymous today is, if we do the 3 inventories as outlined in this book, those 7 promises can show up in my life. That's why I don't use other inventory forms. If there were a set of promises behind the Hazelton set of inventory, I'd probably do them. I'm a real alcoholic. I'll go for the whole deal. But I've never seen a set of promises behind any inventory forms other than the ones in the big book. So, therefore, I start upon a personal inventory. This is step 4. Next sentence is the one that the group of men and women who have sponsored me and been my mentors and spiritual guides, this is the one that tells them to do a regular inventory, step 4. My experience is I cannot do a regular inventory till I once again consider steps 1, 2, and 3, because when I consider steps 1, 2, and 3,
something happens to me that when it comes time to write inventory, I have the capacity to be honest. Next sentence says, a business which takes no regular inventory usually goes broke. Taking a commercial inventory is a fact-finding and a fact-facing process. It is an effort to discover the truth about the stock in trade. One object is to disclose damaged or unsaleable goods to get rid of them promptly and without regret. If the owner of the business is to be successful, he cannot fool himself about values. Well, we did exactly the same thing with our lives. We took stock honestly. First, we searched out the flaws in our makeup which caused our failure. Being convinced that self, manifested in various ways, was what had defeated us, we considered its common manifestations. Now, we've read earlier, the root of our problem is we're selfish and self-centered. Now, the book in the process of inventories is going to show us 3 ways in which our selfishness and self-centeredness shows up. And the first way is resentment. It says, resentment is the #1 offender. Resentment destroys more alcoholics than anything else. Now that's a very powerful sentence. I thought I was going to die because I drank too much vodka. Book says I'm going to die because I resent people. You know why? Because when I resent people, I'm blocked from the sunlight of the Spirit, and if I'm blocked from the sunlight, I'll drink alcohol again. Goes on to say, from resentment stems all form of spiritual disease, for I've been not only mentally and physically ill, I've been spiritually sick. We've looked at the fact that we have a craving of the body, obsession of the mind. Now the book reconfirms that I've been spiritually sick. And now look at the next sentence. When the spiritual malady is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. If the spiritual malady is not overcome, I will not straighten out mentally and physically, and I will be drunk again. And I have no power on my own to treat the spiritual malady. Now I'm going to get my instructions for how to write a 4-column resentment inventory. Book says, in dealing with resentments, I set them on paper. And now we're going to do the columns, and we're going to do the columns down in one at a time. And so now I get the instructions for the first column, and here's what it says. I listed people, institutions, and principles with whom we were angry. So I do this. I take a piece of paper, and I write the word people, institutions, and principles. There are 3 words that I use a lot when it comes time to writing inventory, and I'll share them with you. Pray, pray, pray. So I say a prayer. God, show me all the people. I start with 1 column at a time. This is column 1. God, show me all the people that I'm resentful at. And so I start today and I work back through my life. And he shows me some. All right? So let's write a few. Shirley, you want to, from your last inventory, which you recently did, just give me a few names. Yourself, you were on there.
Jim, Dallas.
Dallas. Who else? Okay. So what I do, I say a prayer, and I write all the people. I've just finished, I'm almost done with my fear inventory because I'm going to do 3 5th steps this time. Book says I do a 5th step with person or persons. I don't know about some of you who've been sober for a while, but the longer I'm sober, I have a more difficult time seeing truth. So I like to do a 5th step with more than one person because I see a lot more truth. So when I go to California, I'm going to do a 5th step there. I'm going to do a 5th step with a man in Kerrville, and I'm going to do a 5th step in Louisiana with a woman that's 19 years sober. Because when I do it with more than one person, I see a lot of truth. When I made my list, I had 21 people that I was angry at, that I had a resentment at. I also tell people something else. When you do inventory, do not judge your work. If you say a prayer and 3 names come, or 130, write them down. Don't judge your work. We're not writing a thesis here. We're not trying to get a PhD in something. I say a prayer and I write a list of all the people. Now I come to the second instruction, which is make a list of all the institutions you're angry at. Some of the ones, for example, on mine, Internal Revenue Service, they're just a given that I write at. I invited them into my life, and I've gotten very intimate with them. Most intimate relationship I have, as a matter of fact. I wrote treatment centers. What are some other institutions some of you can think of? Jails? Churches. Marriage is an institution. There may be one or two in here have some resentment against that. Divorce is an institution. Churches are institutions. You can go on and on and on. I make a list of all the institutions. Some of you probably could put TDC. That could be on there. So I make a list of all the institutions that I was ever resentful at. Now I come to the third area, principles. Does everyone understand what a principle is? A principle is primarily a value system that you live your life by. Now the first time I wrote principles, I didn't have very many principles because I didn't have very many principles. I'll give you an example of some principles. Honesty is a principle. I was resentful at this principle. Here's why. Many times if I'm honest, it's not going to work out the way I think it's supposed to work out. Normally, if I write one value like honesty, I also have to write its opposite. If I'm resentful at the concept of honesty, I'm also resentful when I'm dishonest. Why? Because I know the difference between right and wrong. When I'm dishonest, my gut turns, and I don't like that. What are some other principles you could put up here? How about success and failure? What are some other principles? How about this? Big boys don't cry. How about this for women? Women's place is in the home. Those are all principles that we've accumulated over the years and that we live with in our life. So I ask God to show me all the principles that I'm resentful at. Okay? And I make a list of those. Now, when I'm done with that, I can't stress this enough. We're going to do a 4-column inventory, and you always write down. We will finish all of column 1, then we will move to column 2, we will finish all of column 2, then we will move to column 3, finish all of column 3, then the book has a page and a half of instructions before we write the 4th column. Let me explain why we do it that way. Number 1, the book tells us to. It puts a period behind each column. Number 2, what I found out is, if I try and write across the page, I'm resentful at Dallas, and here's all the reasons why, and here's how it affects me, and here's where I'm at fault, my mind can't shift enough. So I've learned, if I follow the instructions of the book and write my columns down, my inventory is much more thorough, much more fearless, and much more honest. So when I'm done with the first column, I now have a list of people, institutions, and principles. All right? Now what we're going to do is I take a sheet of paper and I make room for 4 columns because I'm going to write a 4-column inventory. You're going to get tired of making lists when you do inventory. So here's my 4 columns. Column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. Now that I finished column 1, the big book says, I asked myself why I was angry. So here's what I do. Shirley, for example, put Dallas. So if we put Dallas up here, now what she does is through prayer says, God, show me all the reasons that I'm angry at this person. And now we come up with some. What are some?
Well, let me give a list. Because he wouldn't forgive me.
Wouldn't forgive me. What are some others?
Because he was gone all the time.
He was gone all the time. What else?
He didn't understand alcohol.
He didn't understand alcoholism. Like he's supposed to, right? It's his responsibility to understand my disease.
Well,
Why else?
because he was my father instead of my husband.
Okay, father instead of a husband. Instead of a husband. And there's probably a bunch more reasons. So what I do, let's say that I have a list and I've got 100 resentments against people, and maybe I got 20 against the institutions, and maybe I got 14 principles. I'm going to go through and write the second column on these 100 people, these 20 institutions, and these 14 principles before I move on to the third column. All right? So now let's assume I'm done with that. Let's look at the instructions for the third column. And in your handout, I gave you a sheet of paper which gives you definitions of the third column, and I found it's much easier to write inventory when I have definitions. So here's the instructions in the third column. Here's what it says. In most cases, it was found that our self-esteem, our pocketbooks, our ambitions, our personal relationships, including sex, were hurt or threatened, so we were sore, we were burned up. Now, the book just gave us 5 areas in which these resentments affect me, and it uses a couple key words that I always write above the third column. It says hurt or threatened. Now, it's not quite done with the third column. It says, on our grudge list, we set opposite each name our injuries. Now, they repeat some things, but they add some things. It says, was my self-esteem, well, that's repeated. Was my security, oh, that's a new one. My ambitions, my personal sex relations, which had been interfered with. Now I see a third word, interfered. So now on my third column, so we've got 6, but there's one more. If you look at this inventory on the third column where it says affects my toward the bottom of the page, you'll see the word pride. So now we have 7 areas in which resentments affect me. So here's what I do. When I'm writing my third column, I write the word hurt, threatened, and interfered, and here's what I do with each resentment. I'm resentful at Dallas. When I resented Dallas because he wouldn't forgive me, did that hurt, threaten, or interfere with how I feel about me, my self-esteem? And I write the word self-esteem. When I resented Dallas for not forgiving me, did it hurt, threaten, or interfere with my pride, how others see me? I write the word pride. When I resented Dallas for not forgiving me, did it hurt, threaten, or interfere with my ambitions, what I want? Of course it did. When I was mad at Dallas for not forgiving me, did it hurt, threaten, or interfere with my security, which is what I need? Yes. When I was mad at Dallas for not forgiving me, did it hurt, threaten, or interfere with my pocketbook? Yes. You see how this works across? When I was angry at Dallas for not forgiving me, did it hurt, threaten, or interfere with my personal relations? That's relations with the same sex. Yeah, probably did. When I resented Dallas for not forgiving me, did it hurt, threaten, or interfere with my sexual relationships, meaning my sexual relationship with him? Yeah. So look at this. Off of one little resentment, because Dallas wouldn't forgive her, 7 areas of her life are impacted. Now I want you to understand why we're blocked from God. Imagine multiplying this times 150 people. This is only one resentment. She has 4 more. On one of my individuals this time, I had 14 resentments. Before I was done, I had almost 130 areas of my life that were affected by 14 resentments. You see how blocked we get from God? You know why? Every single time she sees Dallas, you know what goes through her head? I'm mad at Dallas because he wouldn't forgive me, and all this is affected. You think there's a possibility that might interfere with their personal relationship just a little? Yeah, I think so. So this is what I do with all of my resentments. And now what I do, again, we're going to write down. Now, does this take time? You bet it takes time. Because with every resentment, her next one, for example, is her boss. And let's say she has her boss here and 9 reasons she resents it. Here's what I have to do. I resent my boss because he doesn't appreciate me. Does that hurt, threaten, or interfere with self-esteem? Yes. Does this take time? Yes. Am I willing to be thorough and fearless and go to any length? Yes. All right? So that's how I write my third column. Now here's what's interesting. Here's what this program does. As I look at the third column, this looks like it's the truth, doesn't it? I'm resentful of Dallas because he won't forgive me, and it affects all 7 areas of my life. Now we're going to read the page and a half of instructions that before we write the fourth column, and here's what's going to happen. Here's the shift. We're going to find out that this is a lie as a result of writing the fourth column. Now the sad news is, if I've never wrote the fourth column, I spend my whole life living the victim role. Living the victim role. Do you know what? I'll bet there's actually people in this room that are waiting for someone who's dead, buried in a grave, to get up out of that grave and come and make amends so you can get free of your resentment. And you know what? It ain't going to happen. You remember the line in the book, Troubles of Our Own Making? Let me tell you why I told you that was a great statement of hope. Because when we look at our fourth column, I can look at some things, Shirley can look at some things, and Dallas doesn't have to change a bit for her to get free of this resentment. That's the freedom of this program. Nobody in my life, no institution, no principle has to change in order for me to get free of the resentment. So now let's look at the instructions for column 4. It says, I went back through my life, nothing counted but being thorough and honest. When I was finished, meaning with these first 3 columns, I considered it carefully. So I'm looking at these first 3 columns with all this, column 1, who I'm mad at, column 2, the cause, column 3, what's affected. And as a result of looking at it, here's what it's going to say to me. The first thing apparent was that this world and its people were often quite wrong. And I'll use Dallas's name, because putting a name in here makes this real. So the first thing apparent is that Dallas is often quite wrong. To conclude that others were wrong, Dallas was as far as I ever got. The usual outcome is that Dallas continued to wrong me and I stayed mad. Sometimes it's remorse and then I'm mad at myself, but the more I fought and tried to have my own way, the worse matters got. As in war, the victor only seemed to win. My moments of triumph were short-lived, meaning, I suspect, I don't know this, I suspect Shirley spent a whole bunch of time trying to convince Dallas to forgive her. And he may have said to her, I forgive you. She seemed to win for a while, a week or 2. Next paragraph's important. It is plain that a life which includes deep resentment leads only to futility and unhappiness. Resentment takes us to futility and unhappiness. You know why it's futile? Because we don't have the power to change how Dallas thinks, feels, or acts. That's why. And if my happiness is tied on his behavior, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. So what happens? I got to get free of this resentment whether Dallas changes or not. So a shift has to take place for me. Now the next sentence says, to the precise extent that I permit these, meaning these resentments. I want you to circle the word permit. Didn't we just read resentments kill more alcoholics than anything else? Right? We read that, didn't we? The book is now telling me I get a choice whether I permit myself to be experiencing resentment or not. If my experience is resentments are going to block me from God and take me back to booze, and if I'm given a choice to have them or not have them, I think I'll do this little exercise to get rid of them. That word permit is important. I sit in meetings of AA and I hear this. I don't know how to get rid of resentments. Buy a big book. It gives you some pretty good instructions in there. Because if you don't, you're going to be dead. All right? And it goes on to say, to the precise extent that I permit these, do I squander the hours that might have been worthwhile. But with the alcoholic whose hope is the maintenance and growth of a spiritual experience, this business of resentment is infinitely grave. We found it's fatal. Now it's going to tell us why resentments are fatal to us. For when harboring such feelings, meaning resentments, I shut myself off from the sunlight of the Spirit. The insanity alcohol returns, meaning the obsession, and I drink again. And with us, to drink is to die. Now I'm shown why I'm going to die if I don't get rid of resentments.
If we were to live, we had to be free of anger. The grouch and the brainstorm were not for us. They may be the dubious luxury of normal men, but for alcoholics, these things are poison. Now, I'm going to turn back to the list. This column, remember, we got a 3-column inventory we're looking at. I'm going to go back to the list, for the list holds the key to the future. Now, I have a second edition big book, and from the second edition to the third edition, in this next sentence, they changed the word. Now, I've written New York. They haven't responded yet, but I think they will. I hope they will, because this word is very important. My third edition says, we were prepared to look at it, meaning this list, the key to my future, from a different angle. You know what it says in the second edition? We were prepared to look for it. We're talking about the key to my future. It's important. When I see the word at it, I see myself looking at this from a distance. When I see the word, I'm going to look for it, I see myself in there stirring things up. There's a difference between those words. So anyhow, we're going to look for the key to the future. It says, we begin to see the world and its people dominated us, meaning thinking the way we think. In that state, that thought process. Okay, go ahead. All right. The wrongdoing of others, fancied or real. Fancied means I made it up. How many times has that happened? JD and I have kidded about this. There's a person out here that we work with, and JD, for a period of time till he did this work, every time this person walked by him, JD knew this person was saying, this guy doesn't deserve to be here. Fancy. There was absolutely no reality in that. I understand that thought process. How many times has that happened? We've been somewhere, someone looks at you a kind of a certain way, and our keen alcoholic mind tells us all kinds of interesting things they have just said about us. It's called a fancied resentment. It doesn't exist except in our mind. It says, in that state, the wrongdoing of others, fancy real, has the power to kill me. How can I escape? I saw these resentments must be mastered, but how? I can't wish them away anymore in alcohol. This was my course. Now I have instructions for how to get free of resentments. First instruction, I realized that people who wronged me were perhaps, highlight the word perhaps, were perhaps spiritually sick. So the book is asking Shirley to look at the idea that Dallas is perhaps spiritually sick. Though we don't like their symptoms, column 2, and the way those disturb me, column 3, they, like me, were sick too. So we ask God to help us show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. When a person offended, I said to myself, this is a sick man. How can I be helpful to him? God save me from being angry. Thy will be done. We avoid retaliation or argument. We wouldn't treat sick people that way. If we do, we destroy our chance of being helpful. We cannot be helpful to all people, but at least God will show us how to take a kind and tolerant view of each and every one. Here's what I've learned, what this is trying to tell me. If 0 means that I'm spiritually bankrupt, and 100 means that I'm evolving, every human being that I ever met is somewhere between 0 and 100. The closer I am to 0, the more spiritually sick I am. Spiritually sick people do spiritually sick things just like us. Not one time did Dallas ever wake up and say, this morning I've decided that I won't forgive Shirley, and that's going to impact my relationship with her. Spiritually sick people do not have capacity to forgive others. You understand what I'm saying? Not one human being in your life that you've ever had a resentment at ever got up in the morning and said, I think today I'm going to make Mark's life miserable. And no employer ever said, I think today I'm going to make Mark's life miserable. People, institutions, are spiritually sick. We get a choice in this program. If I choose to interact with someone that's close on this spiritual journey to 0, you're going to get some real spiritually sick behavior. Choose whether or not you want to be in it. I mean, I love this all the time. Alcoholics actually expect healthy behavior on a consistent basis from other alcoholics. We're spiritually sick people. I've never known an alcoholic who really had what I'll call a bad nature. Every alcoholic I've ever known does the same thing I do. Every mistake I've ever made and every one I've ever harmed, I did not do that because I'm a bad person. I did that because I'm spiritually sick. And everyone who harmed me is spiritually sick. Example, a father who beat me severely, a man who I hated when I got to this place in the inventory. Don looked at me and said, Mark, your father never one time woke up in the morning and said, I think what I'm going to do is beat this son. Your father loved you tremendously. He was spiritually sick, Mark. Spiritually sick parents treat children like that. That doesn't mean he didn't love you. And if you don't see, you got to understand something. When I wrote that inventory, I was 6, 7, 8, 9 years old when all those beatings took place. We're not talking a little hand here. We're talking a whip being hanged down from a rope and the skin off my back. Here I am, 39 years old, still resenting something that happened when I'm 6 years old. Now, was I at fault when I was 6? Of course not. You know where I'm at fault? Being 39, carrying that resentment, and it's going to kill me. This gave me freedom. I begin to understand something. My father did love me. He was spiritually sick. Guess what? He's an alcoholic. He died of alcoholism in 1986. My father never intended to do that. Never intended to do the things he did to my 3 brothers. He was spiritually sick. Now, I get the instructions for my 4th column. Referring to my list again. Putting out of my mind the wrongs others had done, I resolutely look for my own mistakes. The book uses the word mistakes, folks. We are not bad people. I'm going to make mistakes till I put dirt on my grave, because I'm a human being. That's part of my nature. But I am growing spiritually, so I make less mistakes. We are not bad people. We make mistakes based on our level of spiritual awareness. That's all. Goes on to say, where have I been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened? So there's 4 areas that I'm going to look at. Though a situation is not entirely my fault, I tried to disregard the other person involved entirely. Where am I to blame? The inventory is mine, not the other man's. When I saw my faults, I listed them. I placed them before me in black and white. Now I get my instructions for the 4th column. So, we need to get free of this resentment. So let's go back to Dallas. And here's what's going to be interesting. I'm resentful of Dallas because he won't forgive me. That affects 7 areas of my life. So let's look at this and say, where am I at fault? Well, here's one of the ways I'm selfish and self-seeking in this. I think Dallas is supposed to forgive me because it's what I want. Right? I'm dishonest with myself because Dallas is spiritually sick. Spiritually sick people can't forgive. But I think he's supposed to forgive. I'm in fear because if he won't forgive me, I probably won't get what I want. Here's the other piece. She chose to be in the relationship with Dallas. You don't have any gun to her head saying, you will stay in this relationship with me. She chose to be in it. You see what I'm saying? Now all of a sudden, what used to be the truth now becomes a lie, and I see all my stuff. Here's the neat part. Dallas doesn't change a bit, and I get free of the resentment. And I've been able to do that with every resentment I ever had. A father who I hated, who I now have tremendous feelings of love every time that I think about him. Because he was a spiritually sick man who truly did the best he could based on his levels of spiritual awareness. If I was going to wait for my father to ever make amends for what he did to me, I was going to die an alcoholic death. Once again, my ego does 3 things. Wants me separated from God, me, and you. One of the ways it does it, it takes all these resentments and it has them in my mind all the time, and now I'm separated from them. Book's telling me to change my attitude, Mark. People are spiritually sick. Spiritually sick people do things. And you know what God asked me to do? I can't do it on my own. God wants me to be kind and tolerant toward those people who harm me because they're spiritually sick. So that's the attitude I try and take today. It's a wonderful place to live. You know why? Because I got free of what you say about me. I got free of the actions you take. And today it's just about me and my relationship with God. I got free of the world in my 4-column resentment inventory. Okay? Now, when I get through with the resentment inventory, I went back to Don and said, I'm done, let's do a 5th step. He said, no, you're not. Now you got to write a fear inventory. Now you'll notice something turn back to page 65, and on the 3rd column, you'll see wherever he wrote the word self-esteem, he also wrote the word fear. And that's a tool I try and use in the 3rd column because it helps me write my fear inventory. Now let's look at the instructions on fear. It says, notice the word fear is bracketed alongside the difficulties with Mr. Brown, Mrs. Jones, the employer, and the wife. This short word, fear, somehow touches every aspect of my life. Fear is an evil and corroding thread. The fabric of my existence is shot through with fear. Fear set in motion trains of circumstances which brought me misfortune I felt I didn't deserve, but did not we ourselves set the ball rolling. Let me share something with you. Fear-based decisions only lead to more fear. Write that down. Fear-based decisions only lead to more fear. Example, if I have a fear of being alone and I'm going out seeking relationships, then I'm going to get in it, then I'm going to be scared to death I'll lose it. Fear-based decisions only lead to more fear. Goes on to say, did not we ourselves set the ball rolling? Sometimes we think fear ought to be classed with stealing. Seems to cause more trouble. How many of you in here have stolen something? Every one of us. When you stole something, wasn't that a conscious choice? Is it possible that every single time you're experiencing any fear, it's because you're making a conscious choice to live in the fear? Think about that. Your ego doesn't want to embrace that. It says, what do you mean, Mark? Anytime I am fear, I'm in fear, I'm making a conscious choice to be in fear just like I did stealing. And you know why? Because I'm trying to rely on Mark. That's why. So, now I get instructions for this fear inventory. Mark reviewed his fears thoroughly. Mark put them on paper, even though he has no resentment in connection with them. Mark asked himself why he had them. So when I do a fear inventory, there's 2 columns to it. Here's the first column. I make a list of my fears. Now, if I wrote, let me give you an idea. I'll take some of my own this time. When I wrote my 3rd column, every time I saw a fear, I wrote the word fear out to the side. So here's what I found in my 3rd column, some fears. I have a fear of rejection. I have a fear of authority. I have a fear of women. And I went down and I found everything I could in that 3rd column for fears. Now, in addition to that, there's some other fears. I hate snakes. I don't like spiders. Some people fear heights. Some people fear dying in a fire. I ask God to show me all of the fears that I have. Now, here's the ones, though, I think, for me, have always been the most important. Things like, I have a fear of intimacy. I have a fear of a relationship with a woman. I have a fear of taking risks. I have a fear of showing you who I really am. I have a fear of rejection. I have a fear of abandonment. That's the real meat. Those are the real fears that move us into making fear-based decisions and taking action. I have a fear of not being successful. I have a fear of being successful. I have a fear of failure. I have a fear of success. You know why? Because you expect me to do it again tomorrow, and I don't know if I got the power to do that. I have a fear. Here's the other thing you'll find out about fears. If I have a fear of intimacy, I also have a fear of being alone. By the time I got done my first inventory, I had 4 pages of fears, and I could have written more. Don looked at me and said, "Is there anything you're not afraid of?" I said, "I don't think so." I started a fear inventory thinking I'm a tough macho male, time in Vietnam, raised in a tough macho family. And I started out telling him I don't have very many fears. When I got done, I realized I was in fear from the time my eyes popped open until I went to sleep at night. I was afraid of speaking in front of a crowd. I was afraid of being alone. I was afraid of intimacy. I was afraid of being alone. I was afraid of success. I was afraid of failure. I was afraid of rejection. I was afraid of acceptance. I got as uncomfortable with the men and women in AA who loved me as those who rejected. Actually, I was probably more comfortable with those who rejected me. I begin to see that the very fabric of my being is interwoven with fear. And fear was moving me to make decisions. Fear-based decisions only lead to more fear. Time and time again. Second column of the inventory, the book says, Mark asked himself why he had these fears. Why do I have the fear? Example, why do I have a fear of rejection? Probably the same reason. It doesn't feel good. I'm a sensitive alcoholic. It affects my self-esteem. See, an old idea had to be smashed is that everyone's going to accept me. That's a real old idea. It doesn't have need to operate for me anymore. Fear of authority. What I found out this time through the inventory, that tied back to my father. Some of you can relate to this. Boss walks up to you and says something. You automatically say something like, "I'd like to punch his lights out," but you don't. You say, "Hi, how you doing?" What I realize is when bosses have talked to me, I don't see a boss, I see my dad talking to me, and that produces fear. Last year is when I really got free of this one. And that's a wonderful freedom to experience. Because now I can understand the role of the boss and where he fits, and I'm not dominated by fear anymore. And I can tell him exactly how I feel about anything. And there's tremendous freedom in that. So this is where I had to look at all my fears. I stayed drunk a lot of years behind massive amounts of fear. So I got 2-column fear inventory, the list of all my fears. Second column, why do I have those fears? The other thing, for those of you who've been sober for a while, you can do something. I did this time. I got done and I probably had 50, 60 fears, and all I did was they boiled down to 8 fears. And I'll tell you what they really boiled down to. I only have 2 fears. I have a fear that I'm going to lose something, or I have a fear I'm not going to get something. Example, rejection. I have a fear I'm not going to get something. What? Being accepted. Authority. Same thing. Got a fear I'm going to lose something. What? Maybe my job. Fear of women. What's that about? I'm either going to lose something or I'm not going to get something. Every fear I had, that huge list of 300 or 400, boiled down to 2 basic fears. This last inventory, my fears boiled down. I have 1 fear, and 1 fear only, and that's real simple. If I'm in fear, I'm separated from God, myself, and you. That is the only fear I have today. The rest of them I realized my mind has created over the years. That is truly the only fear that I work with today. Because the book's going to tell me why you and I have any kind of fear in any area. Here's what it says. Self-reliance was good as far as it went, but it didn't go far enough, and it tells us we have fear because we're into self-reliance. Think about this a minute. Go back to your 3rd step decision. God's the father, you're his child. God's the director, you're his actor. God's the principal, you're his agent. What the hell have we got to be afraid of? The creator of the universe will give us everything we need if we stay close to him, perform his work well. That means if someone's supposed to be in our life, they'll be in our life. If we're supposed to work at this job, we'll be here. If we're supposed to make this sum of money, we'll do it. If my relationship with him stays right and I rely on him, I need not ever experience fear. Fear is the single greatest ingredient that separates me from God, myself, and you. Time and time and time and time again. It shows up. Goes on to say, some of us once had great self-confidence,
but that didn't fully solve the fear problem or any other. And when it made us cocky, it was even worse. Perhaps there's a better way we think so. Now I'm going to get 2 paragraphs of instructions of what I can do about fear. It says, for now I'm on a different basis. I'm on the basis of trusting and relying upon God. I'm going to trust infinite God rather than my finite self. I don't have the power, but God does, and I'm His child, and He'll give it to me. I'm in the world to play the role that God assigns. Example, if some of you are sitting in this room right now and you're married, I suspect the role is God wants you in that marriage. Question to ask is fear preventing me from playing the role that God's assigned me to play? You know what you're going to find? Your ego's using fear to interfere with the very thing you want, which is a happy, healthy, loving, nurturing marriage. I'm in the world to play the role that God assigns, and fear prevents me from playing that role. Just to the extent that I do as I think God would have me and humbly rely on God, does God enable me to match calamity with serenity. That's a great promise. I never apologize to anyone for depending upon our Creator. I can laugh at those who think spirituality is the way of weakness. Paradoxically, spirituality is the way of strength. The verdict of the ages is that faith means courage. All men of faith have courage. They trust their God. I never apologize for God. Instead, I let God demonstrate through me what God can do. Now look at the next sentence. Here's the spiritual tool anytime you're in fear. Here's what it is. Anytime I'm in fear, I ask God to remove my fear and direct my attention to what He'd have me be. In the third step, we know what He wants us to be, don't we? His child, actor, and agent. Watch what happens when you do that. The next time you're in fear, say the prayer. God, please remove this fear and remind me of what you would have me be. Your mind will lock in. I'm your child. I trust you. This will turn out all right. I don't care what the outcome is. Or maybe you're at your workplace or somewhere and you've got to do something and you've got some fear. The prayer is, God, remove the fear. Remind me of what you would have me be. I'm your actor and agent. God will empower you to do that far beyond your capabilities. I only had to do one thing to prepare for this workshop and any other workshop I've ever done. You know what that is? Yesterday, Denise and I spent 25 minutes in meditation, and I got into a state where I asked my loving Father to give me the power to carry the message that He wants me to carry in the period of time that we're all together. That's all I had to do. Nothing else. Absolutely nothing. That's the tool. Now I'm done with 2 inventories, and you also have another handout we put, which has to do with the least talked about area in AA that leads to more relapses, and now about sex. Many of us need an overhauling here. Oh, let me discuss the middle of the road stuff you hear in AA about sex. Do not get in a relationship for a year. I'm your sponsor, I'm God, I'm telling you that, okay? We're going to find out in this book, oh, I heard a joke about that. The reason no one knows if that ever worked or not is because no one's ever done that. But that's some of the middle road stuff that we're going to hear. In this area called sex, we're going to be given some tools, but the book is real clear. In the area of relationships, the bottom line is, it's about doing some work out of this book, and what do you think God wants you to do in that relationship? I have never and will never give anyone advice about relationships. I'm here to do one thing, share my experience only. I want to comment about that in a minute. Don taught me a valuable gift. Don had never been to Vietnam. He had never been in combat. He had never had to kill people. He had never seen people he loved get killed. When it came time for me to do a 5th step on Vietnam, he sent me to a man in the program who had been where I was at and got free of that. That pain, that shame, that guilt, and that remorse. If I had an area of my life that I had no experience in, he would send me to someone in AA who had experience with that. You cannot help me in an area you have no experience in. Recently I'm doing some work with a man, and he was a chronic relapser, and what comes up in his inventory was drunk. He hit a family and killed 2 of the family members. Never shared that, staying drunk. Said to me, what do I do? I said, I don't know. I don't have any experience. Let me make some calls. I found a man in a town 60 miles away. I sent him over there. That man had had the same experience, did the work, was able to go make amends, and got free of that. I have no experience to help that man. My ego's really okay in all that areas. I can't help you if I have no experience there. I can only help you in areas I have experience. If I don't, my network is extensive enough, I can send you to someone who's had experience in that area. But I can't help you if I have no experience. There's a sign in a club in Denver, I love it. Take my advice, I won't be using it. Right? AA's full of that stuff. So, now about sex. Many of us need an overhauling there. But above all, we tried to be sensible on this question, because it's so easy to go way off the track. Here we find human opinions running to extremes, absurd extremes perhaps. One set of voices cry sex is a lust of our inordinate nature, a base necessity of procreation. Then we have the voices who cry for sex and more sex, who bewail the institution of marriage, who think most of the troubles of the race are traceable to sex causes. They think we don't have enough of it or it isn't the right kind. They see its significance everywhere. One school would allow man no flavor for his fare, the other was have us all on a straight pepper diet. We want to stay out of this controversy. Next sentence. Here's my instruction as a sponsor. We do not want to be the arbiter of anyone's sexual conduct. I have no right to judge anybody's sexual conduct nor tell them what to do about a relationship. We all have sex problems. We'd hardly be human if we didn't. What can we do about them? Here's the paragraph that tells me how to write a sex inventory. It says, we reviewed our own conduct over the years past, period. In order for me to look at conduct, the book is asking me to look at relationships. So I had to say a prayer and I had to make another list. You get tired of making lists and inventory, right? Because you make a list of people, institutions, principles, you make a list of all the fears you got, and now I'm going to make a list of all the relationships I've had so I can look at conduct. And we passed out in that sheet a form which takes 9 questions, and it says, I'm going to look at my conduct. So on that form we gave you, here's what I do. I write what happened when I first met this woman, and I look for my motives. I look for my motives in that start of that relationship. I write down some things that happened in the middle, and I get honest about where was the relationship at when it ended. And then I ask myself 9 questions. In that relationship, which actions of mine were selfish? And the sheet that I handed out gives you the definitions of these questions. So I say a prayer and say, God, in this relationship with this person, which actions of mine were selfish? Well, I didn't really think about this person. I was gone a lot more than I needed to be. I did what I wanted when I wanted to do it. Next question. Mark, in this relationship, what actions of yours were dishonest? Now, I'm dishonest 2 ways. I can dishonest by telling you a lie, but one of the greatest ways most of the men and women I've ever worked with are dishonest is we're dishonest by omission. We don't tell the whole truth, as Paul Harvey says. We leave out little segments of it. So my dishonesty is not only by omission, but commission as well. Third question I asked myself about this relationship. What actions in this relationship were inconsiderate? Well, I was supposed to pick her up at 9. I didn't get there till 9:30 and I never called her. And I forgot to send her flowers and I didn't get her cards. And I go through all the ways in which I am inconsiderate. Or there was that time where she had to go see her mother and I wasn't supportive. And I look at the ways all my actions in that relationship are inconsiderate. Next question. in my relationship with this person? Who'd I hurt? If you want to see the ripple effect, you get honest about relationships. Example, when you are in a relationship with somebody and that relationship ends, look at this question about who'd you hurt. I'll give you some of my own experiences. When that's happened to me, my employer's hurt because I'm in a lot of pain and I'm not mentally here at my workplace. Any other family members, including in the most part mothers and fathers, are also hurt when that happens. If there are children, the children are hurt. If your men and women friends in AA are hurt because when you're in that kind of pain, you are not available to them. I have gone around and made amends to men and women in this program when I was in dire pain over a relationship because I wasn't there to help them. You want to see the ripple effect, you take a look at relationships. I love this because I've been guilty of this. I've had to do more work in this area than any other area that I've ever had to do work in. I don't question why, I'm just telling you I have. Married and divorced 4 times, 13 relationships in 14 years, engaged 6 times. I sought women as higher power for years. Did I want to do that? No. I know today why. But I'm sharing with you my experience. I've had to do one hell of a lot of work in this area. But I never gave up. Last year I got free. I got free of women. They are no longer between me and God. What does that mean? It means that I'm not even dating. I'm not in a relationship. Have no desire. It means I have a lot of women friends. It means I got free. I don't need a woman in my life. Said to God, if you want that to happen. Every other time prior to this, I had an old idea. I need a woman in my life. You remember I talked about truth and there's 2 sides to the coin? You know what I saw this time I've never seen before? Somewhere early on in my teen years, I made a decision that I needed to be married and grow old with a woman. You know what? And all the time I've been sober, not once has it occurred to me, maybe God's will is to do His work. I need to not be in any relationship ever. I saw the truth of that. Does that make me feel good? No. Does that feel uncomfortable? Yeah. Why? Because I love women. I love being married. Hell, I've been married 4 times. But I had to be able to sit right in the middle and say to my loving Father, I'm willing to grow old and never be in a relationship. If that's what you want for me, you show me that. And I got free. I absolutely got free. Every other time when I did inventory, I came this side, which is I want to be married and grow old with a woman, God. I'm going to write this stuff, get rid of some defects. So guess what I did? I kept going out, getting in more relationships, creating more harm. That's what happened to me. But I got free this time. Goes on to say some other areas I look at. Where did my actions in this relationship arouse jealousy? I do this sometimes with the clients who are here. Those that have significant others, here's the question I ask. Because sometimes at treatment centers, this is hard to believe, but he and she goes on. So here's the question I ask. If your significant other was here on the grounds and could follow you around for a day, would your behavior with the opposite sex change? Oh my God. Well, guess what? If your answer to that's yes, you're doing some actions that are designed to create jealousy, suspicion, and bitterness. If you want to know where you're at in your relationship with God and your relationship with the other, ask yourself a question. On my own, when I'm interacting with the opposite sex other than my significant other, would I be comfortable if that person was here and present all the time? If the answer to that's no, you're being dishonest. Trying to create some stuff. I've written, understand something about this inventory. This inventory is just not about people you've had sex with. One of the things I discovered about myself I had to write inventory on is I have a very flirtatious side to me. That's a defect. Because what I wind up doing by being flirtatious is giving a message that ain't true. I needed to stop doing that. And I wrote some inventory, and I made some amends to some women I had been flirtatious with. See what I'm saying? How much freedom do you want? That's always the question. How much freedom do you want? And I got free of that. That's not necessary for me to do anymore. Goes on to say, Mark, where'd your actions arouse jealousy? Where'd they arouse suspicion? Where'd they arouse bitterness? Where were you at fault, Mark? And the last and most important question, Mark, what should you have done instead? You know what I found out my first time through the work with Don? When it said, what should I have done instead? Based on my motives and how I think and act, I had no business ever being in a relationship with a woman. The best I had to bring to the table was I was selfish, self-seeking. My motives were not kind. My two primary motives for many years in relationships were sex and companionship. Now, I'll tell you how you get free of that. When you look at the next paragraph, it says, in this way, meaning if I do this work, I try to shape a sane and sound ideal for my future sex life. In the sheet that I have definitions, I define sane. It means having or showing sound judgment, mentally healthy, of sound mind. That's the definition of sane. Definition of sound is free from moral defect, upright, honorable, marked by or showing common sense and good judgment, level-headed. Let me give you an example. If boy meets girl named A, girl tells boy she got out of a divorce a month ago, if you have a sane and sound ideal in your life, you probably will not get involved in a relationship. But if you're like me, you never had any power to not until I did this work. Now you look at the definition of ideal. It's a conception of something in its absolute perfection, an ultimate object of endeavor, a goal, an honorable or worthy principle or aim. So I get through with all this work. Here's what I do. Don gave me an exercise. He said, write down the 20 characteristics that you want to bring to every relationship you have. See, he fooled me. I thought the sex inventory is about sex. It's not. It's about my relationship with every one of God's kids. Men, women, child, institutions, everyone. So I make a list of 20 things, and I bring it back. I wind up cutting that down to 5. My last time through the work, I'll share with you what those 5 are. If you're in a relationship with Mark Houston, on a daily basis, I ask God to give me the power to bring these 5 things to every relationship. Here's the first. I bring to you my relationship with my loving Father. Number 1, most important. I bring to you a willingness to live my life by spiritual principles. Number 3, I bring to you a sense of my oneness with the universe. What does that mean? That means that almost everything is sacred to me, and I treat everything with respect and dignity and honor. Number 4, I bring to you communication. And number 5, I bring to you humor. My prayer on a daily basis is that God show me how to bring these 5 things into every relationship I have with every human being on the planet Earth. Men, women, children, employers, everybody. Now, on my own power, I don't have the capacity to bring those in. That came about through writing this crazy inventory called a sex inventory, and then asking God to move me toward a sane and sound ideal for my future. Now, the book goes on to say, we subject each relationship to this test: is it selfish or not? I ask God to mold my ideals and help me to live up to them. I need to remember always my sex powers were God-given and therefore good, neither to be used lightly or selfishly, nor to be despised and loathed. Whatever my ideal turns out to be, those 5 things I just mentioned, I must be willing to grow toward that ideal. I must be willing to make amends where I have done harm, provided I do not bring about still more harm in so doing. Let me give you an example. When I went to make amends to some women in my past that I had affairs with who were married, I did not go make amends to their husbands, because I would have created more harm. But it was necessary for me to make an amend to them. Did I wake up one day and want to do that? No. Some of you can relate to this. Some of you can relate to being drawn into situations where you had the power, where you had no power to not be in it. And then once you got in it, you didn't have the power to get out of it. I had that happen enough times to me, and I knew eventually I was going to drink alcohol. So I did a lot of work in this area. Goes on to say, in other words, I treat sex as I would any other problem. Now I'm going to be given a spiritual tool that I can take into meditation. In meditation, I ask God what I should do about each specific matter. The right answer will come if I want it. God alone can judge my sex situation. Now, I do get some instructions in here. It says, counsel with other persons often desirable. But I'm going to let God be the final judge. I realize some people are as fanatical about sex as others are loose. Now look at the next sentence. We avoid hysterical thinking or advice. Now, let's say that you've written the ideal. I have this ideal. The next paragraph speaks to me. Mark, suppose you fall short of the chosen ideal and stumble. Does this mean you're going to get drunk? Some people tell you so, but this is only a half-truth. It depends, Mark, on you and your motives. If I am sorry for what I have done, and I have an honest desire to let God take me to better things, I believe I will be forgiven. I will have learned my lesson. Now look at the warning. If I am not sorry and my conduct continues to harm others, I am quite sure to drink. We are not theorizing. These are facts out of our experience. I warn people in AA that I've done work with. I never tell them. See, I'm a different kind of sponsor. There's sponsors you go to and you present a dilemma. Well, Mark, I'm in a relationship over here, but I got this thing going on, this married woman on the side. They'll say, oh God, you got to stop. I don't. I tell people, bop till you drop. Do it till you can't do it anymore. Because if you could have stopped, you'd have stopped. Every time I go to Don with something like this, I hope you get a sponsor like this. I take the most tragic, insane things to him. He'd go, let me give you an example. 5 years sober, in a relationship, and I'm having sex with 2 married women on the side. And I go to Don because I'm crazy, right? And I tell him this, he starts laughing. He said, this is fantastic. I said, what do you mean this is fantastic? I feel guilt, shame, remorse, da-da-da-da-da. He said, Mark, this is fantastic. He said, maybe you're through doing that and now you're really willing to get honest and go in and do some work and let God remove that from you. Now look at him like he's crazy. Once again, here's the problem, right? I'm in this thing I don't want to be in, and he tells me I got to go over here to get the solution. And I went over there and got the solution, and I've never done that since. See what I mean? See how the process works? This next paragraph gives me a set of instructions to sum up all the information on sex. If some of you are in a relationship, would like to see it get better, you get some very specific tools here. It says, to sum up about sex, we earnestly pray for the right ideal. That's the first thing we do. I told you I pray in the morning for God to give me the power to bring those 5 things into my relationships with everybody. For guidance in each questionable situation, example, well, God, the woman's married but real attracted to me. That's probably a questionable situation. Give me a little guidance. All right? For sanity and for the strength to do the right thing. If sex is very troublesome, we throw ourselves the harder into helping others. This takes me out of myself and it quiets the imperious urge when to yield would mean heartache. There's some incredibly powerful stuff in here that if we're willing to do this work and get honest and take these defects to another person in God, He can give us the power to have awesome relationships. One single area I've struggled the most, and most men and women in AA struggle the most. One least talked about area in all of AA. Some of you have been sober for a while. Think about this. How many times have you gone to a meeting, chairman said, I'd like to talk about the tools on pages 68, 69, and 70. It's like we walk into meetings of AA, most troublesome area of our life, and we don't want to talk about it. Secrets. Secrets. We can't go in and get rid of our false pride. I'll tell you, when freedom came, the day I went to Don and said, Don, I realized something. I don't know the slightest thing about having a relationship with a woman. That took a destruction of ego to be able to say that. What the hell do I do? And I'm talking about being friends. I had some real old ideas about women. I viewed women as one way. And it became clear I knew nothing about having a relationship with women. Till I admitted that, nothing was going to change, nothing was going to get different. Since then, I've gone through, done a lot of work, done a lot of tools. Guess what? I see women today just like I see men. We are God's children. There's so much freedom in that. There was a total shift in my perception around me and the opposite sex. Now, we finished our 3 inventories: resentment, fear, sex. Now we can call a sponsor and say we're ready for a 5th step. Goes on to say, if I've been thorough about my personal inventory, I've written down a lot. I've listed and analyzed my resentments. I have begun to comprehend their futility and their fatality. A resentment is futile because there's no freedom in it, because that person may never change. When are we ever going to reach a place where we can just love people for who we are, for who they are, and understand they're doing the best they can based on spiritual awareness? But we run around all the time saying, if he had changed, if she had changed, if they would change. Do you know how much freedom there is in being able to love God's kids exactly as they are? To love the man or the woman that's in your life exactly as they are, to not change them. The greatest gift I can give anyone I ever interact with is to love you exactly as you are, support you in whatever it is you're doing, help you bop till you drop. Why? Because at some point in time you'll have the same experience I had to have. I had to get pretty badly mangled, decided I couldn't live that way anymore, did some work in this book, took it to God and another human being. He took away the defects and I got free. I love all the men and women in my life enough today to let them be exactly who they are. There's moments they're angry with me. There's moments they whine a whole lot. Right? But it's so wonderful when I can love everybody just as you are, and I can do that based on knowing everyone's where they're at, based on their relationship with their loving Creator. The closer I get to God, the more deep and meaningful my relations are, the more I can go in spiritual progress, the less mistakes I make, the less harm I create, because I'm not operating out of my character defects. The more freedom I have, the less fear I have. I told you before, I go through this work once a year for a reason. Once you've tasted the honey, you can't ever go back again. Every single time through this work, my relationship with God reaches a level it's never reached before. And the end result of that is my relationship with myself and you reaches a level it's never reached before. I'll submit something to you. God is both honoring and blessing me with getting me to travel all over places and carry this message. I could not have done this a year ago. It has taken 11 years and 11 inventories, and tons of amends, and tons of mistakes, and tons of pain, and tons of fear to get to the place where I did the work sufficient to get free of that so I could come and share a message. Wow. That's how it works. That's how it works. The process works. So it says, I've commenced to see my resentment's terrible destructiveness. Look at the next sentence. I have begun to learn tolerance, patience, and goodwill toward all men, even my enemies, for I look on them as sick people. We talked about that, didn't we? Even my enemies are spiritually sick people. I've listed the people I've hurt by my conduct, and I'm willing to straighten out the past if I can. In this book, you read again and again that faith did for us what we could not do for ourselves. We hope you are convinced now that God can remove whatever self-will has blocked you off from God. If you've already made a decision, 3rd step, and an inventory of your grosser handicaps, 4th step, you've made a good beginning. I remember going to Don one day. I kept waiting for this book. I kept waiting for this sentence. Mark, you've done a lot of nifty work. Take a month off and bask in your glory. It never does that. I work my ass off,
and it says, you made a good beginning, Mark, and now more action's required, right? It says, that being so, you've swallowed and digested some big chunks of truth about yourself. Remember I told you in the third step, prior to that decision, we asked God's protection and care with complete abandon? The reason is, in my inventories, I saw some truth about myself that made me puke. And here's the other thing I saw. On my own power, I had no power to not do those things tomorrow. That's what I saw in all those 3 inventories. I've seen that 11 times. I'm on my 12th inventory, and I see it once again. I see what my ego does with the power, love, grace, and freedom I've been given in this program after operating in 10-11 for about 6 months. Here's another reason I do inventories, go through the work once a year. It's because it keeps me clean. The stuff that separates me from God, it keeps me clean with it because I write inventory. I can't imagine being in AA going 5 years without doing an inventory. JD's got experience with that. He had to do the work 3 times over 16 months. I think in those 3 inventories wound up with about 150 resentments. Why? He hadn't done the work in 8 years. Understand something. Those were 150 resentments times about column 3 times 700. Is it any wonder he's blocked from God, himself, and you? Think about that. Think about that. We're going to stop here, and we will go down and have some lunch. And then we're going to come back to Chapter 6, Into Action. Chapter 6, Into Action has 7 steps in 1 chapter. Let's close. Thanks. My name's Mark, and I'm an alcoholic. Mark. Let's turn to page 72, Chapter 6, Into Action. I want to stress this again because it's important. Chapter 6, Into Action, took me about 5 years to understand that into action meant into action. And there are 7 steps in these pages, about 17 pages. But the big book spent 53 pages on just looking at the first half of the first step. I think it's real important that you all understand why it's done that way. Because I do all the rest of the work in this process as a result of the truth that I see in the first step. Okay? And some of you that are perhaps new a little bit to this experience have probably had the realization that you've been around AA and maybe never understood the first step. And your responsibility when you're working with new people is to do what I've done here, which is show you precisely, go through and take a hard look at that first step, use the book, turn statements into questions, find your own answer deep down within based on your experience to answer the question. Am I powerless over alcohol and is my life unmanageable? Is lack of power my dilemma and do I need to find God? And then approaching the third step and meeting the requirement that my life run on my will won't work. I'm always in conflict with the world. And then we went ahead and we looked at the root of our problem, selfishness, self-centered. And then our dilemma is above everything. If we can't get rid of that, we're dead. And there's nothing we can do to get rid of that. I'm chained to me and I can't do anything about it, so I got to find God. How I find God is I quit playing God. And the reason I got to quit playing God is it doesn't work. I don't have the power to be God. I only have the power to be Mark. Then we looked at our third step decision, which is a decision only. God's going to be director, principal, father, and I'm going to be actor, agent, and child. And then we looked at a whole bunch of prayers. Then we spent some time and we looked at that prayer and we saw 3 ideas in the prayer. The first is that we offer ourselves to God to build with us, do with us as He wants. The second is we ask Him to remove us from the bondage of self, because we can't. And the third is that we tell Him basically that if He'll remove our difficulties, we're willing to go out and bear witness to those we would help of His power, His love, His way of life. And we saw that there's no amen behind that prayer. And now we get down to what the book calls the root of our problem. We're going to look at the causes and conditions. We're going to look at the things that have us blocked from God.
We were told in the final analysis, deep down within ourselves, the only place we find God, and the way we do that is to search fearlessly. So in our fourth step is where we begin the work to search fearlessly. And what we do is we write 3 inventories, a 4-column resentment inventory. And you saw where in the first 3 columns, what looks to be the truth by the time I write my 4th column has now become a lie. And we talk about a changed attitude and how to view people. And understand that people are spiritually sick just like us, and no one ever really intentionally harms us. We harm others based on being spiritually sick. We make mistakes because we're spiritually sick. And we looked at the idea of fear and how much fear dominates our life. And once again, we don't have any power to get rid of the fear. And then anytime I'm in fear, it's because I'm into self-reliance. And we're given some tools to help us get out of fear, which is to ask God to remove it. And He will remind us of what we would be, His child, actor, and agent. And then we looked at a thing called a sex inventory. And it looks going into it like it's going to be an inventory about me and the opposite sex, but it turns out to be a whole lot more about that. And I take a look at my action and my conduct, and I have to make another list again of people, and I answer 9 questions. And I do that to come out with an ideal, a sane and sound ideal for my future sex life, it says. But the book tricks us a little because it winds up being more than that. It winds up being a sane and sound ideal for what I'm willing to bring to the table in every relationship with every human being that I've ever had. So then we get done looking at that, and now we're into chapter 6, into action. Having made our personal inventory, what should we do about it? It says we've been trying to get a new attitude. That's step 2. A new relationship with our Creator, step 3. And to discover the obstacles in our path, step 4. In inventory, we're going to discover the obstacles that have us blocked from having a relationship with God. We've admitted certain defects. We've ascertained in a rough way what the trouble is. We have put our finger on the weak items in our personal inventory. Now these are about to be cast out. This will require action on our part, which when completed will mean we've admitted to God, to ourselves, and to another human being the exact nature of our defects. This brings us to the 5th step in the program recovery mentioned in the preceding chapter. This is perhaps difficult, especially discussing my defects with another person. I think I've done well enough in admitting these things to myself. Well, there's doubt about that. In actual practice, we usually find a solitary self-appraisal insufficient. Many of us thought it necessary to go much further. I will be more reconciled to discussing myself with another person when I see good reasons why I should do so. The best reason first. If I skip this final step, Rich, I may not overcome drinking. Time after time, newcomers have tried to keep to themselves certain facts about their lives. Trying to avoid this humbling experience, they turn to easier methods. It's going to start talking to us about our take it to the grave, the stuff we're ashamed of, guilt, shame, and remorse. And it's important to pay attention here. It says almost invariably they got drunk. Having persevered the rest of the program, they wondered why they fell. What they're talking about is people who went through and did all this work, but there were segments in their inventory that they left off and they wouldn't tell anyone. And the warning is that having persevered the rest of the program, they still wound up getting drunk. It says we think the reason is they never completed their house cleaning. They took inventory all right, but they hung on to some of the worst items in stock. They only thought they had lost their egoism and fear. See, there's 2 reasons I won't tell you my stuff. My ego and fear. All right? They only thought they had humbled themselves, but they had not learned enough humility, fearlessness, and honesty in the sense we find it necessary until they told someone else all of their life story. Let me smash another myth in Alcoholics Anonymous. I've actually had people I've done the work with, I'll say to them, what kind of inventory did you do? Well, my sponsor had me write a life story. The way we write a life story is we write a resentment inventory, fear inventory, sex inventory, share that with someone, and our life story comes out. You do life stories with therapists. That isn't what the book asks us to do. But we wind up telling our life story using the 3 vehicles that the big book calls inventories. Now, I think this next paragraph sums us up not only when we're out there drinking and using, but in Alcoholics Anonymous, dying from the spiritual malady. Think about this. More than most people, I lead a double life. I'm very much the actor. To the outer world, I present my stage character. This is the one I like my fellows to see. I want to enjoy a certain reputation, but I know in my heart I don't deserve it. The men and the women that I've done the work with in Alcoholics Anonymous, I allow them to see me and every single one of my defects. I don't want to go around presenting to them that I've done this work and all of a sudden I don't make mistakes anymore, that I don't lie anymore, that I don't harm people anymore. My sponsor let me see his humanness, and I let everyone I work with see my humanness. You understand? I don't present the stage character to the world anymore. You spend some time with me in any environment I'm in, you get me. You don't get a stage character. And you don't get me at meetings of AA. I'm sorry, you don't get the stage character at meetings of AA. You get me. I'm not going to walk into AA all the time and tell you my life is perfect. I'll walk into AA and tell you that I've suffered greatly in personal relationships, and struggled in career, and had financial problems and physical health problems. I think that's important. I think new people coming into AA, they need to understand something. I'm always going to be a human, folks. I'm stuck with that. And I'm always going to be trying to grow spiritually and make progress. But I need to show you both sides of the coin. I remember one time going to Don, because you hear in AA, make a list of your assets. And he never asked me to do that, and I was kind of hurt. So I went to him and I said, Don, I hear people in AA, the sponsors tell them, make a list of your assets and liabilities. He said, Mark, you're not going to get drunk because of your assets. You're going to get drunk because of your liabilities. That makes sense. So I think this is important. Think about this if you've been in AA for a period of time. How often in meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous do I present a stage character? Wonder what that's about. Fear and ego, that's what that's about. Talks about the inconsistencies made worse by the things I do in my sprees. We can have sprees of untreated alcoholism with no booze in us too. Coming to my senses, I'm revolted at certain episodes I vaguely remember. See, the first inventory I wrote was easy. I could justify all that behavior I looked at based on alcohol. The ones you write in recovery get a whole lot harder. I'm going to meetings carrying this message talking about God, and I'm screwing this person over. They get a lot harder to look at, you see? These memories are a nightmare. I tremble to think someone might have observed me. As fast as I can, I push these memories far inside myself. I hope they'll never see the light of day. I'm under constant fear and tension. My secrets keep me under constant fear and tension. That makes for more drinking. Psychologists are inclined to agree with us. We've spent thousands of dollars for examinations. We know but few instances where we've given these doctors a fair break. We've seldom told them the whole truth, nor have we followed their advice. Unwilling to be honest with these sympathetic men, we were honest with no one else. Small wonder many in the medical profession have a low opinion of alcoholics and their chance for recovery. Now make a note in chapter 5 how it works. We were given an instruction that said this manner of living demands rigorous honesty. And this paragraph's trying to talk to us about if we're not honest, people in the medical profession realize that an alcoholic has to get honest if he ever expects to recover. But they've had enough experience with us to know that we're pathological liars, so their opinion is most alcoholics or addicts are not going to recover. Now look at the next sentence, and this can be a great promise. I must be entirely honest with somebody if I expect to live long or happily in this world. Maybe a promise in there is, if I'm willing to be entirely honest with somebody, I can either expect to live long, or at least for the length of time I'm here, be happy. Now I'm going to get instructions on who to do this fifth step with. Rightly and naturally, I think well before I choose the person or persons, plural. Some of you have been around for a while. You want a great experience, do what I'm doing this time. Do an inventory, do a fifth step with 2 or 3 different people. See, when I go back through the work every time, I go back through the work with different people because I'm looking for spiritual growth. I've had basically one sponsor, but I've done a lot of work with a lot of different people. But if you've been around for a while, if you're like me, I have a harder time seeing truth. So maybe consider next time through the work doing fifth steps with a couple different people. person or persons. It says, those of us belonging to a religious denomination which requires confession must and of course will want to go to the properly appointed authority whose duty is to receive it. Though we have no religious connection, we may still do well to talk with someone ordained by an established religion. We often find such a person quick to see and understand our problem. It says, of course, we sometimes encounter people who do not understand alcoholics. Now, if we cannot or would rather not do this, meaning go unto a man of the cloth, we search our acquaintance for a closed-mouthed and understanding friend. So now I'm getting some criteria for who to do this with. Person needs to be closed-mouthed, they need to be understanding. They need to understand this is an intimate and confidential step. Goes on to say, it says, perhaps our doctor or psychologist will be the person. It may be one of my own family, but I cannot disclose anything to my wife or parents which will hurt them and make them unhappy. I have no right to save my own skin at another person's expense. Such parts of my story I tell to someone who will understand yet be unaffected. That's an important criterion who you do your fifth step with. Understand, but who will be unaffected. Look for people who've had some of your experience when you do your fifth step. Example. I basically, drinking was a slut and a whore. That's the only way I can describe myself. I'd like to find another word, but those are the two best words. For me to do a fifth step with someone in that area who's been married to the same woman for 30 years, I don't think so. I need to do a fifth step with someone who's had my experience and isn't doing that anymore because of their relationship with God. I tell my stuff to one man who's been married to one woman for 30 years, and his eyeballs would get just like this. Why? Because he would be affected by what I'm telling him, that's why. Men that have spent time in the penitentiary, do not go find a white middle-class Anglo-Saxon who's never spent time in the penitentiary to do your fifth step with. Because when you talk about some of that stuff, he has no frame of reference, that's why. His eyes will go like this too. You see what the book's trying to say? Who I do this with is real, real important. Because in my fifth step, we're going to hear a little bit further on, this fifth step is life and death. What's life and death is I must see truth. I don't care who I do a fifth step anymore, but there's certain criteria they need to have. They need to be men and women in this program who've done this work, because their whole role is to help me see truth, to move me out of blame, to move me out of the victim. It's only through seeing truth that I can get free. So that's what I'm looking for when I do a fifth step. I'm not looking for somebody to pat me in the back and say, oh, you're forgiven, Mark. I want somebody to help me see the truth. Help me see the truth in my fourth column. Same thing with my sex inventory, same thing with my fears. So it goes on to say, the rule is I must be hard on myself, but always considerate of others. Notwithstanding the great necessity for discussing myself with someone, it may be one is so situated there's no suitable person available. If that's so, this step may be postponed, only, however, if I hold myself in complete readiness to go through with it at the first opportunity. I say this because we're very anxious that Mark talk to the right person. Now I'm going to get some more instructions for who I do this with. It is important that he be able to keep a confidence, that he fully understand and approve what Mark's driving at, that he will not try to change Mark's plan, but Mark must not use this as a mere excuse to postpone. When Mark decides who's to hear his story, Mark wastes no time. I have a written inventory and I am prepared for a long talk. Now I'm going to get some instructions. Whenever I do a fifth step with someone, we read from the big book where it starts talking to me after I'm done with inventories right up to here. Why? Because I'm showing them what I did, and when they sponsor people, they will show them what they did. And at this point in time, here's what the book says. I explain to my partner what I'm about to do and why I have to do it. Next Wednesday, when I'm doing a fifth step in California, I will explain to Joe what I am about to do. Here's what I'm about to do. I'm about to share 3 inventories with him. A resentment inventory, a fear inventory, and a sex inventory. Because I'm blocked from God. And if I'm blocked from God, I'm going to be dead. And it says, why do I have to do it? That's why I have to do it. I have to do a fifth step so that God can remove from me the things that have me blocked from Him, myself, and you. So that's what I'm about to do, and that's why I have to do it. Look at the next sentence. If you don't think who you do a fifth step with, and you don't think who your sponsor is important, look at the next sentence. I should realize that I am engaged upon a life and death errand. You have a right, when you are asking someone to sponsor you, to ask them a lot of questions. You are talking about your life. If someone has been sober for a long time doing that in the middle of the road, God bless them. But that don't work for me. I'll die in middle of the road solution. So I ask people a series of questions before I do a fifth step. I did not assume this woman who'd been sober 19 years in Louisiana, I did not assume because she was 19 years sober that it was okay to do a fifth step. I asked her a whole bunch of questions. Things like, do you have a sponsor? Yeah. When was the last time you went through the work? See, she's going through the work with me in a group this time. 8 women and myself. That's an interesting dynamics. Tell me God doesn't work. I asked her if she'd made all her amends that she was consciously aware of. What else did I ask her? I asked her if she sponsored people. I asked her if she had a home group. Those are the kind of questions I ask. And if she gave me answers different than what she gave me, I would not do a fifth step with her. Because God could not use her to help me see the kind of truth that I need to see. So this is a real important part. Who you do the work with is critically important. This is my personal opinion. Every single problem in the fellowship today can be solved by great sponsorship. There's in that circle and triangle. When the 3 legacies were passed down to Alcoholics Anonymous, from everything I can tell, the order in which they were passed down was number 1 was individual recovery. Number 2 was the unity, and number 3 was service. You know why? If I'm not in individual recovery, all I'm taking to my home group is all my defects of character. I'm not taking recovery. Now I got sick groups. Sick groups can't be of service. So the most important key piece is my own individual recovery. And since I can't go through this work on my own, and I want to go through with someone, I'd like to make sure it's someone who's done this work and not middle of the road solution. Goes on to say, most people approached in this way will be glad to help. They'll be honored by our confidence. So I pocket my pride and go to it, illuminating every twist of character and every dark cranny of the past. Now, I'll just share with you how I do a fifth step. I will have the person reading the fifth step to me give me the first column, the second column, and the third column. I always have a notepad. I ask God to help me show them see truth. When we're done looking at the first 3 columns, which they perceive to be truth, I take the first resentment inventory and I go back and I review that page and a half of instructions before you move into the 4th. And I do that one time and one time only. My sole function in that 5th step around resentments is to help them see where they're at in the 4th column. Where are they at fault? And to get free of all those resentments. That's my role. That is my sole purpose. When I'm done with that, we read the instructions on the fear inventory, and then I have them read the fear inventory, all the fears and why they have the fears. And then we get to the sex inventory, and we read the instructions out of the book, and then I have them tell me their sex inventory. And then out of that, we're looking for some sane and sound ideals to come. Now, I told you something. When someone wants to give you inventories other than what's in the big book, to ask them the question, if I use your inventory, will I get 7 promises that have been experienced by millions of people? Here's the promises. We never talk about these in the fellowship. They are some of the most powerful in the entire book. It says, once I've taken this step, withholding nothing, highlight withholding nothing. That's take it to the grave stuff. I am delighted. First promise, I can look the world in the eye. Second promise, I can be alone at perfect peace and ease. Third promise, my fears fall from me. Fourth promise, I begin to feel the nearness of my Creator. Fifth promise, I may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but now I begin to have a spiritual experience. In the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, we do not begin to have a spiritual experience until we do a fifth step. If you've never done a fifth step, you are not having a spiritual experience. You are having and operating on certain spiritual beliefs, which is why we're asked to say the prayer, God, give me your protection, abandon with complete protection. Those of you who are in this room that never done a fifth step, you are sober through God's grace, love, and mercy. He's giving you protection, abandon. But I'll give you a little warning a friend of mine shares. This is not in the book. Here's what he says. Once I see truth, I don't know how much longer grace is available to me. Meaning, once I've seen the truth in my first step and I've seen how this works, if I put this off, I don't know how much longer grace is available to me. You understand what I'm saying? Second step, I commence spiritual growth. I do not begin to have the spiritual experience till I have completed my fifth step. Fifth step. Quick little story about inventory for those of you who are going to balk at writing it, and we all will. But this helps me write inventory. How many of you got kids in here? Okay, almost all of you. If you said to your kids, go down and clean your room, would they go down with great excitement and enthusiasm? How about this? Say to your kids, got a deal for you today, son or daughter. You go down to your room, and everything in your room you don't want anymore, you pull out, and I'm going to take you down and buy all new stuff. They'd run over you to get to the room. What do you think happens to us in inventory? I go into my room, I take all this junk, all these defects, and I take it to God, and He gives me all new stuff. I take my dishonesty to Him, and He gives me honesty. I take my lack of faith to Him, and He gives me courage. See what I'm saying? How do you not get excited about writing inventory? The men and women I got sober with get excited when they write inventory. I get excited when I write inventory. What do you hear in AA? Oh, God, I'm writing inventory. How do you not get excited that God's going to take all that stuff away and give you brand new stuff and give you more new power? You see what I'm saying? Sponsorship. I had a sponsor that said, get excited about inventory, man. It's the stuff that blocks you. It's gone. You're free. You got freedom. Wow. Wouldn't it be nice if we were giving everybody in AA that message instead of the message we give them? Oh, inventory is a dreadful thing. It reminds me of when I had a vasectomy. I got to share this. Men who've had vasectomies lie to you about the results of that. I asked several men, did it hurt? No, not at all. No big deal. They lied to me. 3 days later, all my privates are jet black. I go running back to the doctor and said, what the hell is going on? We lie to people about the effects of what can happen with inventory. Geez, where the hell did that come from? Yeah. So, we may have had certain spiritual beliefs, but now we begin to have a spiritual experience. Another promise. Another promise. Feeling the drink problem has disappeared will often come strongly. Another promise. We feel we're on the broad highway walking hand in hand with the spirit of the universe. Now, the next time someone comes up and lays a bullshit inventory on you, not out of this book, you open your book up and say, tell you what I'll do. Be happy to use it. Will these things happen? I don't think so. You know why these things happen? My experience, I believe this book to be divinely inspired. You know why? I'm a drunk like Bill Wilson. He ain't got the brains to put this together. This is a path of spiritual exercise designed to get me close to God, myself, and you. No human being's got the power to write this thing. That's why I believe we get the promises when we do the inventories in this book. Now, we're not done yet with the fifth step. We have some more instructions. And you remember that stuff on page 17? We talked about cement and mortar and sand and then stones and all that. Now imagine reading this page and not having gone through the work. You'd think an idiot wrote this book. Here's what it says. I leave my sponsor's house, I go home. Returning home, I find a place where I can be quiet for an hour. Now, my book does not say 42 minutes or 93. It says an hour. So, At this point in time, I follow instructions. I set a timer for an hour. I carefully review what I've done, meaning my inventory. I don't read it again. I just kind of sit and I just think about it. Now here's what's interesting. Look at the next sentence. We thank God from the bottom of our heart that we know Him better. Now Don always said something to me. He said, if this book tells you to do something, or I tell you to do something, it don't happen, call me up and bitch at me. So I called him up. I said, I'm confused. He said, about what? I said, I just sat and shared some absolute insane things and harm and guilt and shame and selfishness and fear with you over several hours about a lot of stuff, and this crazy book says I'm supposed to know God better. He said, don't you remember the book says, as I reveal myself to Him, He reveals Himself to me? Wow. And all of a sudden I begin to see how this process works. He uses another human being to allow me to reveal myself to God, and then He reveals Himself to me. Goes on to say, taking this book down from the shelf, I turn to the page which contains the 12 steps. Carefully reading the first 5 proposals, I ask if I have omitted anything, for I'm building an arch through which I shall walk a free man at last. Is my work solid so far? Are the stones properly in place? Imagine if you're reading this and you didn't understand the second step's the cornerstone, the third step's the keystone. You'd say, what the hell are they talking about? Look at the next sentence. Have I skipped on the cement put into the foundation? Have I tried to make mortar without sand? But you and I, based on the work we've done, we understand all those questions, don't we? So, I've now, and then top of page 76, if I can answer my satisfaction these questions, now I'm done with step 5, it says we then look at step 6. Everything I can tell in my experience is that the 6th step is all about God, as are the 7th. And only an alcoholic would want to pontificate upon God's work. There are 2 short, simple paragraphs here that are not difficult to understand. The 6th step really says we have emphasized willingness as being indispensable. Now I get 2 questions, and only a drunk would ask this next question. Am I now ready to let God remove from me all the things which I have admitted are objectionable? Think about that. You just did a 5th step, right? You got reams and reams of all these defects, and now you're going to ask, well, I don't know if I want him to take it or not, right? It's what separates you from God. Here's another question, one of faith. Can He now take them all, every one? Well, in the 2nd step, I made a decision He's everything. So I think He can. Now it says, if we still cling to something we'll not let go of, we ask God to help us be willing. Here's a point in time where I always tell people, are there some things you're unwilling to let go of? Well, what do you mean? Well, you keep telling me you got fear of abandonment. Are you willing to let go of that? Well, what does that mean? It means that if you want to let go of it and He removes it, you can't go to AA meetings anymore bitching about fear of abandonment. Are you willing to experience that? Oh, hell, I never thought about that. You know? Things like, check this one out, masturbation. Watch the room shudder and get real quiet. Wow, am I willing to let go of that? Smoking cigarettes. Look at everything you're unwilling to let go of, right? Ken just said it to me outside. Damn it, I realized last night, Mark, there's a whole bunch of things I'm unwilling to do and unwilling to let go of right now. That's why they say in the 6th step, willingness is indispensable. When ready, meaning when I've answered those questions, we say something like this. My Creator, I'm now willing that you should have all of me, good and bad, and I pray that you now remove from me every single defect of character which stands in the way of my usefulness to you and to my fellows. Grant me strength as I go out from here to do your bidding. Amen. 3rd step prayer had no amen. The amen is behind the 7th step prayer. Says we have then completed step 7. Now at that time, one would think they would get a little rest. Not true. Book says now we need more action. without which we find that faith without works is dead. So it says, let's look at steps 8 and 9. And we're going to go through some pages in this book, and we're probably going to smash a whole bunch of middle-of-the-road solution you hear in Alcoholics Anonymous about making amends. I could show you last year in Breckenridge, Colorado, over 200 people who have made every amend that they are consciously aware of. Every amend they're consciously aware of. There's a man sitting in this room that 11 months sober has finished every single amend that he is consciously aware of. It is possible to finish all of your amends. How much freedom do you want? So the book's saying, Mark, let's look at steps 8 and 9. We have a list of all the persons we've harmed and to whom we're willing to make amends. We made that list when we took inventory. All those names in my resentment inventory, all those names on my sex inventory. And then I do one other thing. I ask God to show me any other people I've harmed that are not on any of my inventories. And He always shows me some. It says, Mark, you made this list when you took inventory, when you subjected yourself to a drastic self-appraisal. Now we're going to go out to our fellows and we're going to repair the damage done in the past. We attempt to sweep away the debris which has accumulated our effort to live on self-will and to run the show ourselves. Here's a great cop-out for amends. If we haven't the will to do this, we ask until it comes. A friend of mine tells a story I like. He's one of these guys that goes around doing guru shit every now and then, and in this group they can ask questions. So he shared one time in a meeting, he gets done, and he was talking about an amend he had to make to a girl he was engaged to that he didn't want to make. And he made the mistake of saying in front of some other people that had done the work, I'm praying for the willingness to make this amend, and I'm asking until it comes. It hasn't come yet. And somebody from the audience says, is it possible? And he knew right away he was headed for trouble. He said, is it possible you're not praying for the willingness? He said, why, yes I am. I'm praying every day. He said, well, I'll have you think about something. He said, I submit to you that the day that you're willing to make this amend, you'll know it, and you'll know it very easily. He says, how's that? He said, you're going to hear a real strange noise. He said, what the hell are you talking about? He said, yeah, you're going to hear a real strange noise. He said, what's it going to sound like? He says, it's going to sound like this. That's you knocking at her door to make the amend. People in AA say, well, I haven't made any amends in 4 months. I'm praying for the willingness. No, I agreed at the beginning to go to any lengths for victory over alcohol. We're going to be reminded of that in the next sentence in squiggly lines. Book tells us 3 times, Mark, are you willing to go to any lengths for victory over alcohol? Let me comment on that. There's not very many people in AA you can walk up to and ask them this question and get an answer. What does it mean to be willing to go to any lengths for victory over alcohol? I can give you that answer. It means go from the title page to 164 and do everything it says. That's exactly what it means. And in steps 8 and 9, they remind you in squiggly lines what you agreed to, Mark. Now, Don gave me an exercise, and I'd never seen him give me something out of the book. Once I got done with all this list, he said, Mark, for simplicity's sake, get some 3x5 cards, take every single amend, and put it on the 3x5 card. Put the name, address, phone number, all relevant information. And then in the right-hand corner, I want you to do something. I want you to go through and visualize yourself making an amend to every person. And if it feels comfortable, put a plus. And if it feels uncomfortable, put a minus. Now, I knew Don didn't tell me to do some stuff out of the book, and I didn't know where he came up with that. Well, he came up with that in the next sentence. Probably, Mark, there are still some misgivings. Misgiving means I'm uncomfortable making the amend. So I did that. Here's what it says. As I look over the list of business acquaintances and friends I have hurt, I may feel diffident about going to some of them on a spiritual basis. Let us be reassured. To some people, we need not and probably should not emphasize the spiritual feature on our first approach. We might prejudice them. At the moment, we are trying to put our lives in order. But this is not an end in itself. Our real purpose is to fit ourselves to be a maximum service to God and to the people about us. It is seldom wise to approach an individual who still smarts from our injustice to him and announce we've gone religion. In the prize ring, this would be called leading with the chin. Why lay ourselves open to be called branded fanatics or religious bores? We may kill a future opportunity to carry a beneficial message, but our man is sure to be impressed with a sincere desire to set right the wrong. He is going to be more interested in demonstration of goodwill than our talk of spiritual discoveries. Demonstration of goodwill, if I owe the money and he asks me to pay it back, I pay it back. You're going to find in the amends that the big book covers every kind of amend that you have to make. Financial, family, business, the people we hate, criminal offenses, everything we've ever done, any category, the big book is very specific about how to make that amend. You hear this in meetings, some of you probably heard this, where it talks about when I make amends, I shouldn't do so if I'm going to harm others. And I've heard people say in AA, I'm others. Bullshit. That isn't in these pages. Nowhere. I hear this in AA, the greatest harm I ever did, I did to myself. Yeah, you did. You know how to fix it? Go out and make amends to all those people you screwed over. That's the greatest gift I ever gave myself, was when I had the day when I made the last amend I was consciously aware of. It's a day I wish everyone in this room could experience. It's a level of freedom that virtually few people in AA can talk about, because they buy this crap about you can't finish all the amends. We've been talking about the power of God, haven't we? Have to make that you're consciously aware of. Some of them may take time. If you're like me, I'm a geographic drunk. It took me 3.5 years to get back to the 6 states I had to get back to. I can tell you of a guy that when he put his amends cards together, he put them together by continents. And it took him 2 years. I can tell you of a black guy in Los Angeles who had 350 amends, and 250 of them were burglaries, knocking and entering. You know how salesmen go around and make cold calls? You know what this kid did? He went into neighborhoods where he burglarized houses, knocked on the door, and told them why he was there. I broke into your house. I stole this. What can I do to make it right? He finished in 2 years 350 amends. 250 of them were breaking and entering. That guy's so on fire with this program, he vibrates off the floor. It is possible to consciously make all of the amends that you owe and that come to you. How much freedom do you want? This book and one other book I know are designed to transmit a spiritual experience. This and the Bible. Bible talks real clearly about cleaning your stuff up with your brother. How free do you want to be? This is not in the book, but this is my experience. I don't have any future till I clean up my past. Let me say that again. I do not have any future till I clean up my past. What does that mean? It means if I owe money and screwed people over and don't pay them, I doubt if I'm ever going to do very well in that area. It means if I have personal relationships, people I've harmed and haven't cleaned them up, I'm probably not going to do very well in this area. That's my personal experience. My life changed after I consciously finished all amends for the first time. When I went through last year in 93 and all the amends I had to make, there are 2 I still have to make. Those are to dead people. I want to comment on that. This happens a lot. Some people say you can't make amends to dead people. Really? See, in AA, when you talk about stuff like this, about 3/4 of the room will say, oh no, you can't do that. But there's going to be about 1/4 of the room, people like myself, who say, in God's world, anything is possible, and you can make amends to dead people. And you can write their letter of amends that you'd like to make if they still were alive, and you can go to their grave. I've made several. This summer, the second week in July, I'll fly back to Humboldt, Iowa, and I will go to my grandmother and great aunt's graves, and I will make amends at their gravesite. In the world of the spirit, anything is possible. And the reason I do that is real simple, because that amend is sitting right down here, and I harmed those women, and I love them, and I want to be free of that. How much freedom do you want? Goes on to say, we do not use this as an excuse for shying away from the subject of God. When it will serve any good purpose, we're willing to announce our convictions with tact and common sense. Now, here's what's interesting. The question of how to approach the man we hated. How many of us in here have men or women we hate? Every hand needs to go up on this one. It may be he or she has done us more harm than we've done him. And although we've acquired a better attitude toward him, we're still not too keen about admitting our faults. Nevertheless, with a person we dislike, we take the bit in our teeth. It is harder to go to an enemy than to a friend. Now look at the promise. But we find it much more beneficial to us. We go to this person in a helpful and forgiving spirit, confessing our former ill feeling and expressing our regret. So the book has given us instructions about business acquaintances and friends, and now it's told us what to do about people we still hate. I had someone say this to me the other day. They said that they were told that they had to be free of the resentment toward this person before they could go make amends. That isn't what the book says. The book says, I may still hate this person. And I may not even have I may have a little better attitude toward him, but I'm still not too keen about talking to him. Go make the amend. Goes further, and I'm getting more instructions. Under no condition do I criticize such a person or argue. We've passed out a form, and there's a very special format I follow when I make amends, and I've given that to you. It says simply, we tell them we'll never get over drinking until we've done our utmost to straighten out the past. Highlight utmost to straighten out the past. You know, I heard a man say from the podium one time, and this was about trying to find people we've harmed in the past. He said, are you really willing to go to any length? Did you ever consider hiring a private detective? Oh, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. It says, Mark, we will never get over drinking until we've done our utmost to straighten out the past. And I'll challenge some of you who've been in AA sitting in this room for a while. Get brutally honest about where you're at with all your amends you're consciously aware of. And are you doing your utmost to straighten out your past? And if not, go back and look at your first step. It's as a result of the desperation, the first step, that I become willing to go to any length. Maybe you're not a real alcoholic. More importantly, how much freedom do you want? We're there to sweep off our side of the street, realizing nothing can be accomplished till we do so. Look what the book just says. Nothing can be accomplished until I sweep off my side of the street. Why do you think it tells us that? Why do you think it tells us that? Because we had to search fearlessly in steps 4 through 9 to turn our will and life over to the care of God. I'll submit something to you. Those of you in this room, when you leave here, if you continue through this work, from the day you finish your last amends within 1 year, what will happen in your life will blow your mind. From the day you finish your last conscious amend, you track 12 months down the road, and what will happen to you will blow your mind. How much freedom do you want? His faults are not discussed, we stick to our own. If our matter is calm, frank, and open, we'll be gratified with the results. My experience is what happened from this next sentence. 9 cases out of 10, the unexpected happened. Amends I thought would be horrendous went great. Quite frankly, when I look back, the worst experience I ever had, of course, and for me, that just means it didn't turn out the way I wanted. Going into it, when I looked at my card, I write how I've harmed these people and where I'm at fault, and I say a prayer and go make the amend. I didn't see much harm. This lady looked me dead in the eye and said, I don't ever want to see you again. I think that's real nifty, you're sober. I don't want you ever talking to anyone in my family again. And I left. Went whining to Don. He said, did you do what the book asked you to do? Yeah. Then he said, you cleaned off your side of the street, Mark. That's all the book asked you to do. Now you need to follow what she told you to do. Goes on to say, sometimes the man we're calling upon admits his own fault, so feuds of years standing melt away in an hour. Rarely do we fail to make satisfactory progress. Our former enemies sometimes praise what we are doing and they wish us well. Occasionally they will offer assistance. It should not matter, however, if someone does throw us out of his office. We've made our demonstration, done our part. It's water over the dam. Now, next paragraph deals with owing money. Never understood it. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand this next paragraph about owing money. I have guys come to me and said, I don't know what I'm going to do about these financial amends. Well, I don't know. Maybe the writing in your book changed. Let's see what the book says. Most alcoholics owe money. We do not dodge our creditors. Okay, so I'm not going to run from creditors anymore. Telling them what we're trying to do, we make no bones about our drinking. They usually know about it anyway, whether we think so or not. Nor are we afraid of disclosing our alcoholism on the theory it may cause financial harm. Approached in this way, the most ruthless creditors will sometimes surprise us. Arranging the best deal we can, we let these people know we're sorry. Our drinking's made us slow to pay. We must lose our fear of creditors no matter how far we have to go, for we're liable to drink if we're afraid to face them. If you are afraid to face your creditors and you're living in fear, you're blocked from the sunlight of the Spirit, you live there long enough, you'll drink alcohol. It's not that difficult. Did I like making them? No, I'm selfish and self-centered. When I pay back these financial amends, that's money I'd like to spend doing other stuff. But how much freedom do you want? So if you owe 10 people money, you go to them and arrange the best deal you can. I had some, see, I'm an alcoholic. Here's what I want to do, right? I want to wait. Let's say I owe someone $2,000. I want to wait till I can walk in there with $2,000 in crisp $100 bills and throw it down. God forbid if I sit across and tell you that I can only pay you $10 a month for the rest of my life. But the book says I arranged the best deal I can. That's what I did. Some of those amends I had to make, they were $10 a month. I make them. It's real clear what I do around my financial stuff. Now, once again, I told you this book would cover every single area. The next area of amends are areas where we committed a criminal offense. It says perhaps we committed a criminal offense which might land us in jail if it were known to the authorities. We may be short in our accounts and unable to make good. We've already admitted this in confidence to another person, but we are sure we would be imprisoned or lose our job if it were known. Maybe it's only a petty offense such as padding the expense account. Most of us have done that sort of thing. Maybe we're divorced and we've remarried, but we haven't kept up the alimony to number one. She's indignant about it and she has a warrant out for our arrest. That's a common form of trouble too. Next paragraph has got a lot of instructions about amends. Although these reparations take innumerable forms, there are some general principles we find guiding. Highlight this paragraph. Reminding ourselves we have decided to go to any lengths to find a spiritual experience, we ask that we be given strength and direction to do the right thing, no matter what the personal consequences may be. We may lose our position or reputation or face jail, but we are willing, we have to be, we must not shrink at anything. That's a pretty powerful paragraph, isn't it? Now, I'm also given instructions. Example, you were out there ripping and roaring, drinking and single. Now you come into AA, you get married, have a child. You're dying of untreated alcoholism, and God forbid, go to a meeting where some spiritual gunfighter's at. Walk up to him and make the mistake of ask him to do you the work with you. So you do the work up to this point in time. Now you owe a bunch of money, or maybe you got a criminal offense, but now you got a wife and child involved. So the root of my problem is I'm selfish and self-centered. So I need to use some discretion and think, because this wife and child are now going to be affected by my financial amend, right? So now the book's going to give me instructions about that. It says, usually, however, other people are involved. Therefore, we're not to be the hasty and foolish martyr who would needlessly sacrifice others to save himself from the alcoholic pit. A man we know had remarried. Because of resentment and drinking, he had not paid alimony to his first wife. She was furious. She went to court. She got an order for his arrest. He had commenced our way of life. He had secured a position and was getting his head above water. It would have been impressive heroics if he'd walked up to the judge and said, "Here I am." So it says, we thought. That meant he went and talked to somebody in the fellowship. We thought he ought to be willing to do that if necessary, but if he were in jail, he could provide nothing for either family. So we suggested that he write his first wife admitting his faults and asking forgiveness. He did, and he also sent a small sum of money. He told her what he would try to do in the future. He said he was perfectly willing to go to jail if she insisted. Of course, she did not, and the whole situation has long since been adjusted. Now, I mentioned the Internal Revenue Service. When I got sober and did this work for the first time with a real sponsor, I had 7 years that I had not filed. The Internal Revenue Service does not like that. They like their money. So I went to a man, said, "I'd like to talk about this. I don't know what to do." He said, "Well, I would suggest the first thing you do is you probably go to a CPA and have them put those 7 years together. And when that's done, let's take a look at the damage and how much you owe, and then probably we need to sit down with you and your wife." So I did that. I took what information I could gather. He did the 7 years worth of returns. We took a look at how much money I owed, and I sat down with the wife there. And he and I, here's why we needed to do that. Because it was a lot of money, and it meant a lot of money out of my check was going to have to go to the Internal Revenue Service to make this amend. Yet she's now my wife, and she's going to be affected. So I needed to know how she felt about that. She had been around this thing long enough to know that if I didn't make these amends, I was going to drink alcohol and I'm blocked from God. And she said, "I support you in what you're going to want to do." So I brought her in on it. I also didn't lead with the chin. I didn't walk into the IRS and say, "Here I am, help me." I went to a CPA and he did all that stuff. And he also gave me some wise instructions, which I'm glad he gave me. Like, "Mark, once you do this, every now and then, just for grins, they're going to tap all your accounts. So if you never have over $50 in them and they tap it, don't worry about it." I've done that, been at meetings of AA. "The IRS hit my account and took $2,000. Never happened to me. Why? Because I listened to a man in the program and I followed his instructions. And they did. Till I got that taken care of 2 times, they hit my account. So I don't lead with the chin. There are people in AA who've had to make every kind of amend known to man. Go talk to them. Particularly if other people are involved, you need to talk to them. Okay? It says, before taking drastic action which might implicate other people, we secure their consent. If we've attained permission, which I did, have consulted with others, which I did, ask God to help, and the drastic step is indicated, we must not shrink. This brings to mind a story about one of our friends. While drinking, he accepted a sum of money from a bitterly hated business rival, giving him no receipt for it. He subsequently denied having received the money, and he used the instance as a basis for discrediting the man. He thus used his own wrongdoing as a means of destroying the reputation of another. In fact, his rival was ruined. He felt he had done a wrong he could not possibly make right. If he opened that old affair, he was afraid it would destroy the reputation of his partner, disgrace his family, and take away his means of livelihood. What right had he to involve those dependent upon him? How could he possibly make a public statement exonerating his rival? Now, here's what he did. He followed instructions. After consulting with his wife and partner, he came to the conclusion that it was better to take those risks than to stand before his Creator guilty of such ruinous slander. He saw that he had to place the outcome in God's hands. The outcome of our men is in God's hands. Or that he would start drinking again and all would be lost anyway. He attended church for the first time in many years. After the sermon, he quietly got up and made an explanation. This would take some serious courage, wouldn't it? His action met widespread approval. Today he's one of the most trusted citizens of his town. This all happened years ago. Now it's going to move into another area called domestic troubles. Perhaps we're mixed up with women in a fashion we wouldn't care to have advertised. We doubt if in this respect alcoholics are fundamentally much worse than other people. I love this next sentence. But drinking does complicate sex relations in the home. After a few years with an alcoholic, a wife gets worn out, resentful, and uncommunicative. How could she be anything else? The husband begins to feel lonely, sorry for himself. He commences to look around the nightclubs or their equivalent for something besides liquor. Perhaps he's having a secret and exciting affair with the girl who understands. In fairness, we must say she may understand, but what are we going to do about a thing like that? A man so involved often feels very remorseful at times, especially if he is married to a loyal and courageous girl who has literally gone through hell for him. Whatever the situation, we usually have to do something about it. Now, those of you who are going to have to make amends to wives or significant others as a result of this area, please pay serious attention. If we are sure that our wife does not know, should we tell her? Not always, we think. I love this next one. If she knows in a general way we've been wild, should we tell her in detail? Undoubtedly, we should admit our fault. She may insist on knowing all the particulars. She will want to know who the woman is and where she is. Or who the man is and where he is. We feel we ought to say to her that we have no right to involve another person. We are sorry for what we have done, and God willing, it should not be repeated. More than that we cannot do. We have no right to go further. Though there may be justifiable exceptions, and though we wish to lay down no rule of any sort, we have often found this the best course to take. Our design for living is not a one-way street. It is as good for the wife as for the husband. If we can forget, so can she. It is better, however, that one does not needlessly name a person upon whom she can vent jealousy. Perhaps there are some cases where the utmost frankness is demanded. Now, the next sentence, most important. No outsider can appraise such an intimate situation. If you are in a marriage, if there are amends to be made in this area, pay attention. No outsider can appraise such an intimate situation. Read the book. If you are in a marriage, if there are amends to be made in this area, pay attention. No outsider can appraise such an intimate situation. Read the book, talk to your sponsor, pray, and you do what comes to you. This is important. We're talking about the most intimate of all situations and the most terrible of all human emotions, jealousy. I think there's reasons the book says no outsider can appraise such an intimate situation. I've seen this go both ways. I've seen men who decided through this exercise the best thing was to not say a word to the woman about their affairs. And I've seen men who decided the best thing was to tell her about the affairs. And both of them came out fantastic. So no outsider can appraise this situation. It says it may be that both will decide the way of good sense and loving kindness is to let bygones be bygones. Each might pray about it, keeping the other one's happiness uppermost in mind. Keep it always in sight. We're dealing with that most terrible human emotion, jealousy. Good generalship may decide the problem be attacked on the flank rather than risk a face-to-face combat. If we have no such complications, there's plenty we should do at home. Sometimes we'll hear an alcoholic say the only thing he needs to do is keep sober. Certainly he must keep sober, for there will be no home if he doesn't, but he is yet a long way from making good to the wife or parents whom for years he has so shockingly treated. Passing all understanding is the patience mothers and wives have had with alcoholics. Had this not been so, many of us would have no homes today or would perhaps be dead. And these next few sentences describes me and most drunks I've known. The alcoholic is like a tornado roaring his way through the lives of others. Hearts are broken, sweet relationships are dead, affections have been uprooted, selfish and inconsiderate habits have kept the home in turmoil. We feel a man's unthinking when he says sobriety is enough. He's like the farmer who came out of a cyclone cellar to find his home ruined. To his wife he remarked, "Don't see anything the matter here, Ma, ain't it grand the wind stopped blowing?" Page 83, and here's some real instructions that I can do on a daily basis for my family. For me, my family consists of my brothers and sisters in AA. So these are tools I can pick up in my daily meditation, in my interaction with them. Here's what it says. Yes, there's a long period of reconstruction ahead. We must take the lead. A remorseful mumbling we are sorry won't fill the bill at all. Let me say that again. A remorseful mumbling we're sorry won't fill the bill at all. Making amends is not about sitting across from someone saying I'm sorry. We passed out a form, and when I make amends, I follow the same procedure. And it comes out of the book. I'm in a 12-step program for recovery. I will never get over drinking till I've done my utmost to straighten out my past. In my relationship with you, this is where I was at fault. I borrowed this $500 from you, told you I would pay it back, and did not. I slandered your names at times. I did this, I did this, I did this. When I get done talking about where I'm at fault, here's a question. Do you need to tell me how what I did harmed you? And then I shut up. And I listen. And they will tell you how your actions harmed them. And then I ask another question. In addition to that, is there anything else I have ever done that has harmed you? And they will sometimes said yes. Now that you've mentioned it, this and this and this. And then I ask the most important question of all. What can I do to set things right between us, to balance the books? And I shut up. And they tell me. And if it's moral and if it's legal, I do it. Understand something about finishing amends. Finishing amends isn't just about the approach. It's about doing what's asked of you to do. For example, my sponsor, when he made amends to his mother, you know what she told him she wanted him to do? She said, I only wanted you to be happy. Since that day, every time his mother sees him, he's happy, irregardless of what's going on in his life. Why? Because that's what she told him she wanted him to do to make amends to her. So he shows up at her house, he's happy all the time whenever he's around his mother. That's what we do when we make amends. What can I do to set this right? What can I do to balance the books? So it says we ought to sit down with the family and frankly analyze the past as we now see it, being very careful not to criticize them. Their defects may be glaring, but the chances are our own actions are partially responsible. So I clean house with the family. Now I'm going to be given a spiritual tool. I ask each morning in meditation that my Creator show me the way of patience, tolerance, kindness, and love. That's a prayer if you have a family, and for me I have an AA family, that I can take into meditation every morning. The spiritual life is not a theory, we have to live it. We have to live the spiritual life, it's not a theory. Unless one's family expresses a desire to live upon spiritual principles, we think we ought not to urge them. We should not talk incessantly to them about spiritual matters. They'll change in time. Our behavior will convince them more than our words. We must remember that 10 or 20 years of drunkenness would make a skeptic out of anyone. It says there may be some wrongs we can never fully right. We don't worry about them if we can honestly say to ourselves, we would right them if we could. Some people cannot be seen. We send them an honest letter. And there may be a valid reason for postponement in some cases, but we don't delay if it can be avoided. We should be sensible, tactful, considerate, and humble without being servile or scraping. As God's people, we stand on our feet. We do not crawl before anyone. And that sums up the instructions on steps 8 and 9. The book is highly, highly specific, and my experience is most of what I hear in AA around amends is not in this book. I don't think there's much doubt in any of our minds as we went through this together about this making of amends, is there? We must not shrink at anything. We must be willing to go to any lengths, willing to lose position, reputation. Now, I'll share this experience again. I could give you a lot of stories about amends and the incredible things that happen. But my experience most of all with all that, how free do you want to get? I don't have any future till I clean up my past. Amends are spiritual exercises. I shared this with a friend. Another reason I like to do the 3x5 cards. When I'm done, I put them in groups. Here's what the groups look like. Remember I said I put a plus or minus? I take all the minuses, the ones I don't want to do, and I put them here. All the pluses here. If I got some amends out of state, I put them here, and I put financial over here. Now I have 4 distinct groups. I said to Don, well, how do I get the willingness to make the one I don't want to make? He said, by starting to make amends to the ones you're willing to make. And I did that, and I began to see that this was kind of a neat deal. The other neat piece is as I make the amend, I can throw the card away. There are 2 times when I'm going through the steps that inanimate objects talk to me. One of them happens in inventory. I'm writing inventory, and I set it in my office, and I'm walking down and I go to my bedroom at night, and I hear this thing out of the office. Mark, I'm your inventory, and I'm sitting in here, and I'm waiting for you. You ever had that happen with your inventory? It talks to you? Here's the other time. Here's why the amend cards are so neat. Those cards, 3x5 cards, you can carry with you. So you have them in your briefcase. You go to open your briefcase, go sit down back at your desk, and you hear this voice. Mark, I'm that guy you screwed out of $500. I'm here. The amend cards, if they're there, I'm carrying them with me all the time. You know why? We're going to read instructions. The day I begin to make amends, I begin to operate in steps 10 and 11, and my sole function is to finish amends. If I make a list on an 8.5, 11 by piece of paper, my experience in working with people, they may or may not look at that list once a month or once a week. But you get all these 3x5 cards, and you begin each day. When I started amends, my sponsor only had one question for me. When I saw him, it wasn't even a low. It was, how many amends do you have left? I know this works. There's a lady sitting in this room that left here 60 days ago and started with like 65 amends. She's only got 22 left. I told you, there's a man sitting in this room, went down to Trinidad. I love this when people say, well, I can't go make all the amends. His story's like one of hundreds. Hopped a plane, spent his own money, went down to Trinidad and spent a month making every amend he was consciously aware of. I love this story. You guys will get a kick out of this. You know how they do amends on Trinidad because it's an island? When it comes time for amends, the sponsor comes and picks up the protege and takes him on every single amend. Wow. I'd love to have my sponsor with me. But think about that. That'd be kind of a neat deal. It is possible to finish all your amends. How much freedom do you want? Are you really willing to go to any length? There are levels of freedom in this program. And it does get down to, how much freedom do you want? You will have more of a future as you cleaned up the past. Because the things that have you blocked from God and other people get removed from you. Are amends easy? No. Are they fun? No. Are they rewarding? Absolutely. To get free from your past, there's nothing like it in the world. The day when you finish the last one, the absolute last one, and you know in your conscious memory, there's no harm left that you haven't attempted to clean up. Give you an idea, the book talks about, I'll send out an honest letter. Here's what I do on amends from the past, a long time ago. First of all, I try and find an address. If I can't find an address, I try and think, is there someone I know that knows them? If not, I can go to the library in the town I think they're living in and try and find them. And if I have a real old address, even if I know it's not any good, I write the letter and send the letter out into the universe. Then I've met the criteria of the book. I've done my utmost to make that amend. Some interesting things happen off that stuff. I think I'd like to stop. We're going to take a little break, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to take a look at the promises, and then I'm going to show you some stuff with 10 and 11. Okay? Oh, I'm Mark Houston. I'm an alcoholic. We are heading into the home stretch here. Probably about another hour and a half, and we'll be finished here. Page 83. Bottom of the page.
we read, I stressed a lot the promises in the big book, and I did that because we read the first promise on the title page. We read some incredible promises in the second step. We read about a lot of promises after we made our third step decision. Some of the most powerful promises in the whole book come after I've shared my inventories with somebody. Fifth step promises. There were promises after the seventh step. And now we're going to take a look at the promises we get about what happens when I attempt to go out and clean up the wreckage from my past. So page 83, bottom of the page says, if I am painstaking about this phase of my development, highlight the word painstaking, I will be amazed before I am halfway through. Now let me explain what halfway through means. If I have 100 amends, it means that I will be amazed before I get to 50. I have had different experiences. I have sometimes been amazed at what happens when I finish my cards. I have been amazed when I finished all of them, and I've been amazed when I'm halfway through, so I've had all different experiences. But here's some of the promises I get as a result of being painstaking about this phase of my development, making amends. I'm going to know a new freedom and a new happiness. I will not regret the past, nor will I wish to shut the door on it. I will comprehend the word serenity, and I will know peace. No matter how far down the scale I've gone, I will see how my experience can benefit others. That feeling of uselessness and self-pity will disappear. I will lose interest in selfish things, and I will gain interest in my fellows. Self-seeking will slip away. My whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. Fear of people and of economic insecurity will leave me. I will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle me. I will suddenly realize that God is doing for me what I could not do for myself. Sometimes when I get to page 84, having had experience with all the promises in this book, I'm overwhelmed by how much God loves me. We're not talking just little promises of you're going to have a nice day here. We're talking about being rocketed into the fourth dimension called the world of the spirit, and literally every single area of your life being dramatically changed, and most of all, that interior change that takes place. Goes on to say, are these extravagant promises we think not? They are being fulfilled among us, sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly. That sentence might speak to me about how long I take to make amends. Next sentence I think is very important. These promises will always materialize if I work for them. We've been shown how to work for them, haven't we? Go make the amends. I want to share some stuff in 10 and 11. I've been able to spiritually understand these steps more in the last 2 years than ever before, and in particular in the last year. And that's what I want to share with you. I hear in meetings that 10 and 11 are maintenance steps. They are not maintenance steps for me at all. They are growth steps, tremendous growth steps. So let's go through and take a look at what happens. Now, it says this thought brings us to step 10. What do you think the book means when it says this thought? The thought is those promises will materialize if I continue to make my amends. That's the thought. So, when we look at the instructions in the big book, the day that I got through with all my cards and I was going to start making the first amend was the day my sponsor said, come on over to the house and we're going to sit down and go over the instructions on the 10th and 11th step. And the reason is, we're going to read in the 10th step, the instruction is, I commence this way of living as I vigorously clean up the past. I was at a meeting not long ago, and a person was out making amends, and we talked a little bit afterwards, and I was explaining to them how I used 10 and 11 to go make amends, and they said, my sponsor told me not to do anything with 10 until I was done with amends. I was flabbergasted. I can't conceive of making amends without using 10 and 11 to get the power to go make the amends, let alone live in the world. So let's look at what this step says. This thought, the idea of finishing amends, brings me to step 10. which suggests that I continue to take personal inventory, fourth step, and continue to set right any new mistakes as I go along.
I vigorously commenced this way of living as I cleaned up the past. That's the instruction to start the 10th step the day you start your amends. Look at the next sentence and ask yourself how often we hear this as a topic for meetings in AA. I have entered the world of the Spirit. Remember I told you in the 2nd step we commenced spiritual growth. In the 5th step we may have had certain spiritual beliefs. Now we have the spiritual experience. Well, when I get to the 10th step, having done this work, I've now entered the world of the Spirit. Why don't we talk about, you want to really screw up an AA meeting? The next one you go to and the chairman says, you have a topic. Yes, I have a topic. I'm not there yet, but I'm curious. In the 10th step, it says we've entered the world of the Spirit. I'd like to hear from some people in this room what their experience is with having entered the world of the Spirit. And watch the meeting change to fear or something. Think about it. Look at the next sentence. It says we've entered the world of the Spirit. My next function is to grow. Circle the word grow. Is to grow in understanding of effectiveness. Is it possible that I'm supposed to grow in understanding and effectiveness of what it's like to have entered the world of the Spirit? Think about that. Is it possible? The book is suggesting that my next function is to grow in understanding of effectiveness of what it's like to have entered the world of the Spirit. This is not an overnight matter. It should continue for my lifetime. It says continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear. Well, that's my 4th step, isn't it? When these crop up, that implies they're going to crop up. I ask God at once to remove them. That's what I do in step 6 and 7. I discuss them with someone immediately, step 5, and make amends quickly if I've harmed anyone, step 9. Then I resolutely turn my thoughts to someone I can help. Love and tolerance of others is our code. Now, in the next few paragraphs, we're going to read about what I call the 10-step promises. You do not hear the 10-step promises talked about much in the halls of Alcoholics Anonymous either. It was told to me by several people who've been doing this work a lot longer than me, the reason we don't hear that is because most people in AA have never finished all their amends, so they don't have any experience with the 10-step promises. Is that true? I don't know. Look at your own experience. Here's one of them. Do I have the power to operate with love and tolerance of others is my code. And this next sentence I absolutely love. And I have ceased fighting anything or anyone, even alcohol, and alcohol is last. I have ceased fighting anything or anyone. The IRS, the woman or man that wants to leave, the financial difficulties, the physical ailments. I have ceased fighting anything or anyone, because in the world of the Spirit, there is no room to fight anything or anyone. There's just love and service. Now, 2nd step talks about, came to believe that a power greater than ourselves could restore me to sanity. Look at the next sentence. For by this time, sanity will have been returned. I will seldom be interested in liquor. If tempted, I recoil from liquor as from a hot flame. I react sanely and normally, and I find this happens automatically. Automatically means I don't have to think about it. I will see my new attitude toward liquor has been given me without any thought or effort on my part. Now I remember asking about that question. I said to Don, wait a minute. I worked my butt off in these steps. What do you mean? There's no thought or effort on my part. He said, you didn't go through these steps to have a changed attitude toward liquor? I said, my God, you're right, I didn't. And it told me it was given to me. It says it just comes. That is the miracle of it. I am not fighting it, neither am I avoiding temptation. I feel as though I've been placed in a position of neutrality, safe and protected. I have not even swore off. Look at the next sentence. Instead, the problem has been removed. We talked earlier about the power of choice. In the world of the Spirit, there is no more the power to choose booze than there is to stop breathing. The idea of operating in the world of the Spirit and drinking alcohol cannot coexist in the same place. You see what the book's trying to tell me? The problem's been removed in the 10th step as a result of all this other work, and I've entered the world of the Spirit. It says, it does not exist for me. The problem has been removed. It does not exist for me. What problem? Craving of the body, obsession of the mind, spirituality, the root of my problem, all those things. They've been removed. They don't exist for me anymore. And I now operate in the world of the Spirit. I'm neither cocky nor am I afraid. That is our experience. It says that is how we react so long as we keep in fit spiritual condition. Now I get a warning. It is easy. This is the only time the big book tells you anything is easy, and it's in the form of a deadly warning. It is easy to let up on the spiritual program of action and rest on my laurels. Here's what laurels are. Anything that you've ever done up through this minute that you think has something to do with keeping you sober. That's laurels. I'm headed for trouble if I do, for alcohol is a subtle foe. I am not cured of alcoholism. What I really have is a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of my spiritual condition. Now that sentence implies something to me. If I'm given a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of my spiritual condition, what if I don't do anything to maintain my spiritual condition? Common sense says I probably may not be given the daily reprieve. Remember, we looked at something about the obsession of the mind? I am unable at certain times to remember the consequences of the last drink. You see, there may be some people in AA who have a luxury of taking a day off from prayer meditation. I am not one of them. That might be the day when I go get drunk. See what I'm saying? See what the book's trying to speak to us about? Every day is a day when I must carry the vision of God's will into all my activities. And now I get a prayer. How can I best serve Thee? Thy will, not mine, be done. There is a difference between God's will and the vision of God's will. We all know God's will. Don't lie, don't cheat, don't steal, treat people with respect, be kind, courteous, all the Boy Scout stuff. We know God's will. There's a huge difference between God's will and the vision of God's will for us. So what is the instruction in the book? Here's what it is. If I have to be at appointment A at 9 o'clock, I say a prayer before I go in there. God, how may I best serve Thee? Let Thy will, not mine, be done. And then I got another appointment at 10:30. And before I go into the appointment at 10:30, I say a prayer. God, how may I best serve Thee? Let Thy will, not mine, be done. It says before I begin all my activities. So as I move from one activity to another, I say a prayer. Goes on to say, these are thoughts which must go with me constantly. I can exercise my willpower along this line all I wish. It is the proper use of the will. Look what the 10 steps telling us. Sanity's been restored. I've been given the miracle of a changed attitude toward alcohol. No thought or effort on my part. The problem's been removed. It doesn't exist. I'm given a warning about staying in fit spiritual condition. I'm given a tool to stay in fit spiritual condition. And now it's telling me I can trust my will because it's aligned with God. Look at what the first and second step told us. You see the movement that's happened from the first step to where we are right now as a result of this process? These things we call the steps, done out of the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous. Next paragraph's got some interesting things in it. Much has already been said about receiving strength, inspiration, and direction from Him who has all knowledge and power. You want to try a little exercise sometime? If the book's saying much has already been said about receiving strength, inspiration, direction from Him who has all knowledge and power, you got a little free time, nothing to do, go back through your book and highlight everything where the book tells you how to get strength, inspiration, and direction from Him who has all knowledge and power. Now another little warning. If I've carefully followed directions, I have begun to sense the flow of the Spirit into us. Remember I said we must gain access to God and then come to believe? The book time and time again talks about the power of God flowing into me. To some extent I become God conscious. I have begun to develop this vital sixth sense. Now I want you to think about something. We all know what the first major 5 senses are, don't we? Seeing, hearing, taste, touch, smell. Is it possible the book is suggesting to me that I can take the world of the Spirit, my conscious relationship with God, and it can now be a sixth sense that I can use in this world just like sight? Absolutely. That's exactly what it means. My relationship with God, the power, the peace, the sense of direction and happiness now becomes a sixth sense to me, just like vision, just like hearing, just like taste, just like touch. And do you know what I found? My ego takes my God-given senses like sight and uses them to separate me from you. It does stuff like this, hearing. I go into meetings of AA, and I hear middle-of-the-road solution. You know what my keen alcoholic mind says? Don't want to talk to that person, they're full of shit. What did I just do? I just separated myself from somebody that I could maybe be helpful to. Here's what I found. When I'm in touch with my sixth sense, it controls all my others. And now I can use them like God intended me to use them. Everything in my life is a direct offshoot as a result of living in the world of the Spirit, my personal relationship with God. Now I can make better use of hearing, seeing, touch, smell, taste. Wow. And what do we hear in AA about the 10th step? Well, the 10th step is about continuing to take personal inventory and making amends. Give me a break. The 10th step is about entering the world of the Spirit and growing in understanding and effectiveness about what it's like to operate in the world of the Spirit, bring it down here to move out there. That's what the 10th step is about. You see what I said about I can't imagine making amends without using the tools of the world of the Spirit to do that with? Imagine taking your relationship with God and all the tools of the 10th step and going making amends. You think making amends is any big deal? No, it's not any big deal. My relationship with God can become a sixth sense that controls all their senses, and from the time I get up till the time I go to bed, allow me to operate in that world out there and demonstrate the two things that Dr. Bob said this whole deal is about, and every other spiritual book says, love and service. 10th step is just a little bit more than continuing to take personal inventory. How free you want to get. Told a friend this the other day. What you all call, I think, the real world, for the most part, is an illusion to me anymore. For me, the real world's the world of the Spirit. The book told us this, and we agnostic, that this world that we call the real world is an illusion. We look at a table and say it's a table. No, it's not. It's a mass of electrons. Is it possible to take the world of the Spirit and have it dominate everything that I do, all my personal relationships, my career, my physical health, everything? Yeah, I believe that's possible. And is it possible that everything is in fact an offshoot of that part of me, my spiritual being? My experience is, and a lot of people like me say, yeah, that's where it's all at today. That's why in the world of the Spirit it don't make sense. The problem's out here, and I tell people, go over here, and they look at me like I'm nuts. I got a guy I'm doing some work with. He comes to me. He's got all kinds of problems in many different areas. All of them sitting right out here. Job, relationships, all kinds of stuff. I said, good, well, we're going to go over here and work the steps. He looks at me like I'm crazy. The world of the Spirit is not a theory. I have to live it. I go over here and work in my right relationship with God, and all of a sudden, all this takes care of itself. Wow, that's interesting. Step 11. Suggest prayer and meditation. If you don't know the difference, take a dictionary and look up what prayer is and look up what meditation. They are not the same. We should not be shy in this matter of prayer. Better men than we are using prayer constantly. Prayer works if we have the proper attitude and work at prayer. Now that's interesting. It says prayer will work if I have the proper attitude. Well, don't you think it's important to know what the proper attitude is? I know all kinds of people have been in AA for years. Not once asked themselves the question, you know what? I wonder what the hell the book means when it says the proper attitude. So I went and asked several people. They all told me the same thing. It's that attitude on page 55, that I sweep aside prejudice, think honestly, and search deep within me. Remember? It says, with this attitude I cannot fail. That's the attitude. See, God's world is limitless. Mine is very limited. If I close my mind, if I bring prejudice into anything I'm doing, including prayer and meditation, I just block myself off. And it also uses 3 words drunks hate. Work at it. I tricked the people in my home group when they asked me to chair a meeting. Here's how I tricked them. First question. Are we all in agreement that we are sober today as a result of a relationship with a loving God as we understand Him? Absolutely, Mark. Couldn't be wrong. Oh, you're right on that one, buddy. And are we pretty much in agreement that every other relationship and everything else we do stems from that relationship? Yeah, we all agree with that, Mark. Good. Then here's my third question. How much time do you spend in the morning in that relationship with your loving Father? Who would like to volunteer to speak? Nobody. But then we went around, and I heard a little honesty. 10 minutes. That person later revised it to 3. I'll submit something to you, because I just went through this exercise with a good friend. He was struggling in some areas. Basically, the spirituality was taking root in him. And I asked him how much he was doing in prayer and meditation. He initially says, I'm busy, I got to go, I'll come back later. Came back and said, well, I get in the shower, say hi to God, and hop my car. I said, I'll tell you what, you try this for 5 days. If it doesn't work, don't do it anymore. You spend 15 minutes to a half hour in prayer and meditation, developing that relationship with God. He did. Half hour, 5 days. Everything changed overnight. Why? The book tells me why. Because in prayer and meditation, I begin to understand what it's like to operate in the world of the Spirit and operate in God's kingdom and gain access to my loving Father. And He begins to empower me, and He begins to give me ideas, and He begins to get rid of the selfishness. If I'm spending 5 or 10 minutes in meditation, that's what I'm taking out in the world all day. And by 10 o'clock, we're crazy. Right? I heard this about, I could start my day over day any time. That's true. Why don't you just start it in the morning? Lay your foundation. It's not necessary. What is it? How does it go sometimes? Let's see, I'm too busy. You just don't understand? Well, I don't know. Think about how much time you're spending in the morning in that relationship with God. And if your experience is like mine, which is that my entire world as I know it is derived from that relationship, consider the idea of spending a little more time with Him in the morning, and I will guarantee you awesome results during the day. Try it. Test it. Doesn't work, call me a bitch at me. Now, I want to skip this paragraph about retire at night, and I want to start with upon awakening. When I get up in the morning, I begin with, when I'm going through the work, with a set-aside prayer. I do a 3rd-step prayer and a 7th-step prayer, and then I open my book to page 86. And I go through these instructions, and I say every prayer that this asks me to pray. And then I go back, and I read all of the 10th-step, and I pick up all the tools available to me from the world of the Spirit. Then I spend time just praying for people. And then I take a period of time in meditation, and my goal in the period of meditation is to get quiet and just feel and experience the presence of God. So, let's look at what it tells me. On awakening, let us think about the 24 hours ahead. We consider our plans for the day. Circle the word think and circle the word consider, because they are different. I'm going to show you how to take the work you do when we retire at night into your meditation when we get up in the morning. There's a difference between thinking about the 24 hours ahead and then considering the plans for the day. In thinking, when I've done my nightly review, if there's some stuff I got to clean up, plus I answer some questions of what God wants me to be. So when I think about the day, I think about, God, what do you want me to be? What is your vision for me in all my areas? Then I consider my plans, meaning I got to be here at 9, here at 10:30, here at 12, here at 1. Before I begin, meaning before I begin my day, here's my first prayer. I ask God to direct my thinking, and I especially ask my thinking be divorced from self-pity, dishonest, or self-seeking motives. Now look at the promise. Under these conditions, meaning having asked God in this prayer, I can employ my mental faculties with assurance, for after all, God gave me brains to use. My thought life will be placed on a much higher plane when my thinking is clear of wrong motives. Now I get another prayer. In thinking about my day, I may face indecision. I may not be able to determine which course to take. So in my morning meditation, if there's some things that need to make a decision, I'm now given another prayer. Here I ask God for inspiration, an intuitive thought, or a decision. And then I relax and take it easy. I don't struggle. I'm often surprised how the right answers come after I tried this for a while. What used to be a hunch or the occasional inspiration gradually becomes a working part of the mind. Being still inexperienced and having just made conscious contact with God, it is not probable that I'm going to be inspired at all times. Some of us have been around AA have suffered from this next one. I might pay for this presumption in all sorts of absurd actions and ideas. I absolutely know God wants me to marry this woman I met 2 days ago. He spoke very clearly to me. It says, nevertheless, I find my thinking will, as time passes, be more and more in the plane of inspiration I come to rely upon it. Now I'm going to be given some more prayers. I usually conclude the period of meditation with a prayer, that I be shown all through the day what my next step is to be, that I be given whatever I need to take care of such problems. Another prayer, I ask especially for freedom from self-will, and I'm careful to make no request for myself only. It says, I may ask for myself, however, if others will be helped. I had to have an elder explain that to me. Here's what it means. Mark, if you're real judgmental, you can't help others. So in your prayer, ask God to remove that part of you so that you can help people that day. That's what it means. I can ask for myself if others will be helped. If I'm being judgmental, I can't help you. If I'm in fear, I cannot help you. So I look at any areas, anything going on with me that prevents me from being of help to you. And I ask God to remove that. It says I'm careful never to pray for my own selfish ends. Many of us have wasted a lot of time doing that. It doesn't work. You can see why. If circumstances warrant, I ask wives or friends to join us in morning meditation. For some of us, the word wives is appropriate here. If I belong to a religious denomination which requires a definite morning devotion, I tend to that also. If not members of religious bodies, we sometimes select and memorize a few set prayers which emphasize the principles that we have been discussing. There are many helpful books also. Suggestions about these may be obtained from one's priest, minister, or rabbi. Be quick to see where religious people are right. Let me read that again. Be quick to see where religious people are right. Make use of what they offer. Now I'm going to be given some more spiritual tools. As I go through the day, I pause when agitated or doubtful. Those are fairly constant states for alcoholics and addicts, by the way. And I ask God for the right thought or action. How many of you in here have ever asked God for the right thought? Not action, the right thought. Some of you have. I constantly remind myself I'm no longer running the show, humbly saying to myself many times each day, thy will be done. That's another spiritual exercise to use all through the day. Here's the promise if I do this stuff. And they use an interesting word. They use the word danger. It says I'm then in much less danger of excitement. Think about that. Excitement is dangerous for an alcoholic and an addict. It's dangerous for us. It says I'm then in much less danger of excitement, fear, anger, worry, self-pity, or foolish decisions. I become much more efficient. I do not tire so easily, for I'm not burning up energy foolishly as I did when I was trying to arrange life to suit me. This next paragraph. It works, it really does. I am undisciplined, so I let God discipline me in the simple way we just outlined. Now, turn back to page 86. We get an exercise for when we retire at night. Here's what it says. When I retire at night, I constructively review my day. Now I'm going to go through a series of questions. Was I resentful, selfish, dishonest, or afraid today? My answer for all four of this every day since I first did this work is yes. Do I owe an apology? Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Have I kept something to myself which should be discussed with another person at once? And I look at that. Was I kind and loving toward all? Uh-oh. I didn't do very well there. And I love that. Was I kind and loving toward all? The little gal at the checkout counter that's got a stream full of people wading through. The gas station attendant. The lady at the dry cleaners. Was I kind and loving toward all? What could I have done better? Well, I spent 3 minutes in prayer and meditation. I think if I'd maybe spent a little more time like that crazy Mark talked about, what could I have done better today? Was I thinking of myself most of the time? I tell the clients this. If there was a device that measured how often you and I think of ourselves, and we woke up at 8, the thing would blow up by 9. We are so turned inward, it's absolutely incredible. Was I thinking of myself? Most of the time. Yeah, I did a lot of that today. Or was I thinking of what I could do for others, of what I could pack into the stream of life? Let me explain what happened in the process of doing this work. There was a time when my life was fragmented, meaning I get up in the morning and I had that life, and then I go to work and I had that life, and then I had AA and I had that life. Today, I'm involved in the stream of life. I can't tell whether I'm in AA or out in the world. Why? Because I operate in the world of the Spirit all the time, and it's all the same. Today, when I'm in recovery, I'm also in the fellowship and service. When I'm working with someone else, I'm in recovery and in the fellowship. Today, I'm involved in the stream of life. It is one continuing process based on operating from the world of the Spirit. My life is not segmented anymore. I don't have AA over here, and my job over here, and my friends over here. I operate in what's called the stream of life today. It says, but I must be careful not to drift into... Now this is interesting. Think about this. I must be careful not to drift into worry, remorse, or morbid reflection. And then it tells me why. Think about this. The reason we are worried, remorseful, or morbid reflection is we're thinking about ourselves again. And here's what it tells us. It says, because that diminishes my usefulness to others. When you walk around being worried, you are not available to help anyone else. God never intended for you and I to worry. You worry because you're operating on self-reliance. When you operate on God's reliance, you never have to worry. You're available always to help your fellow traveler on the path. Book says, Mark, don't drift into worry, remorse, or morbid reflection, because if you do, you can't be useful and helpful. After making my nightly review, I ask God's forgiveness, and I inquire what corrective measures should be taken. When I get up in the morning, I've asked Him the night before what corrective measures to take. That flows me right into my 10th step. When I think about my plans for the day, well, the day before, I was real short with 2 people, and I want to go make amends to them a day. You see how it flows? I take my nightly review, get up in the morning, and I let the information that I got from that nightly review take me into this day. I operate in the world today in steps 10 and 11 based on the power given in steps 1 through 9. That's another reason I go back through the work. I can't imagine operating in 1994 based on the truth I saw in 93. I do steps 1 through 9 based on the power given to me in steps 10 and 11. I make my amends based on the power given to me in steps 10 and 11. I'm able to be of service to others based on operating in 10 and 11. 10 and 11 are 2 of the most powerful steps this whole program gives me. 1 for operating in the world of the Spirit. Let that now be a 6th sense that I can take out here. And the 11th step for that relationship with God. Chapter 7, working with others. I said before, and this is my opinion, that virtually every problem in Alcoholics Anonymous today could be solved by good sponsorship. They devote a whole chapter in working with others. And I suspect that we're going to smash some middle-of-the-road stuff about working with others. I have the kind of sponsor who is a world trustee in Alcoholics Anonymous. He talked to me much more than I cared to hear for a long time about the traditions. And I was talking with Tom, and he talked to me about the world concepts, and that stuff is still foreign and Greek to me. But he was involved in all 3 parts of the program. That's the path that God took him down. He's the one, through sharing all of his experience with me, gave me the tools necessary so when I sponsor someone else. I have a home group. I support that home group. I show up at all the group consciences when I'm in town. I support that home group financially. I'm there to help newcomers when they come to that home group. Why? Because my sponsor pointed out to me that that was a responsibility that I had. I'm here to defend the traditions of Alcoholics Anonymous till they put dirt on me. You come to a closed meeting that I'm attending and don't introduce yourself as an alcoholic or at least a desire to quit drinking, I'll ask you to leave. Why? Because that's the way he's set up. That's why. Singleness of purpose. I totally embrace and support the traditions in this program. That came to me through sponsorship. So, working with others. Practical experience shows nothing so much will ensure immunity from drinking as intensive work with other alcoholics. The word intensive is kind of interesting to look at. It says, it works when other activities fail. This is our 12th suggestion. Carry this, highlight the word this. Carry this message to other alcoholics. Please do not carry your message. On any given day, your message is like mine. It's selected parts of the big book, some of the Bible, some different books of philosophy, a little of the grapevine, and a whole bunch of my opinion. None of which will keep any of you sober. Carry this message to other alcoholics. That's why you see me and people I do work with carry this book with us to meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous. Because if I get a chance to work with a newcomer and they ask me questions, I'm going to go into this book so that what they hear, they see comes out of this book, not just out of my mouth. Remember the foreword to the first edition? To show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered. I'll sit and talk to a new man, new woman, and I'll field questions, and I'll keep going to this book, time and time again. So our responsibility is to carry this message to other alcoholics. You can help when no one else can You can secure their confidence when others fail. Remember, they're very ill. And I love this next paragraph. Life will take on new meaning. To watch people recover, to see them help others, to watch loneliness vanish, to see a fellowship grow up around you, to have a host of friends, this is an experience you must not miss. I absolutely love that sentence, and it has been my experience. I was telling a friend of mine, there's several of you in here that I was given a chance to carry this message to, a message you'd never heard before, never been able to stay sober before, or dying of untreated alcoholism. And I look at you now and I look at your lives, and the difference is absolutely incredible. That's the payoff for me. One drunk working with another drunk and watching that drunk's life change, watching God operate in that individual's life. That's the greatest high in the world. That's what the whole deal's all about for me. I wish to God we'd never have to do another workshop anywhere. I wish we could walk into meetings of AA everywhere across the United States and the world, and if you were new, hear the common solution in which we could absolutely agree, so we wouldn't have to do these anymore. And maybe we could get a recovery rate of 75% like it used to be. But we can't. Why? Because the message in the fellowship is not the message in the book. That's what. So I guess we're just going to keep going to these workshops for a little bit longer. Till there's more of you out there that are carrying this message, and where we can reach a place in time where we don't have to do them anymore. If you've done the work, this is the promises you get. Life takes on new meaning. You'll watch people recover. You'll see them help others. You'll watch loneliness vanish. You see a fellowship grow up around you. You'll have a host of friends. This is an experience you must not miss. We know you will not want to miss it. Frequent contact with newcomers and with each other is the bright spot of our lives. Goes on to say, perhaps you're not acquainted with any drinkers who want to recover. You can easily find some by asking a few doctors, ministers, priests, or hospitals. They'll be only too glad to assist you. Do not start out as an evangelist or a reformer. Unfortunately, a lot of prejudice exists. You'll be handicapped if you arouse it. Ministers and doctors are competent, and you can learn much from them if you wish. But it happens that because of your own drinking experience, you can be uniquely useful to other alcoholics, so cooperate, never criticize. To be helpful is our only aim. Now, we're going to get a lot of instructions on working with new people. Here's the first one. When you discover a prospect for Alcoholics Anonymous, find out all you can about him. I go to meetings. You know what I hear from the chairperson? If you got less than 90 days, we don't want to hear anything you got to say. How in the hell do I find out anything about him? Book says, Mark, you need to find out everything you can about this man or woman if you're going to help him. What are we doing telling newcomers you ain't got nothing to say? I don't understand that. Do you understand that? I don't. Gee, I wonder if that's a little bit about our pompous alcoholic egos. I don't know. I just know what the book says. If he doesn't want to stop drinking, don't waste time trying to persuade him. That's an instruction. You may spoil a later opportunity. You know, I was talking with Joe about this. We work our butts off with drunks sometimes, right? And we work and work and work and work and work. Hours and hours and hours and months and, hell, sometimes years. And they go back out, and a simple case of beer does what 9,000 hours working with me could never do. That's what I think the book's trying to say. If he doesn't want to stop drinking, do not waste time trying to persuade him. If there's any indication he wants to stop, have a good talk with the person most interested in him, usually his wife. Get an idea of his behavior, his problems, his backgrounds, the seriousness of his condition, and his religious leanings. Basically, find out everything you can about him. You need this information to put yourself in his place to see how you would like him to approach you if the tables were turned. I need this information to determine how to talk to a new man and a new woman. That's why it's asking me. Find out all you can. I'll give you an example. If I'm dealing with somebody who's been to treatment 15 times, had a lot of periods of sobriety in and out of AA, I can assure you what they hear from me is going to be a lot different from the first time the guy's ever walked into an AA meeting in his life. It's going to be much different. That's why I think it's telling me, find out all I can, put myself in his place. Sometimes it's wise to wait till he goes on a binge. The family may object to this, but unless he's in a dangerous physical condition, it's better to risk it. Don't deal with him when he's very drunk unless he's ugly and the family needs your help. Wait for the end of a spree, or at least for a lucid interval. Then, look at this question. Then let his family or friend ask him, do you want to quit for good? And will you go to any extreme to do so? That's a question I ask people who want to do the work with me. Do you want to quit for good? And are you willing to go to the extreme to do so? I'll give you an exercise I do. It'll save you a lot of time. Separate the wheat from the chaff. Someone comes up and says, Mark, would you do the work with me? Well, I don't know. Let me give you a little exercise. Here's the exercise. Go out and buy a new big book. Read the first 164 pages. Answer these 4 questions in writing. When you're done, call me. First question, is this work what you want to do? Second question, why do you want to do this work? Third question, are you willing to go to any length? Fourth question, what areas are you being dishonest with yourself and others? Here's the good news about that exercise. 10 people ask you to do the work with them. At best, 2 will call you. They will not be the 2 you wished would call you. They will be the helpless, hopeless, burned-out alcoholic who needs power. That is not the one you wanted to call you. The one driving the Jag with the nice watch. It's the guy that's got his toes sticking out of his shoes, can't talk, and smells like hell. But he needs this. He needs power. You do that exercise, it'll save you tremendous time. Now, you're going to see where that exercise comes. It comes out of this book. Book's going to tell you, on the first visit, give the guy a book, ask him to read it. Go back and on the second time, ask him, are you ready to go through with the 12 steps? But when I went to that exercise, it saved a lot of time. Now, let's keep going. If he says yes, meaning he wants to quit for good and he's willing to go to the extreme to do so, then his attention should be drawn to you as a person who has recovered. Geez, there's that word again. You should be described to him as one of a fellowship who, as part of their own recovery, try to help others and who will be glad to talk to him if he cares to see you. If he doesn't want to see you, never force yourself upon him. I've never understood sponsors who call their protégés all the time. What's it say? If he doesn't want to see you, never force yourself upon him. I would like to tell you that Don cared for me so much he called me with a lot of frequency, but that would be a lie. He never called me. You know why? He knew what he had to do to stay sober. He knew I needed to learn how to do that. It's not that he loved me. It's because he did love me. He did 2 things with me all the time. He talked about God all the time, and he took me into this book. That's what he did. He made real sure that my dependency was not upon him, that it was upon God and these spiritual exercises as outlined in this book. It says, neither should the family hysterically plead with him to do anything, nor should they tell him much about you. They should wait for the end of his next drinking bout. You might place this book where he can see it in the interval. I've always enjoyed that visual, right? You sneak a book into the drunk's house, right? He comes home, he's loaded. Oh, Jesus, another big book, right? Slams the thing to the side. It keeps showing up in the counter. It says here no specific rule can be given. The family must decide these things, but urge them not to be over anxious, for that might spoil matters. Usually the family should not try to tell your story. When possible, avoid meeting a man through his family. Approach through a doctor or institution is a better bet. If your man needs hospitalization, he should have it, but not forcibly unless he's violent. Let the doctor, if he will, tell him he has something in the way of a solution. When your man is better, the doctor might suggest a visit from you. Though you have talked with the family, leave them out of the first discussion. Under these conditions, your prospect will see he's under no pressure. He will feel he can deal with you without being nagged by his family. Call on him while he's still jittery. See again, this program. In the chapter 2 of the Wives, they list 4 categories of alcoholics. You know who has the best chance? The drunk who's number 4. He's the one that's locked up in institutions, and he's been committed. In this program, the more helpless and hopeless you are when you come in, the better chance you got. It's another paradox. So, see your man alone if possible. At first, engage in general conversation. After a while, turn the talk to some phase of drinking. Tell him enough about your drinking habits, symptoms, and experiences to encourage him to speak of himself. If he wishes to talk, let him do so. You will thus get a better idea how you ought to proceed. If he is not communicative, give him a sketch of your drinking career up to the time you quit. But say nothing for the moment of how that was accomplished. See, what we're doing now is we're talking about the hopelessness of our disease and how we drink. If he's in a serious mood, dwell on the troubles liquor has caused you, being careful not to moralize or lecture. If his mood is light, tell him humorous stories of your escapades, get him to tell some of his. When he sees you know all about the drinking game, commence to describe yourself as an alcoholic. Tell him how baffled you were, how you finally learned you were sick. Give him an account of the struggles you made to stop. Show him the mental twist which leads to the first drink of a spree. We suggest you do this as we've done it in the chapter on alcoholism. If he is alcoholic, he will understand you at once. He will match your mental inconsistencies with some of his own. If you are satisfied he's a real alcoholic, begin to dwell on the hopeless feature of the malady. Show him from your own experience how the queer mental condition surrounding that first drink prevents normal functioning of the willpower. Don't at this stage refer to this book unless he has seen it and he wishes to discuss it. And be careful not to brand him an alcoholic, let him draw his own conclusion. If he sticks to the idea he can still control his drinking, tell him possibly he can if he's not too alcoholic. But insist if he is severely afflicted, there may be little chance he can recover by himself. Continue to speak of alcoholism as an illness, a fatal malady. Talk about the conditions of body and mind which accompany it. Keep his attention focused mainly on your personal experience. Explain many are doomed who never realize their predicament. Doctors are rightly loath to tell alcoholic patients the whole story unless it will serve some good purpose. But you may talk to him about the hopelessness of alcoholism because you offer a solution. You will soon have your friend admitting he has many, if not all, the traits of the alcoholic. If his own doctor is willing to tell him he's alcoholic, so much the better. Now the next sentence is the only time in the book I find a word used to describe people I do the work with. And it's not pigeon, and it's not baby, and it's not that other crap I hear in AA that I believe is demeaning. Here's the word. Even though your protege, isn't that sweet? Even though your protege may not have entirely admitted his condition, he has become very curious to know how you got well. Let him ask you that question if he will. Uh-oh, squiggly lines. Tell him exactly what happened to you. Stress the spiritual feature freely.
Or atheist, make it empathetic. He doesn't have to agree with your concept of God. He can choose any concept he likes, provided it makes sense to him. The main thing is that he be willing to believe in a power greater than himself, and that he live by spiritual principles. Now I hear in AA, oh, let's not talk about God, we might drive the newcomer off. Where is that coming from? This is pretty black and white, isn't it? About what I need to talk about. The main thing is that I tell the new guy he'd be willing to believe in a power greater than himself and he live by spiritual principles. When dealing with such a person, you better use everyday language to describe spiritual principles. There's no use arousing any prejudice he may have against certain theological terms and conceptions about which he may already be confused. Don't raise such issues no matter what your own convictions are. Next paragraph's interesting. Your prospect may belong to a religious denomination. His religious education and training may be far superior to yours. In that case, he's going to wonder how you can add anything to what he already knows. But he will be curious to learn why his own convictions have not worked and why yours seem to work so well. He may be example of the truth that faith alone is insufficient. To be vital, faith must be accompanied by self-sacrifice and unselfish constructive action. Let him see you are not there to instruct him in religion. Admit that he probably knows more about it than you do. But call to his attention the fact that whatever deep his faith and knowledge, he could not have applied it or he would not drink. I've done the work with many men in AA who know a lot more about religion and the Bible than I ever thought of knowing. But I ask them a simple question. That's real neat that you know all that. When was the last time you got drunk or loaded? Well, 2 nights ago. Well, is it doing you much good? No, it's not. This is where the book talks to me about having to deal with that man or that woman because they got a ton of prejudice. They know more about God. They're educated about God far beyond their capacity to understand any of it. And it's not working for them. And the book says, call to his attention the fact however deep his faith and knowledge, he could not have applied it or he would not drink. What good is faith and knowledge if I'm doing dope and drinking alcohol? I don't think it's any good. It's like I quote the Bible all over the page and I shoot dope in my arm. You want what I have? I don't think so. See what I'm saying? It says perhaps your story will help him see he's failed to practice the very precepts he knows so well. We represent no particular faith or denomination. We're dealing only with general principles common to most denominations. Outline the program of action, explaining how you made a self-appraisal, how you straightened out your past, that's amends, and why you're now endeavoring to be helpful to him. It is important for him to realize your attempt to pass this on to him plays a vital part in your own recovery. Actually, he may be helping you more than you are helping him. Make it plain that he is under no obligation to you, that you hope only he will try to help other alcoholics when he escapes his own difficulties. Suggest how important it is he place the welfare of other people ahead of his own. Make it clear he's not under pressure, that he needn't see you again if he doesn't want to. You should not be offended if he wants to call it off, for he's helped you more than you've helped him. If your talk has been sane, quiet, and full of human understanding, you perhaps made a friend. Maybe you disturbed him about the question of alcoholism. That is all to the good. The more hopeless he feels, the better. Another paradox, right? He'll be more likely to follow your suggestions. Your candidate may give reasons why he need not follow all the program. He may rebel at the thought of a drastic house cleaning, which requires discussion with other people. Do not contradict such views. Tell him you once felt as he did, but you doubt whether you would have made much progress had you not taken action. On your first visit, tell him about the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. If he shows interest, lend him your copy of this book. Unless your friend wants to talk further about himself, don't wear out your welcome. Give him a chance to think it over. If you do stay, let him steer the conversation in any direction he likes. Sometimes the new man is anxious to proceed at once, and you may be tempted to let him do so. This is sometimes a mistake. If he has trouble later, he'll likely say you rushed him. You will be most successful with alcoholics if you do not exhibit any passion for crusader reform. Never talk down to an alcoholic from any moral or spiritual hilltop. Simply lay out the kit of spiritual tools for his inspection. That's the 12 steps. Highlight the next sentence. Show him how they work with you. Second time the book says, I'm here to show you. Offer him friendship and fellowship. Tell him if he wants to get well, you'll do anything to help. If he is not interested in your solution, if he expects you to act only as a banker for his financial difficulties or a nurse for his sprees, you may have to drop him until he changes his mind. This he may do after he gets hurt some more. Oh. If he is sincerely interested and wants to see you again, ask him to read this book in the interval. Remember the first instruction? Have him buy a new book, read the 164 pages. After doing that, he must decide for himself whether he wants to go on. He should not be pushed or prodded by you, his wife, or friends. If he is to find God, the desire must come from within. If he thinks he can do the job in some other way or prefers some other spiritual approach, encourage him to follow his own conscience. We have no monopoly on God, we merely have an approach that works with us. But point out we alcoholics have much in common, and you would like in any case to be friendly, and let it go at that. Page 96, do not be discouraged if your prospect does not respond at once. Search out another alcoholic and try again. You are sure to find someone desperate enough to accept with eagerness what you offer. We find it a waste of time to keep chasing a man who cannot or will not work with you. If you leave such a person alone, he may soon become convinced he cannot recover by himself. To spend too much time in any one situation is to deny some other alcoholic an opportunity to live and to be happy. To live and to be happy. To live and to be happy. One of our fellowship failed entirely with his first half dozen prospects. He often says if he had continued to work on them, he might have deprived many others who have since recovered of their chance. Next paragraph says, suppose now, Mark, you're making your second visit to a man. He's read this volume and says he is prepared to go through with the 12 steps of the program of recovery. Second visit to a man. Having had the practical experience yourself, you can give him much practical advice. Let him know you're available if he wishes to make a decision and tell a story, but do not insist upon it if he prefers to consult someone else. He may be broke or homeless. If he is, you might try to help him by getting a job or give him a little financial assistance. But you should not deprive your family or creditors of money they should have. Perhaps you want to take the man into your home for a few days, but be sure to use discretion. Be certain he will be welcomed by your family. Honey, I'd like to bring this guy that's got puke all over him home for a couple of days. Be certain he'll be welcomed by your family and that he's not trying to impose upon you for money, connections, or shelter. Permit that and you only harm him. You'll be making it possible for him to be insincere. You may be aiding in his destruction rather than his recovery. Never avoid these responsibilities, but be sure you're doing the right thing if you assume them. Helping others is the foundation stone of your recovery. That's an important sentence. A kindly act once in a while isn't enough. You have to act a good Samaritan every day if need be. It may mean the loss of many nights' sleep, great interference with your pleasures, interruptions to your business. It may mean sharing your money in your home, counseling frantic wives and relatives, innumerable trips to police courts, sanitariums, hospitals, jails, and asylums. Your telephone may jangle any time of the day or night. Your wife may sometimes say she is neglected. A drunk may smash the furniture in your home or burn a mattress. You may have to fight with him if he's violent. Sometimes you'll have to call a doctor and administer sedatives under the doctor's direction. Another time you may have to send for the police or an ambulance, and occasionally you're going to have to meet such conditions. We seldom allow an alcoholic to live in our homes for long at a time. It is not good for him, and it sometimes creates serious complications in a family. Though an alcoholic does not respond, there's no reason why you should neglect his family. You should continue to be friendly to them. The family should be offered your way of life. Should they accept and practice spiritual principles, there is a much better chance the head of the family will recover. And even though he continues to drink, the family will find life more bearable. For the type of alcoholic who's able and willing to get well, little charity in the ordinary sense of the word is needed or wanted. The men who cry for money and shelter before conquering alcohol are on the wrong track. Yet we do go to great extremes to provide each other with these very things when such action warranted. This may seem inconsistent, but we think it is not. Then the next paragraph, it's not the matter of giving it's in question, but when and how to give. That often makes the difference between failure and success. The minute we put our work on a service plane, the alcoholic commences to rely upon our assistance rather than upon God. He clamors for this or that, claiming he cannot master alcohol until his material needs are cared for. Nonsense. Some of us have taken very hard knocks to learn this truth. Job or no job, wife or no wife, we simply do not stop drinking so long as we place dependence upon other people ahead of dependence on God. Burn, I love this, burn the idea. That's a great visual, right? Burn the idea into the consciousness of every man he can get well regardless of anyone. The only condition is he trusts in God and clean house. That sentence sums up the 12 steps, doesn't it? Now the domestic problem. There may be divorce, separation, or just strained relations. When your prospect has made such reparations as he can to his family and has thoroughly explained to them the new principles by which he's living, he should proceed to put these principles into action at home. That is, if he's lucky enough to have a home. Though his family be at fault in many respects, he should not be concerned about that. He should concentrate on his own spiritual demonstration. This next sentence is powerful. Argument and fault-finding are to be avoided like the plague. In many homes, this is a difficult thing to do, but it must be done if any results are to be expected. If persisted in for a few months, the effect on a man's family is sure to be great. The most incompatible people discover they can have a basis upon which they can meet, and little by little the family may see their own defects and admit them. These can then be discussed in an atmosphere of helpfulness and friendliness. After they've seen tangible results, the family will perhaps want to go along. These things will come to pass naturally in good time, provided, however, listen to this, the alcoholic continues to demonstrate he can be sober, considerate, and helpful regardless of what anyone says or does. Of course, we all fall much below this standard many times, but we must try to repair the damage immediately lest we pay the penalty by a spree. If there be divorce or separation, there should be no undue haste for the couple to get together. The man should be sure of his recovery. The wife should fully understand his new way of life. If their old relationship is to be resumed, it must be in a better basis since the former did not work. This means a new attitude and spirit all around. Sometimes it is to the best interest of all concerned that a couple remain apart. Obviously, no rule can be laid down. Let the alcoholic continue his program day by day. When the time for living together has come, it will be apparent to both parties. Let no alcoholic say he cannot recover unless he has his family back. That just isn't so. In some cases, the wife will never come back for one reason or another. Remind the prospect his recovery is not dependent upon people. It is dependent upon his relationship with God. That is what my recovery has always depended on. We've seen men would get well whose families have not returned at all. We've seen others slip when the family came back too soon. I love the next paragraph. Both you and the new man must walk day by day in the path of spiritual progress. If you persist, meaning the path of spiritual progress, remarkable things will follow. When we look back, we realize the things which came to us when we put ourselves in God's hands were better than anything we could have planned. When we put our lives in God's hands, the things which come to us are better than anything we could have planned. I don't know about the rest of you, but most of my wants damn near have killed me. God's never given anything to me that wasn't wonderful. My wants have almost killed me. I reached a place where I begin to understand what was said to me many years ago. Mark, anything God has in store for you is better than anything you got in store for you. Yeah, that makes sense. Follow the dictates of a higher power, and you will presently live in a new and wonderful world. It's the world of the Spirit, folks. A new and wonderful world. No matter what your present circumstances. You mean I can be poor and live in a new and wonderful world? You mean I can be single and live in a new and wonderful world? You mean I can have a physical handicap and live in a new and wonderful world? Yeah. When working with a man and his family, you should take care not to participate in the quarrels. You may spoil your chance of being helpful if you do. But urge upon a man's family has been a very sick person, and he should be treated accordingly. You should warn against arousing resentment or jealousy. You should point out his defects of character, not going to disappear overnight. Show them he's entered upon a period of growth. Ask them to remember when they are impatient the blessed fact of his sobriety. Here's a tool. If you've been successful in solving your own domestic problems, tell a newcomer's family how that was accomplished. Some of you in relationships, there's some great tapes sitting on that table that'll tell you how to take spiritual principles into relationships. If you're in a relationship and that's a struggle, go take a look at some of those. In this way, you're going to set them on the right track without being critical of them. The story of how you and your wife settled your difficulties is worth any amount of criticism. Assuming we're spiritually fit, we can do all sorts of things that alcoholics are not supposed to do. People have said we must not go where liquor is served. We must not have it in our homes. We must shun friends who drink. We must avoid movie pictures which show drinking scenes. We must not go into bars. Our friends must hide their bottles if we go into their houses. We mustn't think or be reminded about alcohol at all. Well, our experience shows us this is not necessarily so. We meet these conditions every day. An alcoholic who cannot meet them still has an alcoholic mind. There's something the matter with his spiritual status. His only chance for sobriety would be someplace like the Greenland ice cap, and even there an Eskimo would turn up with a bottle of scotch and ruin everything. Ask any woman who sent her husband to distant places in the theory he would escape the alcohol problem. In our belief, any scheme of combating alcoholism which proposes to shield a sick man from temptation is doomed to failure. If the alcoholic tries to shield himself, he may succeed for a time, but he usually winds up with a bigger explosion than ever. We've tried these methods. These attempts to do the impossible have always failed. So our rule is not to avoid a place where there's drinking if we have a legitimate reason for being there. That includes bars, nightclubs, dances, receptions, weddings, even plain ordinary whoopee parties. To a person who's had experience with an alcoholic, this may seem like tempting providence, but it isn't. You will note we made an important qualification. Therefore, ask yourself on each occasion, have I any good social business or personal reason for going to this place, or am I expecting to steal a little vicarious pleasure from the atmosphere of this place? If you answer these questions satisfactorily, you need have no apprehension. Go or stay away, whatever seems best, but be sure you're on solid spiritual ground before you start, and that your motive in going is thoroughly good. Do not think of what you will get out of the occasion. Think of what you can bring to it. But if you're shaky, you'd better work with another alcoholic instead. Why sit with a long face in places where there's drinking, sighing about the good old days? If it's a happy occasion, try to increase the pleasure of those there. If a business occasion, go and attend to your business enthusiastically. If you're with a person who wants to eat in a bar, by all means go along. Let your friends know that they're not going to change their habits on your account. At a proper time and place, explain to all your friends why alcohol disagrees with you. If you do this thoroughly, few people will ask you to drink. While you're if you get honest with them what you do when you drink, none of them will ask you to drink. While you were drinking, you were withdrawing from life little by little. Now you're getting back into the social life of this world. Don't start to withdraw again just because your friends drink liquor. Your job now is to be at the place where you may be of maximum helpfulness to others, so never hesitate to go anywhere if you can be helpful. You should not hesitate to visit the most sordid spot on earth in such an errand. Keep on the firing line of life with these motives and God will keep you unharmed. Most of us keep liquor in our homes. We often need to carry it green recruits through a severe hangover. Some of us still serve it to our friends provided they're not alcoholic. But some of us think we should not serve liquor to anyone. We never argue these questions. We feel each family in the light of their own circumstances ought to decide for themselves. We are careful never to show intolerance or hatred of drinking as an institution. Experience shows that such an attitude is not helpful to anyone. Every new alcoholic looks for this spirit among us and is immensely relieved when he finds we are not witch burners. A spirit of intolerance might repel alcoholics whose lives could have been saved had it not been for such stupidity. We would not even do the cause of temperate drinking any good, for not one drinker in 1,000 likes to be told anything about alcohol by someone who hates it. Someday we hope that Alcoholics Anonymous will help the public to a better realization of the gravity of the alcoholic problem. But we shall be of little use if our attitude is one of bitterness or hostility. Drinkers will not stand for it. After all, our problems were of our own making. Bottles were only a symbol. Besides, we had stopped fighting anybody or anything. We have to. Now, we have spent a considerable amount of time going through those 12 spiritual exercises called the steps. On your own sometime, make sure you read chapters 8, 9, 10, and 11, To the Wise, the Family Afterwards, Employers for You, and A Vision for You, because in those chapters I'm taught how to practice principles in all my affairs. I want to thank you for coming here this weekend and for allowing me a chance to share my experience with these steps and in this book with you all. I'm always grateful for that. Every time I do this, I guess it just opens me up again once more, and I once again see truth at a deeper level. I'll share a few things. Your alcoholic hearing is screwed forever. You're going to go into meetings, and when you hear middle of the road, you're going to know it. You now have a responsibility, too, to carry this message. If you have not done the work in this book, find somebody who has done that. Start in the title page and go through and do that. I think really what I want to do, I want to close with the last paragraph on page 164, and those of you that have your book. This paragraph sums up 163 and a half pages of work. And I love what it says to me. It says, abandon yourself to God as you understand God. Admit your faults to Him and to your fellows. Clear away the wreckage of your past. Give freely of what you find in joyness. We shall be with you in the fellowship of the Spirit, and you will surely meet some of us as you trudge the road to happy destiny. May God bless you and keep you until then. Thank you.